Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Tu Reviens. The house on the cliff looks like a ship disappearing into fog. The spire a mast, the trees whipping against its base, the waves of a ravening sea. Or maybe Jane just has ships on the brain, seeing as she's inside one that's doing all it can to consume her attention. A wave rolls the yacht, catches her off balance, and she sits down, triumphantly landing in the general vicinity of where she aimed. Another wave propels her, in slow motion, against the yacht's lounge window. "I haven't spent a lot of time in boats. I guess you get used to it," she says. Jane's traveling companion, Kieran, lies on her back in the lounge's long window seat, her eyes closed. Kieran isn't seasick. She's bored. She gives no indication of having heard. "I guess my Aunt Magnolia must have gotten used to it," says Jane. "My family makes me want to die," Kieran says. "I hope we drown." This yacht is named the Kieran. Through the lounge window, Jane can see Patrick, who captains the yacht, on deck, in the rain, drenched, trying to catch a cleat with a rope. He's young, maybe early 20s, a white guy with short dark hair, a deep winter tan, and blue eyes so bright that Jane had noticed them immediately. Someone was apparently supposed to be waiting on the dock to help him, but didn't show up. "Kieran," says Jane, "should we maybe help Patrick?" "Help him with what?" "I don't know, docking the boat?" "Are you kidding?" says Kieran. "Patrick can do everything by himself." "Everything?" "Patrick doesn't need anybody," Kieran says. "Ever." "Okay," Jane says, wondering if this is an expression of Kieran's general equal opportunity sarcasm or if she's got some specific problem with Patrick. It can be hard to tell with someone like Kieran. Outside, Patrick catches the cleat successfully, then, his body taut, pulls on the rope, arm over arm, bringing the yacht up against the dock. It's kind of impressive. Maybe he can do everything. Who is Patrick, anyway? "Patrick Yellen," Kieran says. "Ravi and I grew up with him. He works for my father. So does his little sister, Ivy. So did his parents, until a couple years ago. They died in a car accident, in France. Sorry," she adds, with a glance at Jane. "I don't mean to remind you of travel accidents." "It's okay," Jane says, automatically, filing these names and facts away with the other information she's collected. Kieran is British American on her father's side and British Indian on her mother's, though her parents are divorced and her father's now remarried. Also, she's revoltingly wealthy. Jane's never had a friend before who grew up with her own servants. Is Kieran my friend, thinks Jane? Acquaintance? Maybe my mentor? Not now, maybe in the past. Kieran, 4 years older than Jane, went to college in Jane's hometown and tutored Jane in writing while she was in high school. Ravi is Kieran's twin brother, Jane remembers. Jane's never met Ravi, but he visited Kieran sometimes in college. Her tutoring sessions had been different when Ravi was in town. Kieran would arrive late, her face alight, her manner less strict, less intense. "Is Patrick in charge of transportation to and from the island?" asks Jane. "I guess," Kieran says. "Partly, anyway. A couple other people chip in, too." "Do Patrick and his sister live at the house?" "Everyone lives at the house." "So is it nice to come home?" asks Jane. "Because you get to see the friends you grew up with?" Jane is fishing because she's trying to figure out how these servant relationships work when one person is so rich. Kieran doesn't answer right away, just stares straight ahead, her mouth tight, until Jane begins to wonder if her question was rude. Then Kieran says, "I guess there was a time when seeing Patrick again, after a long absence, made me feel like I was coming home." "Oh," says Jane, "but—" "Not anymore," Kieran says, with a short sigh. "Let's not talk about it now." He could hear us. Patrick would have to have superpowers to hear a word of this conversation, but Jane recognizes a dismissal when she hears one. Peering through the window, she can make out the shapes of other boats, big ones, little ones, vaguely, through the downpour, docked in this tiny bay. Kieran's father, Octavian Thrash IV, owns those boats, this bay, this island off the eastern seaboard, those waving trees, that massive house far above. How will we get to the house? She asks. She can see no road. Will we ascend through the rain like scuba divers? Kieran snorts, then surprises Jane by shooting her a small, approving smile. By car, she says, not elaborating. I've missed the funny way you talk. Your clothes, too. Jane's gold zigzag shirt and wine-colored corduroys make her look like one of Aunt Magnolia's sea creatures, a maroon clownfish, a coral grouper. Jane supposes she never dresses without thinking of Aunt Magnolia. Okay, she says. And when's the spring gala? I don't remember, Kieran says. The day after tomorrow? The day after that? It's probably on the weekend. There's a gala for every season at Octavian Thrash IV's house on the sea. That's the reason for Kieran's trip. She's come home for the spring gala. And this time, for some inexplicable reason, she's invited Jane along, even though, until last week, Jane hadn't seen Kieran since Kieran's graduation, almost a year ago. Kieran had stumbled upon Jane at her job in the campus bookshop because, like many visiting alumni, Kieran had remembered it had a public restroom. Trapped behind the information desk, Jane had seen her coming, an enormous handbag on her arm and a harassed expression on her face. With any other ghost from her past, Jane's first instinct would have been to turn her shoulder, hide behind her dark curls, and make herself into a statue. But the sight of Kieran Thrash brought Jane instantly to the strange promise Aunt Magnolia had extracted from her before she'd gone away on that last photography expedition. Aunt Magnolia had made Jane promise never to turn down an invitation to Kieran's family estate. Hey, Kieran had said that day, stopping at the desk. Janie, it's you. She'd glanced at Jane's arm, where tattooed jellyfish tentacles peeked out from under her shirt sleeve. Kieran, said Jane, instinctively touching her arm. The tattoo was new. Hi. Do you go to school here now? No, Jane said. I dropped out. I'm taking some time. I work here, in the bookstore, she added, which was obvious and not something she wanted to talk about. But she'd learned to chat, to fill the silence with false enthusiasm, and to offer her failures as conversational bait, because sometimes it enabled her to head off the very next question Kieran asked. How's your aunt? It was like muscle memory now, this steeling herself. She died. Oh, Kieran said. No wonder you dropped out. It was less friendly, but easier to bear up against than the usual reaction because it brought a flare of annoyance into Jane's throat. I might have dropped out anyway. I hated it. The other students were snobs, and I was failing biology. Professor Greenhut? Kieran asked, ignoring the dig about snobs. Yeah? Known school-wide as a pretentious jerk, said Kieran. Against her better instincts, Jane smiled. Greenhut assumed his students already knew a lot about biology, and maybe the assumption was just, because no one else in the class had seemed to struggle like Jane had. Aunt Magnolia, who'd been an adjunct marine biology teacher, had spluttered over the syllabus. Greenhut's a superior, self-righteous donkey, she'd said in disgust, then added, no offense to Eeyore. Greenhut is trying to weed out students who didn't go to fancy high schools. It's working, Jane had said. Maybe you'll go to school somewhere else, Kieran said, somewhere far away. It's healthy to get away from home. Yeah, maybe. Jane had always lived in that small upstate university town, surrounded by students whenever she'd stepped outside. Tuition was free for faculty kids. But maybe Kieran was right. Maybe Jane should have chosen a different school. A state school where the other students wouldn't have made her feel so. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. These students came from all over the world and they had so much money. Jane's roommate had spent her summer in the French countryside, and once she'd learned that Jane had taken high school French, wanted to have conversations in French about towns Jane had never heard of and cheeses she'd never eaten. How disorienting it had been to attend the classes she'd watched enviously through the windows her whole life and wind up miserable. In the end, she'd spent most nights with Aunt Magnolia instead of in her dorm room, feeling like she was living a parallel version of her own life, one that didn't fit her skin. Like she was a puzzle piece from the wrong puzzle. You could be an art major somewhere, Kieran said then. Didn't you used to make cool umbrellas? They're not art, said Jane. They're umbrellas, messy ones. Okay, said Kieran, whatever. Where do you live now? In an apartment in town. The same apartment you lived in with your aunt? No, Jane said, injecting it with a touch of sarcasm that was probably wasted on Kieran. Of course, she hadn't been able to afford that same apartment. I live with 3 grad students. How do you like it? It's fine, Jane lied. Her apartment mates were a lot older than she and too pompously focused on their abstruse intellectual pursuits to bother with cooking or cleaning or showering. It was like living with self-important Owl from Winnie the Pooh, except that their hygiene was worse and there were 3 of them. Jane was hardly ever alone there. Her bedroom was a glorified closet, not conducive to umbrella making, which required space. It was hard to move around without poking herself on ribs. Sometimes she slept with a work in progress at the end of her bed. I liked your aunt, Kieran said. I liked you too, she added, which was when Jane stopped thinking about herself and began to study Kieran, who had changed somehow since she'd last seen her. Kieran had used to move as if she were being pushed by at least 4 different urgent purposes at once. What's brought you to town? Jane asked Kieran. Kieran shrugged, listless. I was out driving. Where are you living? In the city apartment. The Thrashes city apartment was the top 2 floors of a Manhattan mansion overlooking Central Park, quite a distance away for someone who was just out driving. Though I've been called home to the island for the spring gala, Kieran added, and I may stay a while. Octavian is probably in a mood. Okay, said Jane, trying to imagine having a gazillionaire father on a private island in a mood. I hope you have a nice time. What is that tattoo? Asked Kieran. Is it a squid? It's a jellyfish. Can I see it? The jellyfish sat on Jane's upper arm, blue and gold, with thin blue tentacles and spiral arms in white and black reaching all the way down below her elbow. Jane often wore her shirt sleeves rolled up to show a glimpse of the tentacles, because secretly she liked people to ask to see it. She pushed her sleeve up to the shoulder. Kieran gazed at the jellyfish with an unchanging expression. Huh, she said. Did it hurt? Yes, said Jane. And she'd taken on an extra job as a waitress at a diner in town for 3 months to pay for it. It's delicate, said Kieran. It's beautiful, actually. Who designed it? It's based on a photo my aunt took, said Jane, through a flush of pleasure, of a Pacific sea nettle jellyfish. Did your aunt ever get to see your tattoo? No. Timing can be a jerk, Kieran said. Come get drinks. What? Said Jane, startled. Me? After you get off work. I'm underage, so I'll buy you a milkshake. That night at the bar, Jane had explained to Kieran what it was like to budget for rent, food, and health insurance on a part-time bookstore salary. How she'd sometimes believe in absent-minded moments that Aunt Magnolia was just away on another of her photography trips. About the detours she found herself taking to avoid the apartment building where they'd lived together. Jane didn't mean to explain it all, but Kieran was from the time when life had made sense. Her presence was confusing. It just came out. Quit your job, Kieran said. And live how? Jane said, irritated. Not everyone has daddy's bottomless credit card, you know. Kieran absorbed the dig with disinterest. You just don't seem very happy. Happy, said Jane incredulously. Then, as Kieran continued to sip her whiskey, seriously annoyed. What's your job anyway? She snapped. I don't have a job. Well, you don't exactly seem happy either. Kieran surprised Jane by shouting a laugh. I'll drink to that, she said, then threw back her drink, leaned over the bar, reached into a container of paper umbrellas, and selected one, blue and black to match Jane's shirt and her tattoo tentacles. Opening it carefully, she twirled it between her fingers, then presented it to Jane. Protection, Kieran announced. From what? Jane asked, examining the umbrella's delicate working interior. From mess, said Kieran. Wow, Jane said. All this time I could have been stopping mess with a cocktail umbrella? It might only work for really small mess. Thanks, said Jane, starting to smile. Yeah, so I don't have a job, Kieran said again, holding Jane's eyes briefly, then looking away. I apply for things now and then, but it never comes through. And I'll be honest, I'm always kind of relieved. What's the problem? You have a degree. You had really good grades, didn't you? Don't you speak like 7 languages? You sound like my mother, said Kieran, her voice more weary than annoyed. And my father, and my brother, and my boyfriend, and every very person I talk to, ever. I was only asking. It's okay, she said. I'm a spoiled rich girl who has the privilege to mope around, feeling sorry for myself for being unemployed. I get it. It was funny, because those were Jane's thoughts exactly. But now, because Kieran had said it, she resented it less. Hello, don't put mess in my mouth. I'm armed, Jane said, brandishing her cocktail umbrella. You know what I liked about your aunt? Kieran said. She always seemed like she knew exactly what she was going to do next. She made you feel like that was possible, to know the right choice. Yes, Jane tried to respond, but the truth of it caught in her throat. Aunt Magnolia, she thought, choking on it. Kieran observed Jane's grief with dispassion. Quit your job and come home with me to Tu Reviens, she said. Stay a while, as long as you like. Octavian won't mind. Gosh, he'll buy your umbrella supplies. My boyfriend is there, you can meet him. My brother, Ravi, too. Come on, what's keeping you here? Some people are so rich they don't even notice when they shame others. What value was there in all the deliberate, scrabbling care Jane put into her subsistence now, if a near stranger's indifferent invitation, born of boredom and a need to pee, made Jane more financially comfortable than she could make herself? But it wasn't possible to say no, because of Aunt Magnolia, the promise. Janie, sweetheart, Aunt Magnolia had said when Jane had woken extra early one morning and found her aunt on the stool at the kitchen counter. You're awake. You're awake, Jane had responded, because Jane was the insomniac in the family. She'd balanced her hip on the edge of Aunt Magnolia's stool so she could lean against her aunt's side, close her eyes, and pretend she was still asleep. Aunt Magnolia had been tall, like Jane, and Jane had always fit well against her. Aunt Magnolia had put her cup of tea into Jane's hands, closing both of Jane's palms around its warmth. You remember your old writing tutor, Aunt Magnolia had said, Kieran Thrash? Of course, Jane had responded, taking a noisy slurp. Did she ever talk about her house, the house with the French name, on the island her dad owns? Tu Reviens, Aunt Magnolia had said. Jane had known enough French to translate this. You return. Exactly, darling, Aunt Magnolia had said. I want you to make me a promise. Okay. If anyone ever invites you to Tu Reviens, she'd said, promise me that you'll go. Okay, Jane had said. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Why? I've heard it's a place of opportunity. Aunt Magnolia, Jane had said with a snort, putting her cup down to look into her aunt's eyes. Her aunt had had a funny blue blotch staining the otherwise brown iris in one of her eyes, like a nebula or a muddy star with little spokes. Aunt Magnolia, Jane had repeated, what the gosh are you talking about? Her aunt had chuckled deep in her throat, then had given Jane a one-armed hug. You know I get wild ideas sometimes. Aunt Magnolia had been one for sudden trips, like camping in some remote part of the Finger Lakes where overnights weren't exactly permitted and where cell phones didn't work. They would read books together by lantern light, listen to the moths throw themselves against the canvas of the tiny glowing tent, then finally fall asleep to the sound of loons. And then, a week later, Aunt Magnolia might go off to Japan to photograph sharks. The images she brought back amazed Jane. It might be a photo of a shark, but what Jane saw was Aunt Magnolia and her camera, pressed in by water, silence, and cold, breathing compressed air, waiting for a visit from a creature that might as well be an alien, so strange were the inhabitants of the underwater world. You're wild, Aunt Magnolia, Jane had said, and wonderful. But I don't ask you for many promises, do I? No, so promise me this one thing, won't you? All right, Jane had said, fine. For you, I promise I won't ever turn down an invitation to Tu Reviens. Why are you awake anyway? Strange dreams, she'd said. Then, a few days later, she'd left on an expedition to Antarctica, gotten caught too far from camp during a polar blizzard, and frozen to death. Kieran's invitation brought Aunt Magnolia near in a way that nothing else had in the 4 months since. Tu Reviens. You return. It's unsettling to be so far from home, all her usual anxieties lifted, only to be replaced with new ones. Does Kieran's father even know Jane is coming? What if she's just a third wheel once Kieran meets up with her boyfriend? How does a person act around people who own yachts and private islands? Standing in the lounge of the Kieran, the rain falling in sheets outside, Jane tells herself to breathe, slow, deep, and even, the way Aunt Magnolia taught her. It'll help you when you learn to scuba dive, Aunt Magnolia had used to say when Jane was tiny, 5, 6, 7th, though somehow those scuba lessons had never materialized. In, Jane thinks, focusing on her expanding belly. Out, feeling her torso flatten. Jane glances at the house, floating above them in the storm. Aunt Magnolia never worried. She just went. Jane suddenly feels like a character in a novel by Edith Wharton or the Brontes. I'm a young woman of reduced circumstances, with no family and no prospects, invited by a wealthy family to their glamorous estate. Could this be my heroic journey? She'll need to choose an umbrella appropriate for a heroic journey. Will Kieran think it's weird? Can she find one that isn't embarrassing? Teetering across the lounge floor, opening one of her crates, Jane lights upon the right choice instantly. The petite umbrella's satin canopy alternates deep brown with a coppery rose. The brass fittings are made of antique parts, but strong. She could impale someone on the ferrule. Jane opens it. The runners squeak, and the curve of the ribs is warped, the fabric unevenly stretched. It's just a stupid, lopsided umbrella, Jane thinks to herself, suddenly blinking back tears. Aunt Magnolia, why am I here? Patrick sticks his head into the lounge. His bright eyes flash at Jane, then touch Kieran. We're docked, Kier, he says, and the car is here. Kieran sits up, not looking at him. Then, when he returns to the deck, she watches him through the window as he lifts wooden crates onto his shoulder and carries them onto the dock. His eyes catch hers, and she looks away. Leave your stuff, she says to Jane dismissively. Patrick will bring it up later. Okay, Jane says. Something is definitely up with Patrick and Kieran. Who's your boyfriend, anyway? His name is Colin. He works with my brother. You'll meet him. Why? Just wondering. Did you make that umbrella? Asks Kieran. Yes, I thought so. It makes me think of you. Of course it does. It's homemade and funny looking. Kieran and Jane step into the rain. Patrick holds a steadying hand out to Jane, and she grabs his forearm by accident. He is soaked to the skin. Patrick Yellen, Jane notices, has beautiful forearms. Watch your step, he says in her ear. Once on land, Kieran and Jane scurry toward an enormous black car on the dock. Patrick's the one who asked me to come home for the gala, Kieran shouts through the rain. What? Says Jane, flustered. She's trying to shield Kieran with her umbrella, which sends a rivulet of icy water down the canopy straight into the neck of her own shirt. Really? Why? Who the hell knows? He told me he has a confession to make. He's always announcing gosh like that, then he has nothing to say. Are you good friends? Stop trying to keep me dry, Kieran says, reaching for the car door. It's only making both of us more wet. There is, it turns out, a road that starts at the bay, continues clockwise around the base of the island, then enters a series of hairpin turns that climb the sheer cliffs gradually. It's not a soothing drive in a Rolls-Royce in the rain. The car seems too big to take the turns without plummeting off the edge. The driver has the facial expression of a bulldog, and she's driving like she's got a train to catch. Steel-haired and steel-eyed, pale-skinned with high cheekbones, she's wearing black yoga clothes and an apron with cooking stains. She stares at Jane in the rearview mirror. Jane shivers, tilting her head so her boisterous curls obscure her face. Are we short-staffed again, Mrs. Vanders? Kieran asks. You're wearing an apron. A handful of guests just arrived unannounced, says Mrs. Vanders. The spring gala is the day after tomorrow. Cook is having hysterics. Kieran throws her head against the back of the seat and closes her eyes. What guests? Phoebe and Philip Okada, Mrs. Vanders says. Lucy St. George. My brother makes me want to die, Kieran says, interrupting. Your brother himself has made no appearance, says Mrs. Vanders significantly. Shocking, says Kieran. Any bank robbers expected? Mrs. Vanders grunts at this peculiar question and says, I imagine not. Bank robbers, says Jane. Well, Kieran says, ignoring Jane, I announced my friend ahead of time. I hope you've set aside space. Janie needs space. We've set aside the red suite in the east wing for Jane. It has its own morning room, Mrs. Vanders says, though regrettably it has no view of the sea. It's nowhere near me, Kieran grumbles. It's near Ravi. Well, says Mrs. Vanders with a sudden softening of expression, we still have sleeping bags if you want to have sleepovers. You and Ravi and Patrick liked to do that when you were young, and Ivy was just a baby, remember? She used to beg to be included. We used to toast marshmallows in Ravi's fireplace, Kieran tells Jane, while Mr. Vanders and Octavian hovered over us, certain we were going to burn ourselves. Or, says Mrs. Vanders, Ivy would make herself sick and fall asleep in a sugar coma, Kieran says wistfully, and I would sleep between Patrick and Ravi on the hearth, like a melting s'more. Memory comes on sharply. Memory has its own will. Sitting with Aunt Magnolia in the red armchair, beside the radiator that clanked and hissed, reading Winnie the Pooh and the House at Pooh Corner. Sing ho for the life of a bear, Aunt Magnolia would say as Christopher Robin led an expedition to the North Pole. Sometimes, if Aunt Magnolia was tired, she and Jane would read silently, wedged together. Jane was 5, 6, 7, 8. If Aunt Magnolia was drying socks on the radiator, the room would smell of wool. The car approaches the house from behind, roars around to the front, and pulls into the drive. It's not a ship anymore, this house, now that Jane sees it up close. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. It's a palace. Mrs. Vanders opens a small, person-sized door set within the great, elephant-sized door. There is no welcoming committee. Jane and Kieran enter a stone receiving hall with a high ceiling and a checkerboard floor on which Jane creates small puddles everywhere she steps. The air whooshes as Mrs. Vanders closes the door, sucking at Jane's eardrums and almost making her feel as if she's missed a whispered word. Absently, she rubs her ear. Welcome to Tu Reviens, says Mrs. Vanders gruffly. Stay out of the servants' quarters. We don't have room for visitors in the kitchen either, and the west attics are cluttered and dangerous. You should be content with your bedroom, Jane, and the common rooms of the ground floor. Vanny, says Kieran calmly, stop being an ogre. I merely wish to prevent your friend from skewering her foot on a nail in the attic, says Mrs. Vanders, then stalks across the floor and disappears through a doorway. Jane, unsure if she's meant to follow, takes a step, but Kieran puts a hand out to stop her. I think she's going to the forbidden kitchen, she says, with half a smile. I'll show you around. This is the receiving hall. Is it ostentatious enough for you? Matching staircases climb the walls to left and right, reaching to a second story, then a third. The impossibly tall wall before Jane almost makes her dizzy. Long balconies stretch across it at the second and third levels, archways along them, puncturing the tall wall at intervals. The balconies might serve as minstrels' galleries, but they also serve as bridges connecting the east and west sides of the house. The archways glow softly with natural light, as if the wall is a face with glowing teeth. Straight ahead, on the ground level, is another archway, through which greenery is visible and the soft glow of more natural light. Jane hears the sound of rain on glass. Her mind can't make sense of it, in what should be the house's center. It's the Venetian courtyard, Kieran says, noticing Jane's expression, leading her toward the archway. She sounds defeated. It's the house's nicest feature. Oh, says Jane, trying to read Kieran's face. Is it, like, your favorite room? Whatever, Kieran says. It makes it harder for me to hate this place. Jane studies Kieran instead of the courtyard. Kieran's pale brown face is turned up to the glass ceiling, the pounding rain. She's not beautiful. She's the kind of plain-looking that a good deal of money can disguise as beautiful. But Jane realizes now that she likes Kieran's snub nose, her open face, her wispy black hair. If she hates this place, Jane wonders, why does she consent to come when Patrick calls? Or does Kieran dislike every place equally? Jane turns to see what Kieran sees. Well, what an excellent space to stick in the middle of a house. Every house should have one stuck in its middle. It's a glass-ceilinged atrium stretching fully up the building's 3 stories, with walls of pale pink stone and, in the center, a forest of slender white trees, tiny terraced flower gardens, and a small waterfall shooting from the mouth of a fish. At the second and third levels, long cascades of golden-orange nasturtiums hang from balconies. "Come on," Kieran says. "I'll show you to your room." "You don't have to," says Jane. "You can just tell me where to go. It'll give me an excuse not to go looking for Octavian yet," Kieran says. Laughter erupts from a room not too distant. She winces. "Or the guests, or Colin," she adds, grabbing Jane's wrist and pulling her back into the receiving hall. It's strange to be touched by someone as prickly as Kieran. Jane can't tell if it's comforting or if she feels a bit trapped. What's Colin like? "He's an art dealer," Kieran says, not directly answering Jane's question. "He works for his uncle who owns a gallery. Colin has a master's in art history. He taught one of Ravi's classes when Ravi was an undergrad. That's how they met. But even if he'd studied like astrophysics, he'd probably have ended up working for his uncle Buckley. Everyone in that family does. Still, at least he's using his degree." Kieran has a degree in religion and languages she's apparently not using. Once, Jane remembers, Kieran wrote a paper on religious groups working with governments to encourage environmental conservation that fascinated Aunt Magnolia. She and Kieran had talked and talked. Aunt Magnolia had turned out to know a lot more about politics than Jane had realized. Kieran backtracks through the receiving hall and takes the east staircase on their left. The walls going up are covered with a bizarre collection of paintings from all different periods, all different styles. On every landing is a complete suit of armor. Dominating the second-story landing is a particularly tall, realistic painting done in thick oils, depicting a room with a checkerboard floor and an umbrella propped open as if left to dry. Jane feels she could almost step into the scene. A basset hound, coming down the steps toward them, stops and stares at Jane. Then he begins to hop and pant with increasing interest. When Jane passes him, he turns himself around and follows eagerly, but his long radius makes for slow turning, and basset hounds aren't designed for steps. He treads on his own ear and yelps. He's soon left behind. He barks. "Ignore Jasper," Kieran says. "That dog has a personality disorder." "What's wrong with him?" asks Jane. "He grew up in this house," Kieran says. Jane has never had a suite of rooms to herself. Kieran's phone rings as they step through the door. She glances at it, then scowls. "Really, Patrick, bet you anything he has nothing to say." "I'll leave you to explore," she says, wandering back out into the corridor. Jane is free now to examine her rooms without needing to hide her amazement. Her gold-tiled bathroom, complete with hot tub, is as big as her bedroom used to be, and the bedroom is a vast expanse, the king-sized bed a mountain she supposes she'll scale later, to sleep in the clouds. The walls are an unusually pale shade of red, like one of the brief, early colors of the sky at sunrise. Fat leather armchairs sit around a giant fireplace. Jane opens her umbrella and sets it to dry on the cold hearth, noticing logs stacked beside the fireplace and wondering how one goes about lighting a fire. The morning room, through an adjoining door, has eastern walls made of glass, presumably to catch the morning sun. The glass brings her very near the storm, which is nice. A storm can be a cozy thing when one isn't in it. Outside, formal gardens stretch to meet a long lawn, then a forest beyond, disappearing into fog. As if, maybe, this house and this small patch of land have floated out of normal existence, with Jane and the mud-soaked child digging holes with a trowel in the garden below, short hair dripping with rain. She's maybe 7 or 8. She raises her face to glance up at the house. Is there something familiar about the look of that kid? Does Jane recognize her? The little girl shifts her position and the sensation fades. After surveying her morning room, roll-top desk, striped sofa, floral armchair, yellow shag rug, and a random assortment of paintings, she returns to her bedroom, wrapping herself in a soft, dark blanket from the foot of the bed. A small scratching noise brings her to the hallway door, which she opens a crack. "You made it," she says as the dog barrels in. "I admire your persevering spirit." Jasper is a classic basset hound in brown, black, and white. His nose is long, his ears are longer, his legs are short, his eyes sag, his mouth droops, his ears flop. He is a creature beset by gravity. When Jane kneels and offers a hand, he sniffs it, licks it, shyly. Then he leans his weight against her damp corduroys. You, Jane says, scratching his head in a place she suspects he can't reach, are perfect. Oh, says a voice at the door, sounding surprised. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Are you Janie? Jane looks up into the face of a tall girl who must be Patrick Yellen's little sister, for she's got his looks, his coloring, his brilliant blue eyes. Her long, dark hair is pulled back in a messy knot. Yes, says Jane. Ivy? Yeah, says the girl. But how old are you? 18, says Jane. You? 19, she says. Kieran told me she was bringing a friend, but she didn't tell me you were my age. She leans against the doorframe, wearing skin-tight gray jeans and a red hoodie so comfortably that she might have slept in them. She reaches into her hoodie pocket, pulls out a pair of dark-rimmed glasses, and sticks them on her face. In her gold zigzag shirt and wine-colored cords covered with dog hair, Jane feels awkward suddenly, like some sort of evolutionary anomaly, a blue-footed booby next to a graceful heron. I love your outfit, Ivy says. Jane is astonished. Are you a mind reader? No, says Ivy, with a quick, wicked grin. Why? You just read my mind. That sounds disconcerting, says Ivy. How about Zeppelins? What? Were you thinking about Zeppelins? No. Then that should make you more comfortable. What? Says Jane again, so confused that she's laughing a little. Unless you were just thinking about Zeppelins. It's possible I've never thought about Zeppelins, says Jane. It's an acceptable Scrabble word, says Ivy, even though it's often a proper name, which isn't allowed. Zeppelins? Yeah, she says. Well, Zeppelin, singular, anyway. I put it down once on 2 triple word scores. Kieran challenged me because Zeppelins are named after a person, Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin or somebody, but it's in the Scrabble dictionary anyway. It earned me 257 points. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Listen to me. No, really, she says. I swear I'm not usually afflicted with verbal diarrhea. I also don't usually brag about my Scrabble scores 2 minutes after meeting someone. It's okay, says Jane, because people who talk so easily make her comfortable. They're less work. She knows where she stands. I don't play much Scrabble, so I don't know what it means to earn 257 points. That could be average, for all I know. It's an amazing, really score for one word, Ivy says, then closes her eyes. Seriously, what is wrong with me? I like it, says Jane. I want to hear more of your Scrabble words. Ivy shoots her a grateful grin. I did actually have a reason for coming by, she says. I'm the one who got your room ready. I wanted to check if everything's okay. More than okay, says Jane. I mean, there's a fireplace and a hot tub. Not what you're used to? My last bedroom was about the size of that bed, Jane says, pointing to it. The cupboard under the stairs? I guess not that bad, says Jane, smiling at the Harry Potter reference. I'm glad, says Ivy. You're sure you don't need anything? I don't want you to feel like you have to take care of me. Hey, it's my job, says Ivy. Tell me what you need. Well, says Jane, there are a couple things I could use, but I don't really need them, and they're not normal things I would ask you for. Such as a rotary saw, says Jane. A lathe? Uh-huh, says Ivy, grinning again. Come with me. You're going to bring me to a rotary saw and a lathe, says Jane, tossing the blanket back onto the bed. This house has one of everything. Do you know where everything is? Ivy considers this thoughtfully as the dog follows them out into the corridor. I probably know where almost everything is. I'm sure the house is keeping some secrets from me. Jane is tall, but Ivy is taller, with legs that go on forever. Their strides are well matched. The dog clings close to her feet. Is it true Jasper has a personality disorder? She asks. Kieran said so. He can be quirky, Ivy says. He won't do his business if you're watching him. He glares at you as if you're being unforgivably rude. And there's a painting in the blue sitting room he's obsessed with. What do you mean? He sits there gazing at it, blowing big sighs through his nose. Is it a painting of a dog or something? No, it's a boring old city by the water, except for the fact that it's got 2 moons. And sometimes he disappears for days, and we can't find him. Cook calls him our earthbound misfit. He's our house mystery too. He appeared one day after one of the galas, a puppy, as if a guest had brought him and left him behind. But no one ever claimed him, so we kept him. Is he bothering you? Nah, says Jane. This house, she adds as Ivy walks her down the hallway toward the atrium at the house's center. A polar bear rug, complete with head and glassy eyes, sits in the middle of the passageway. It looks like real fur. Wrinkling her nose, Jane makes a path around it, then rubs her ears again, trying to dislodge a noise. The house is humming, or singing, a faint, high-pitched whine of air streaming through pipes somewhere, though really, Jane's not totally conscious of it. There's a way in which background noises can enter one's unconscious self, settle in, even make changes, without tripping any of one's conscious alarms. Ivy slows as she nears the center of the house. They are on the highest level, the 3rd, and Ivy takes the branch of the hallway that goes to the left. Jane follows, finding herself on one of the bridge-like balconies she saw from the receiving hall. The bridge overlooks the receiving hall on one side and the courtyard on the other. Ivy stops at one of the archways overlooking the courtyard. Someone's left a camera here, perched on the wide balustrade, a fancy one with a big lens. Picking it up, Ivy hangs it around her neck. When Jane steps beside her, breathing through the heady feeling of vertigo, Jasper does too, shoving his head between 2 balusters. Jasper, Jane says in alarm, reaching for his collar, then realizing he's not wearing one. Jasper, be careful. Jasper demonstrates that he cannot possibly fall by straining with all his strength to push himself through the balusters, failing, then looking up at Jane with an "I told you so" expression. It's not a comforting demonstration. Don't worry, Ivy says. He won't fall. He's too big. Yeah, Jane says. I see that, but I still wish he'd stay back. Respect the heights, you long-eared buzzo. At this, Ivy lets out a single small laugh. Quixotic, she says. What? She shakes her head at herself. Sorry, it just occurred to me that if I'd been able to play the word quixotic in that spot instead of the word Zeppelin, I'd have scored even more points because of the combined power of the X and the Q. They're valuable letters, she adds apologetically, because they're rare. You make me want to talk. It's like a compulsion. I could go get a muzzle. I told you, I like it, says Jane, then notices suddenly the words on Ivy's camera strap. I am the bad wolf. I create myself. It's a reference to the TV show Doctor Who. Are you a sci-fi fan? Yeah, I guess so, says Ivy. I like sci-fi and fantasy generally. Who's your favorite doctor? I like the companions better, says Ivy. The doctor's all tragic and broody and last of his kind, and I get the appeal of that. But I like Donna Noble and Rose Tyler, and Amy and Rory, and Clara Oswald and Martha Jones. No one ever likes Martha Jones, but I like Martha Jones. She's an ass kicker. Jane nods. I get that. Were you going to say something about the house? Says Ivy. Before? The decorative stuff, Jane says. The art. Isn't it kind of random? Ivy leans an elbow on the balustrade. Yeah, it's definitely random, she says. Officially random, really. 100-some years ago, when the very first Octavian Thrash was building this house, he, how should I put it? He acquired parts of other houses from all over the world. Acquired? Says Jane. What do you mean? Like the way Russia acquired Crimea? Ivy flashes a grin. Yeah, basically. Some of the houses were being remodeled or torn down. Octavian bought parts. But in other cases, it's hard to say how he got his hands on them. Are you saying he stole? Yes, Ivy says, or bought stuff that was stolen. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. That's why the pillars don't match, or the tiles, or anything, really. He collected the art the same way, and the furniture. Apparently, ships would arrive full of random crap, maybe a door from Turkey, a banister from China, a stained glass window from Italy, a column from Egypt, a pile of floorboards from some manor kitchen in Scotland. Even the skeleton is made of the miscellaneous crap he collected. So, the house is like Frankenstein's monster? Yup, she says, speaking of sci-fi. Or like some kind of cannibal. Will it eat us? Her smile again. It hasn't eaten anyone yet. Then I'll stay. Good, she says. Some of the art seems newer. Mrs. Vanders and Ravi do the buying these days. Octavian gives them permission to spend his money. What things do they buy? Valuable stuff, tasteful stuff, nothing stolen. Ravi works as an art dealer in New York now, actually, with Kieran's boyfriend, Colin. It's like his dream job. I think he cries with happiness every morning on his way to work. Ravi is bananas about art, she adds, noticing Jane's puzzled expression. He's been known to sleep under the Vermeer, like in the corridor, in a sleeping bag. Jane is trying to imagine a grown man sleeping on a floor beneath a painting. I'll try to remember that, in case I'm ever walking around in the dark. Haha, says Ivy. I meant when he was a little kid. He doesn't do it now. We used to play with some of the art too, like pretend play around it. The sculptures, the Brancusi fish, the suits of armor. While Jane tries to file all this information away, rainwater pounds on the glass ceiling of the courtyard. What about the courtyard, she says, taking in the pink stone, the measured terraces, the hanging nasturtiums. It isn't unmatching. It feels balanced. Mm-hmm, says Ivy with a small crooked smile. The first Octavian rescued the entire thing from a Venetian palace that was being torn down and brought it over on a boat in one piece. There's something preposterous about a ship carrying 3 stories of empty space around the Italian peninsula, through the Mediterranean, and across the Atlantic. This house kind of gives me the creeps, Jane says. We're about to go into the servants' quarters, Ivy says. It's nice and simple in there, with no dead polar bears. Does that bother you too? Ivy gives a rueful shrug. To me, he's just Captain Polepants. Huh? That's what Kieran and Patrick called him when we were little. They thought it was hilarious, because Kieran's half British, and in the UK, pants means underpants. Mr. Vanders had a name for him too, Ivy says, screwing her face up thoughtfully. Bipolar bear, I think it was, because he likes psychology. Funny, right? I guess, Jane says. My aunt was a conservationist. She took pictures of polar bears instead of making rugs out of them. Speak of the devil, Ivy says, looking down to the courtyard below. An elderly man darts across the floor. He's a tall, dark-skinned black man in black clothing, with a ring of white hair. He carries a small child on one hip, maybe 2 or 3 years old. All Jane can see of the child from above is wavy dark hair, tanned skin, flopping arms and legs. Why? The toddler yells, squirming. Why? Why? Kieran never mentioned there'd be so many kids here, Jane says, remembering the little girl digging in the rain outside her window. Ivy pauses. That was Mr. Vanders, she says. He's the butler, and Mrs. Vanders is the housekeeper. They manage a pretty big staff. He's always in a hurry. Okay, Jane says, noticing that Ivy said nothing about the child and that her face has gone measured, her voice carefully nonchalant. It's weird. You said we're going into the servants' quarters, she adds. Mrs. Vanders actually told me I'm not allowed there. Mrs. Vanders can bite me, says Ivy with sudden sharpness. What? Sorry. Ivy looks sheepish. But she's not in charge of the house. She just acts like she is. You do whatever you want. Okay. Jane wants to see the house, every part of it. She also wants to not get yelled at. Come on, Ivy says, pushing away. If we see her, you can just pretend you don't know which part of the house we're in. You can blame me. She's backing away across the bridge while facing Jane, willing Jane to follow her. Then she shoots Jane her wicked grin again, and Jane can't say no. Every time I step into a new section, I feel like I'm in a different house. Jane spins on her heels, examining the unexpectedly serene, unadorned pale green walls of the forbidden servants' quarters in the west wing of the 3rd story. All the doors are set into small side hallways that branch off the main corridor. Wait till you see the bowling alley downstairs, Ivy says, and the indoor swimming pool. Jane realizes she's been breathing the faint, rather pleasant scent of chlorine ever since Ivy joined her. Are you a swimmer? Yeah, when I have time. You can use the pool whenever you want. Tell me if you want me to show you the changing rooms and stuff. That's my room, she adds, pointing down a short hallway to a closed door. Hang on, let me put my camera down. What are you taking pictures of? The art, she says. Be right back. She leaves Jane in the main corridor where Jasper leans against her leg sighing. Jane's clothing has dried, mostly. At any rate, she no longer feels like a soggy, cold stray. She's exposed out here, though. She imagines Mrs. Vanders peering at her disapprovingly around corners. And she also wishes she could see Ivy's room. Do the servants have hot tubs and fireplaces, too? Is Ivy always on the clock? Does she get to travel to New York like Kieran does? If she's 19, will she go to college? How did she go to high school? For that matter, how did Kieran go to high school? Ivy emerges. Do you have a hot tub in there? I wish, says Ivy, grinning. Wanna see? Sure. Jane and Jasper follow Ivy into a long room with two distinct realms. The bed realm, near the door, and the computer realm, which takes up most of the rest of the space. Jane never knew one person could need so many computers. A jumble of ropes is propped beside one of her keyboards, along with two of the longest flashlights Jane's ever seen. Large, precise drawings, blueprints, sort of, cover the walls. Jane realizes, looking closer, that they're interior maps of a house that are so detailed that they show wallpaper, furniture, carpets, art. Did you make these? Asks Jane. I guess, says Ivy. They're the house. Wow. Jane sees familiar things now. The Venetian courtyard, the checkered floor of the receiving hall, the polar bear rug. Ivy seems embarrassed. Patrick and I share a bathroom in the hall, she says. Mr. and Mrs. Vanders have their own suite, though, and it has a hot tub. You could use my hot tub. Thanks, says Ivy, pulling the tie out of her messy bun, shaking her hair out and winding it back up again. The air is touched with the scent of chlorine and jasmine. Marzipan, Ivy says randomly, giving her hair a final tug. Jane is used to this by now. Yeah, another great word to play in that same spot because of the position of the Z. Are you always thinking up good 8-letter Scrabble words? Nope, only since you came along. Maybe I'll be good for your Scrabble game. It's looking that way. Brains are bizarre, says Ivy, going back into the corridor and leading Jane and Jasper past more hallways and doors. If you grew up here, says Jane, how did you go to school? We were all homeschooled, says Ivy, by Octavian and Mr. Vanders and the first Mrs. Thrash. Was it strange to be homeschooled on an islanded island? Probably, says Ivy with a grin, but it seemed normal when I was a kid. Will you go to college? I've been thinking about it lately, Ivy says, a lot. I've been saving up, and I took the SATs last time I was in the city, but I haven't started applying. What will you study? No clue, she says. Is that bad? Should I have my whole life plotted out? You're asking a college dropout, says Jane, then isn't sure what effect to adopt when Ivy looks at her curiously. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Am okay? Am not okay? I feel stupid? Back off, my aunt died? I didn't mean to put you on the spot, says Ivy. There's nothing wrong with being a college dropout. It doesn't feel very good, though, says Jane. That doesn't mean it's wrong, says Ivy thoughtfully. That sounds like something Aunt Magnolia would say, though she'd say it in ringing tones of wisdom, whereas Ivy says it as if it's a new possibility she's considering for the first time. They've come to a door at the end of the corridor, made of unfinished planks, with a heavy iron latch instead of a knob. Ivy pulls it open to reveal a landing with elevator doors straight ahead and stairs leading up and down. She flicks a switch on the landing and the room above brightens. West Attics, she says, before Jane can ask. The workshop is up there. Mrs. Vanders said I wasn't allowed in the West Attics either, says Jane. She said it's dangerous. Ivy snorts, then starts up the steps. Come see for yourself. If it looks dangerous, we won't go in. Okay, says Jane, pretending to be the rule breaker she isn't, because she doesn't want to lose Ivy's respect. Wow, she adds as her climb brings an enormous room into view. It's filled with neat rows of work tables, almost like a shop class. With tall windows and high wooden rafters, it's as big as the entire West Wing, rich with the smells of oil and sawdust. Rain drums against the roof. Through the windows, Jane can just barely make out the spire on the house's east side, puncturing the storm clouds. It's a tidy, open, barn-like space with no loose nails or shaky beams. Jane wanders, Ivy following. An unfinished chest draws her attention. It's walnut. Jane knows her woods. It has a carved top depicting an undersea scene of sperm whales. Jane also knows her whales. Above the whales, a girl floats in a rowboat, oblivious to the creatures below. "Who made this?" Jane asks. "Oh," says Ivy, looking embarrassed but pleased. "That's mine." "Really? You make furniture too? It's beautiful. Thanks. I haven't touched it in forever. I don't get time for the big projects, though my brother and I did finish a boat recently." "You and Patrick made a boat up here?" "Yeah, a rowboat. We had to lower it to the ground on ropes through a window. There's a freight elevator to the outside and a dumbwaiter," Ivy says, waving a hand back toward the stairs. "But it was a boat after all, a DIY rowboat." Jane tries to make her umbrellas watertight, but it's not like anyone's going to drown if she screws something up. "Do you take the boat out?" "Sure," says Ivy. "It's a great little boat." Who builds a boat in her spare time with her own hands, then slaps it onto the ocean and rows around in it successfully, probably while announcing winning Scrabble words and being bold and daring? "There's a rotary saw in the back somewhere," Ivy says, "and we have a few different lathes." "Thanks," says Jane, feeling a bit desolate. "You should help yourself to whatever you need." "Thanks," Jane says again, hoping Ivy won't ask her what she needs them for. The house moans and grumbles, almost as if in sympathy with Jane's feelings. As old houses do, Jane thinks to herself. She imagines this house curled up with its back to the sky, shivering around the center it must keep warm, holding its skin against the driving rain. A tiny, self-contained glass room sits near the stairs. There's a table inside, on which is propped a large painting of a white man with sloping shoulders, wearing a beret with a great curling feather. Brushes, bottles, and light fixtures surround the painting. "Is someone a painter?" Jane asks, pointing. "Rembrandt's a painter," Ivy says, grinning. "That's a Rembrandt self-portrait. It's one of the house's pictures. Mrs. Vanders is cleaning it. She has a degree in conservation, among other things. Maybe you can smell the acetone? Sort of a sharp smell? She uses it sometimes." "Oh," Jane says, feeling silly for not recognizing a Rembrandt. "Right. That room is her conservation studio," Ivy says. "It's sealed, so the art is protected from sawdust, and the glass is a fancy kind that shields it from outside light." "Wow." "Yeah," says Ivy, understanding. "This is a house of serious art lovers, and Octavian has more money than God." A door at the back end of the attic opens with a scrapping sound, startling Jane. Spinning around, she sees a flash of yellow wallpaper in a bright room beyond. A man with a pert mouth steps from the room, notices Jane, and clicks the door shut quickly. He has dark hair and East Asian features, and wears a navy blue suit and orange Chuck Taylors. Pulling latex gloves from his hands into his pockets, he walks across the room toward them both. "Hello," he says. "Hi," says Ivy, her voice carefully nonchalant again. "This is Philip Okada," she tells Jane. "He's visiting for the gala. Philip, this is Kieran's friend Janie." "Nice to meet you," says Philip, speaking with what sounds like an English accent. "You too," says Jane, glancing at the gloves dangling from his coat pocket. "Forgive me," he says. "I'm something of a germaphobe and I often wear them." "How do you know Kieran?" "She went to college in my hometown." "Ah." He smiles a polite smile, his face creasing into lines that make Jane think he must be at least 30, 35, even older. When do old people get laugh lines? "How do you know the Thrash family?" asks Jane, deciding to be nosy. "The New York party scene," says Philip, his expression pleasantly bland. "I see," says Jane, wondering what that means exactly, and how a germaphobe manages a crowded party scene. "Is there more here than meets the eye?" "Well," he says, "see you later, no doubt." He bends down to give Jasper a vigorous rub behind the ears. Then he descends the stairs, sliding his hand along the metal railing. "You'd think a germaphobe would avoid dogs and railings," says Jane. Ivy's face is expressionless. "Take whatever you need," she says, turning away. "Our attic is your attic." "Definitely more here than meets the eye." In the end, Jane borrows a rotary saw, a small lathe, a tarp, some beautiful birch rods, a can of stain, a can of varnish, and a work table that's a good height for her sewing machine. The workshop contains 1,000 other things she could use, but she's already embarrassed enough by her riches, especially when she needs to take 2 trips to get them downstairs. While Jane is balancing her first armload, Ivy's phone makes a noise like one of the horns in Lord of the Rings. "Sorry," she says, glancing at it. "That's Cook. You'll be okay? Leave the work table. Someone will bring it to you later." "Okay," Jane says. "Thanks," wondering when she'll see Ivy again, but too shy to ask. Jasper follows Jane back and forth from the attics to her rooms, stumping along cheerfully behind her, waiting patiently at the base of the attic steps each time. "I like you, Jasper," says Jane. Her suitcase and crates arrived while she was gone. Dinner is hours away, and the storm is still raging on the other side of the glass. At her morning room windows, Jasper beside her, Jane gazes out at the drenched world. She supposes it's an appropriate day, an appropriate setting, to consider the making of umbrellas. It wasn't the colors that had first drawn Jane to umbrellas. It wasn't the mechanics. It was Aunt Magnolia. On rainy days, when Jane was a child and Aunt Magnolia was away on a deep-sea photography trip, Jane would build an umbrella fort on the campus green and hide inside. The sound of rain thudding against a taut piece of fabric stretched above her was like being underwater. Jane could crawl into her umbrella fort and imagine herself where Aunt Magnolia was. The elderly neighbors who cared for Jane when Aunt Magnolia was gone were warm and attentive and kind, but they were old, and Jane was generally left to play alone. Aunt Magnolia had given her an old scuba helmet to wear inside her umbrella fort, so that her own breathing sounded strange. Sometimes, depending on the weather, a chorus of tiny frogs joined the other noises. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Jane would lie on her back in the wet grass, breathing through the nozzle, listening, pretending the umbrellas were giant jellyfish. And once, when she was in high school, when Aunt Magnolia had been taking pictures in the oceans of New Zealand for what felt like an eon, and Jane had been staying in the apartment alone, she'd found herself in art class building an umbrella sculpture. Her art teacher had opened a closet full of miscellaneous junk and told everyone to go scrounging and make something. The closet had contained birch rods, various wires and metal fixings, and a huge piece of dark fabric spread across with fireflies. It had been raining that day, water coursing down the art room windows. It wasn't really what the art teacher had meant by art, but it had somehow found Jane, this lopsided, water-absorbent thing with an open canopy like a real umbrella. It had been a mess, really, made of lucky discoveries and countless mistakes. But tears stung her eyes when she looked at it. Who can say how we choose our loves? After that first attempt, she'd rifled through the coat closet, snatched up the 2 bedraggled umbrellas she'd found, then applied herself to taking them apart. Their tension came from branches that reached away from a central trunk and from each other, as far from each other, in fact, as they could get. The reaching away was what held the domed canopy taut and stretched in place. Why had Jane loved this, that the reaching away held it together? Who knows? But she had, and she'd taken apart every umbrella she could find and experimented with waterproofing, and built rickety frames Aunt Magnolia would stumble over or find piled in corners. She became particular about small variations in color and shape. She worked on them a little bit every day back then, almost compulsively. "There is nothing wrong with impractical loves," Aunt Magnolia had responded whenever Jane had apologized for spending so much time on them. And then college had started up, and she'd had no time for anything except schoolwork that had felt like a hill of sliding rock. "Janie, love," Aunt Magnolia would say sometimes, "when did you last work on an umbrella?" Jane's grades had been passing when Aunt Magnolia had been around to help, but her aunt had had a lot of travel that fall, and Jane found herself failing biology. And then Aunt Magnolia had died. Jane had dropped out of school, and umbrellas were all she could face, almost as if one perfect umbrella might make Aunt Magnolia come back. Jane sits on the striped sofa in her morning room, holding her stomach. Jasper comes and leans against her legs. Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh set out to sea once in an umbrella, Jane remembers, during a flood to save Piglet. Maybe, she thinks to herself, she should take her umbrellas down to the water, turn them upside down like boats, and send them off on the waves, carrying nothing. Maybe if they carried away all the nothing, she'd be left with something. Ocean pollution. Aunt Magnolia would say to that. That's your big solution, is it? Or, all right, allow yourself a good wallow, then get up from that sofa, stop feeling sorry for yourself, and do something useful. All right, fine, Aunt Magnolia, Jane thinks. For you, I'm getting up. With a great breath, she pushes herself to her feet and surveys the morning room. She lays the tarp down to protect the middle of the shag carpet where she plans to do the most heavy-duty work, then begins pulling umbrellas out of her crates and opening them. There isn't room for them all, so she stacks some unopened on the floor and leans some in corners while Jasper watches appreciatively. She's brought everyone. She has no other place to store them. Jane brought everything she owns to this house. She has 37 completed umbrellas. Some of them aren't even so bad. They transform the room into an odd landscape of colorful, spiky hills. Opening the roll-top desk, she finds it has small docketed drawers, letters unanswered, letters to keep, postage, photographs, addresses, and so on. She removes the tickets one by one, turns them over, and creates her own labels: glues, nickel-silver wire, tying wire, pins, ferrules, brass runners, wire cutters, hinges, tips. It's satisfying to drop each item into its proper drawer. Jane piles an assortment of steel ribs and canopy fabric atop the desk chair and the side tables nearby. She leaves her sewing machine on the floor for the time being, then washes her hands in the gigantic, gold-tiled bathroom. The last things Jane removes from her crates are 5 large framed photographs, 4 of them taken by Aunt Magnolia and 1 by a colleague. A rose-colored anglerfish in Indonesia with skin filaments that make it look like it's carrying a forest on its back. The big, dark eyes of a Humboldt squid in Peru. An underwater photo of falling frogs in Belize, their arms and legs grasping at the water for purchase, their eyes panicked. A Canadian polar bear happily suspended underwater, resting, untroubled by the cold. These photos had required great patience and serendipity. Aunt Magnolia had never done anything that would scare the animals. She hadn't pursued them or tried to manipulate them. Mostly, she'd waited. She'd been a spy of the underwater world, where things are silent and slow. She'd loved the freezing, polar underwater landscapes best, the strangeness, the harshness, the sense of isolation. She'd written under the polar bear photo in scratchy pencil, "Sing ho for the life of a bear." Finally, there was a photograph of Aunt Magnolia herself, standing, in scuba gear, on a New Zealand seafloor, touching the nose of an enormous southern right whale who peered at her with quiet dignity. Aunt Magnolia had been so encouraged by her visit to New Zealand, where the sea life is fiercely protected by law. "It gives me hope for the world," she'd said. She'd been that way, hopeful. Aunt Magnolia had believed there was a point. Jane takes a few paintings off the walls to make room for Aunt Magnolia. Once she's hung the final photograph, she hears the radiator clang in a lonely, pay-attention-to-me way. It's a sad sound, but cozy too. Jane is content with what she's made of this room. Maybe, she thinks, good things will come of this odd adventure after all. She has one work in progress. It's almost done, only needs the appropriate ferrule to crown it and a tie and button to hold it closed. It's an alternating blue and violet pagoda umbrella with a red shaft and handle. The pagoda-shaped canopy had presented a satisfying challenge, but the result feels fussy and over the top. "Honestly, I kind of hate it," she tells Jasper, opening it for him. "And the colors don't suit you," she says as he walks under the canopy. "The red in your brown clashes with its reds." "Oh dear, dreadful." Jasper seems depressed. "It's not you, Jasper," says Jane. "There are reds that suit you dazzlingly. Here,
She wades through umbrellas to fetch the brown rose copper satin that's still drying from its earlier use. "Sit under this one." "Beautiful," she says with a rush of pleasure as she appraises the effect. "I could have made that one just for you." She reaches for her phone. "Should I take a picture?" Jane's afternoon is contentedly spent photographing Jasper under every umbrella that suits him, finishing up the pagoda piece, and allowing ideas for the next umbrella to bump against her thoughts. Jane is lying on her back on the rug in the morning room, thinking about umbrella-shaped things for inspiration, when Ivy comes to collect her for dinner. Mushrooms, lampshades, jellyfish, bells, mixing bowls, tulips. The tapping on her outer door finally reaches her consciousness. "Come in," she yells. Ivy enters the morning room, a warm, tall rush of red that pushes itself into Jane's umbrella thoughts. What would an Ivy umbrella look like? Ivy stops in astonishment, surveying the room. "Holy gosh," she says. "Why do you have so many umbrellas?" "I make them," Jane says from the floor.
With equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Don't ask me why. Maybe because they're awesome, she says, stepping into the umbrella landscape, moving among them, looking closer. Jane sits up, straightens her shirt, and peers around the room, trying to imagine it through Ivy's eyes. Ivy crouches down and reaches a finger to touch Jane's bird's egg umbrella, which is oblong and pale blue with irregular brown spots. The oblong shaping of it had been a nightmarish task because the ribs had needed to differ in length and shape while it was open, but lie flat and neat while closed. There'd been a moment when Jane had wanted to break the whole very thing over her knee. She's glad she didn't. This is one of her better umbrellas. Ivy is running a finger along the open edge of the canopy with a touch so gentle and tentative that Jane can feel it, like a hum under her skin. "Can you tell what it is?" Jane asks. "Of course," says Ivy. "It's a bird's egg." Jane's happiness is complete. "It's dinner time for the family and guests," Ivy adds. "That means you." "Aye, aye, Captain Polepants," Ivy says, as she leads Jane down the corridor past the polar bear. "Is he military then?" "I don't really remember," says Ivy, "but I think we pretended he was a polar explorer who would bring his discoveries back to the Queen." "Who was the Queen?" "Not me," says Ivy. She leads Jane down the stairs to the receiving hall, then into the single most enormous room Jane has ever seen inside a private house. "What is this?" Jane asks, trying not to squeak. "The throne room?" Ivy makes a little heh sound and says, "The ballroom." But now you've got me trying to decide which room Octavian would choose as his throne room. Probably the library. Jane is barely listening. Deep and high-ceilinged, the ballroom shines with burnished dark mahogany wood. The thrashes have balls? The galas are basically balls, Ivy says. People dressing up and dancing waltzes in fancy rooms, etc. Then she leads Jane through a doorway into another long room, bright with chandeliers and containing a table that could seat 30. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, are assembled at the far end, their voices sharp, cutting across one another. Kieran isn't there. As Ivy leads Jane toward them, Jane asks, "Will you eat with us?" "No," says Ivy, "I eat in the kitchen." But she seems to interpret something in Jane's expression, something Jane herself probably couldn't articulate, for she takes Jane's arm above the elbow and squeezes it, then touches one of the empty chairs so Jane will know the right place to sit. Then, flashing her another small, wicked grin, she pushes through a swinging door beyond the table. Jane sits down. No one seems to notice her. She tries to blend in and absorb the rapid-fire conversation, which appears to be an argument about a family they all know personally. "You don't seriously think they did something bad to their own kids?" says an English-sounding black woman who has a heart-shaped face and short, curly dark hair. A shimmering star sits in each of her earlobes, maybe made of tiny, sparkling diamonds. She's next to Philip Okada, the germaphobe from the attic. She's wearing a lot of foundation and eyeshadow. "No, I'm only saying they've clearly flipped out," says the other woman, white, rosy-cheeked, with honey-brown hair and 2 rows of pearls at her throat. She's got an American accent and a deep voice. "People do unpredictable bad things when they flip out, so how can we know what they've done, really?" "Is that a medical term?" Philip Okada asks her, teasing.
To flip out? Philip, says the pearl necklace lady forcefully, the Panzazecchias are our friends. They left their lab one day and held up a bank. Why would they choose to do that? Well, says the star earring lady beside Philip, you've heard the rumors about Giuseppe's gambling problem and the mafia. Okay, but have any of you ever known Giuseppe Panzavecchia to so much as bet on a dog race? Says Pearl Necklace. But people hide habits when they become problems, says Star Earrings. We might not know what Giuseppe's really like, but we do know what he's like, says Pearl Necklace, don't we? All Giuseppe ever does is brag about his kids. I mean, have you heard him talk about Grace and her amazing mnemonic memory devices? Grace is a little 8-year-old computer. Giuseppe could just die of pride. Maybe I'll believe he's got a touch of a gambling problem somewhere that he's hiding from everyone. But to choose to get mixed up with the Sicilian mafia when his life revolves around those 3 little kids? Why should we believe that? Just because he has an Italian name? It's offensive. You have another theory then? Asks Star Earrings. No, says Pearl Necklace. I only reject that the Panzavecchias chose an affiliation with organized crime. Either something else we haven't thought of is going on, or they both inhaled some toxic gas in that lab of theirs and flipped out. Mrs. Vanders pushes through the swinging door, making Jane jump. Laden with serving plates and bowls, and followed by Ivy, she glares at Jane in a way that makes Jane feel guilty, instantly, before she's even had time to consider what she might be guilty of. As she delivers to the table what looks like a giant pot roast, roasted vegetables, and an enormous pear salad, then exits abruptly through the swinging door, Jane struggles to assimilate all that's happening. For she knows the name Panzavecchia, not personally, like these people, but from the news. It's been headline news for a few days, in fact, maybe a week. Victoria and Giuseppe Panzavecchia, married microbiologists from 2 wealthy New York families, left their university lab in Manhattan at lunch one day, made a bank robbery attempt that failed when a particularly courageous bank teller challenged them to produce weapons they didn't have, ran from the bank, rounded the corner, and promptly vanished into the ether. At practically the same moment, their daughter, Grace, went missing from her private school, and their sons, little Christopher and baby Leo, were snatched from the arms of their nanny in Central Park. Baby Leo was ill. The nanny had only just noticed spots forming on his skin when he'd been taken. The news has also reported that Giuseppe had been warned by the mafia that if he didn't pay his gambling debts, his family would be made to disappear. And now they have. All these people at this table know the Panzavecchias? Do all rich New Yorkers know one another? The whole story seems suddenly absurd in the very moment it becomes real. It sounds like some silly mobster movie. But if these people know the Panzavecchias, then Grace and little Christopher are real. Baby Leo is a real baby. Their lives changed suddenly, crazily, in one day, just like Jane's did the day her parents died in a plane crash when she was a baby, and the day she got the call about Aunt Magnolia. Jane realizes now that Kieran and Mrs. Vander's comment about bank robbers in the car on the way up to the house had been a Panzavecchia joke. You all know the Panzavecchias, she says aloud, then immediately regrets it, because now everyone is looking at her and she can hear the naive wonder in her own voice. We do, says the pearl necklace crisply. I'm Lucy, she says, holding out a hand. Lucy St. George, Ravi's girlfriend, so to speak. I'm Janie, she says, shaking Lucy's hand awkwardly and adding, unsure that it's even true, Kieran's friend. I met Janie earlier, Philip Okada announces to the table, upstairs. Janie, this is my wife, Phoebe. Star Earring Lady holds out a perfectly manicured hand, nails turquoise. Nice to meet you, she says. And I'm Colin, says the fourth person, reaching a long arm toward Jane, Kieran's boyfriend. Jane supposes she was expecting someone boring, or bland, or generically rich-looking. But he's a skinny, pale guy with sandy hair, gentle eyes, and a soft scattering of freckles that make him look young, sweet. Heels strike on the wooden floor, and Kieran strides into the room.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. At the sight of her familiar, irritable face, something in Jane's chest loosens. She slumps into the chair between Jane and Lucy. Sorry, she says shortly. Phone call with bad reception. It's raining frogs. What are we talking about? Janie, did you meet everyone? We were very polite and introduced ourselves, sweetheart, says Colin. Kieran doesn't look at Colin or indicate that she's heard. Do you have everything you need? She asks Jane. Is everyone being nice to you? I'm fine, says Jane. And how are you, Kieran? Asks Phoebe Okada. What are you doing these days? Is that code for do you have a job yet? Asks Kieran. Phoebe raises one perfectly groomed eyebrow. Why? Do you have a job? I think you know the answer to that, don't you? You speak a lot of languages, Kieran, says Philip Okada. You could help Colin when his work takes him abroad. Don't you sell to a lot of foreigners, Colin? Kieran speaks distinctly to the salt shaker she holds in her hand. You want me to join my boyfriend on his work trips so I can make it my life's purpose to help him with his work. He didn't mean it that way, Kieran, says Phoebe. It would just be nice for you to have something to do. Everyone wants to tell me what to do, says Kieran. Philip's wife smooths her expression, looking carefully neutral. Her makeup seems hard, mask-like. Jane gets the feeling that tapping on her face would sound like hail hitting a window. Beside her, Philip seems limited to a small range of friendly expressions. The more belligerent Kieran becomes, the more unoffended he looks. They're false, Jane realizes. They're pretending at something. Kieran will be ready for the right work when it presents itself, Colin says firmly, and she'll be brilliant at it. Kieran doesn't look at Colin. Her shoulders remain hard and straight. Does anyone know when Ravis coming? She asks. Tonight, late, says Lucy St. George. He texted me this afternoon. He had an auction in Providence, then headed to the Hamptons on his bike. He said someone was picking him up there. Someone? Patrick? Says Kieran. I think so. Jane is boggled at the notion of Ravi bicycling from Providence to the Hamptons. It must be 100 miles at the least. And where are you from, Janie? Phoebe asks. What kind of people are your parents? Jane is caught unawares. What kind of people are my parents? Dead, she says. Yours? Oh, I'm sorry, says Phoebe. My parents run a refrigeration corporation in Portsmouth, in the south of England. Did you grow up in an orphanage? Did you grow up in a refrigerator? This surprises a choked laugh out of Kieran. Jane flushes, shocked at herself, but Phoebe merely focuses imperturbably on her salad. When she drops a slice of pear onto the table, Philip says, "Oops," picks it up with his fingers, and feeds it to her in plain view of everyone. It's slightly embarrassing, not to mention that he's a very strange germaphobe. My mother's sister adopted me, Jane tells Lucy St. George and Colin, since they seem more genuine. My parents died when I was too young to remember them. My aunt taught marine biology at the college where Karen went. She was also an underwater photographer and a conservationist. Is your aunt retired? Asks Colin. Colin, says Karen with sudden indignation. What? You're being intrusive. Leave her alone. I'm sorry, says Colin, honestly confused. Did I say something bad? It's okay, Jane says, embarrassed by Kieran's burst of protectiveness. She died in December in an expedition to Antarctica. She was going to photograph humpback whales. Oh, Colin says, that's awful. I'm sorry. I tutored Janie in writing, Kieran says, when she was in high school and I was in college. Christ, Colin says, you're a child. If only, Jane thinks. If I were still a child, I'd be having dinner with Aunt Magnolia right now instead of with these people. On special nights, they would eat at the diner in town. Aunt Magnolia had owned a beautiful long coat, a dark, iridescent purple with a lining that shifted from silver to gold depending on the light. She'd often left it unbuttoned, knowing that Jane loved the glimpses of the secret shimmer inside. It had made Aunt Magnolia look like some of her own photographs of squids in the deep. It had made her look like outer space. Has anyone spoken to my mother?
Kieran asks, which strikes Jane as a strange question for her to ask this group. Kieran's mother divorced Octavian Thrash IV a long time ago. You mean your mother or your stepmother? Colin asks her. Charlotte, he explains, looking at Jane. My own mother, of course, Kieran says. Why, have you seen Charlotte? Of course not, sweetie. I would have told you if I'd seen her, Colin responds, which makes no sense to Jane. The wedding was recent, and Charlotte, Octavian's new wife, lives in this house. Where is she, anyway? Where is Octavian? Don't they eat dinner? The air is moving against Jane's eardrums. Whispering a word? Has someone at the table whispered Charlotte? Kieran absently rubs one of her ears, and Jane does the same, then notices herself mirroring Kieran. She wonders, isn't that kind of peculiar? Then she forgets. My mother is a scientist too, like Janie's aunt, Kieran says to Phoebe, as I think you know. A theoretical physicist. She could tell you things about the universe that would show you how small you are. And my stepmother is an interior designer who always worked for a living before she married my father, and she's very good at it. Remember whose house you're in if you're going to be snotty to my friends. There is a pause. Kieran, Colin says, would you please pass me the salt? It's the first time Jane has seen Kieran and Colin look into each other's faces since the dinner began. Colin wears the expression of a man determined not to frighten a trapped creature. Kieran looks as if she might throw the salt at his face. She hands it to him silently. Jane feels a bump against her leg and spends the rest of the meal passing tidbits down to Jasper. Later that night, a sound wakes Jane, pulls her out of a dream about baby Leo Panzavecchia. He's wailing, he's feverish. His angelic face is covered with angry welts and pustules. He's dying. Silly baby Leo, Jane mutters. Everyone gets chicken pox. You're not going to die. Through her bedroom window, the moon gleams low in the sky, a slice of orange. The storm is over. What woke her? The house has made a noise, like an annoyed grumble at being pulled out of its repose. Or did that noise come from Jane herself? It's hard to tell. It's past 4, which is unfortunate because Jane can never fall asleep again once she's awake. When she was little, Aunt Magnolia would stroke her hair, telling her to pretend that her lungs were a jellyfish, slowly swelling and emptying as they moved through underwater space. Your body is a microcosm of the ocean, she'd used to say. Jane would fall asleep with Aunt Magnolia's hand in her hair, imagining herself the entire ocean, vast and quiet. Now Jane sleeps with a blue wool hat of Aunt Magnolia's that she'd unfailingly packed on her polar expeditions but left behind on that last Antarctic trip. This hat has only ever known Aunt Magnolia alive and well. It's scratchy and springy. Jane reaches around under the covers for it, finds it, balls it up, pulls it close to her face, and breathes. Jellyfish are ancient creatures. Jane can be ancient and silent too. No, sleep is impossible. Pushing out of bed, Jane finds a hoodie to wear over her Doctor Who pajamas. What is this house like, she wonders, in the middle of the night? Her curiosity outweighs her trepidation. As she steps out of her rooms, she decides that the house is making protesting noises, rumbles and groans, and something unplaceable, like the underwater echo of the laughter of children. But after all, a large old house would make strange noises, so she dismisses it. And she doesn't notice herself cringing as the sound hurts the back of her teeth. She doesn't feel her breath catching.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Motion sensor spotlights hit each painting one by one as Jane progresses down the corridor toward the atrium, then turn off again once she's passed. Forgetting about Captain Polepants, she trips over his head. Softly swearing, she continues on. The house's grumbles give way to actual human voices, distant and angry. Someone is having an argument in the courtyard. Jane begins to notice the scent of a pipe. Cautiously, she moves into one of the balustered archways and peers down. A young man in black leather gesticulates with a motorcycle helmet at an older man, maybe in his 50s, who wears a silk paisley bathrobe and bites down on the pipe Jane smelled. Their coloring is different. The elder man is white and the younger is brown, but Jane can see the father-son resemblance in the way their faces flash with anger. She can hear it in their voices. This is Octavian Thrash IV and Kieran's twin brother, Ravi, who Jane now realizes did not ride a bicycle today from Providence to the Hamptons. "Silly boy," Octavian is saying. "Of course I didn't sell your fishy. Why do you do that?" Ravi says in disgust. "Why do you make a point of talking to me like I'm a child? Stop behaving like a pollywog and I'll stop treating you like one," Octavian says. "Waking Patrick up in the middle of the morning to fetch you. Waking me up with your indignation when you get here and a sculpture's not where you've left it. Excuse me for being concerned about a missing Brancusi. And I didn't wake Patrick up," Ravi says. "He met me for a drink on the mainland, and it got late, as it always does with Patrick. I didn't wake you up either. You're a creature of the night. Not an excuse for you to stumble in drunk and raving." "I'm not drunk," Ravi says distinctly, "and I merely want to know why the Brancusi fish isn't in the receiving hall. No, forget that. I want to know why you don't care it's not in the receiving hall. You understand the piece I'm talking about? The one Ivy used to build an underwater kingdom for out of Play-Doh? You let her keep it in her bedroom for weeks, surrounded by Loch Ness monster Legos." "I know the piece," says Octavian wearily. "Gosh, Dad, it's worth millions. It was your own acquisition. Where in the world is it?" "I expect Mrs. Vanders thought it would look better somewhere else," Octavian says. "Or maybe she's studying it for provenance. Between you and Vanny, it's a wonder there's any art left in the house. She made me return a 17th century tapestry to some old geezer in Fort Lauderdale." "Right," says Ravi testily, "because she figured out it was Nazi plunder acquired by your esteemed grandfather during the Holocaust. How dare she?" "It's very amusing, you getting all huffy about provenance," says Octavian. "I know what you're up to with your mother. How do you explain the provenance of the art she supplies you with?" Ravi peers at Octavian without expression, crosses his arms. "There's no reason to do a provenance study on the Brancusi," he says coolly. "Vanny and I know everywhere it's been since Brancusi created it." "Well, surely you don't think someone stole it." "I don't know what to think," Ravi says, swiping a hand through wet hair and turning away from his father. "It's not like you not to care. You used to be a normal person who slept normal hours and had normal conversations and loved the art as much as I do and cared." "Watch your language," says Octavian sharply. "Whatever," says Ravi. "At least you care about something. I'm tired and cold. I'm going to bed." The courtyard has its own matching interior staircases on the east and west sides that rise to the top floor. Ravi chooses one and begins to climb. After a moment, his father takes the pipe from his mouth and says, "Welcome home, son." Ravi stops climbing. He doesn't turn around to face his father, but he says, "How's Mum?" "Your mother is tip-top, of course," says Octavian. "She always is. What did Patrick need that kept you out so late? Brooding again? Affairs of the heart?" Ravi breathes a laugh and doesn't answer. "He's a silent brooder, you know that. How's Kieran?" "Your sister has not yet deigned to visit me." "Well, you don't make it easy, you know, with your vampiric hours." "And Charlotte?" A draft touches Jane's throat, making her shiver. "Your stepmother is still away," Octavian says sadly, glancing up at the glass ceiling and showing Jane, suddenly, where Kieran gets her snub nose, her broad face. Then Octavian turns and wanders through the north arches into a part of the house Jane hasn't seen yet. Ravi continues to climb, his footsteps echoing. The house seems to settle into a sigh around the aloneness of the two men. A long, deep breath. Jane knows Ravi's rooms are near hers on the 3rd floor, but he stops at the 2nd floor and disappears into the bowels of the house. Interesting, thinks Jane, remembering that Lucy St. George introduced herself as Ravi's girlfriend, so to speak, whatever that means. She's trying to decide where to go next when Jasper appears, making small whining noises at her and hopping. Shush, Jane whispers to him, bending down to soothe him. He moves closer to the main staircase that leads down to the receiving hall and whimpers again. He seems to be trying to lure her to those stairs. Do you need to go outside, Jasper? She whispers, going with him, beginning to follow him down the stairs. The spotlights are no longer turning on as Jane moves. It's quite dark. She follows Jasper's low, black, descending shadow, clings to the banister, and wishes she'd paid more attention to the location of light switches earlier. Jasper stops on the second-story landing suddenly that she walks into him and loses her balance, tumbling against the banister, grabbing onto it with a gasp. When she pushes herself back toward the nice solid wall, Jasper trots around behind her and begins to headbutt her calves over and over. Everyone is bonkers, Jane thinks. Jasper, she whispers, swatting at him, what in the world are you doing? Before her, dimly, Jane recognizes the huge oil painting she was admiring earlier, the painting of the house interior with the umbrella left open to dry on the checkered floor. Jasper is still headbutting her. Enough, she whispers. Knock it off, screwball. She starts down the next flight of steps, but he makes an urgent yipping noise behind her. She turns back. What? What is it? But she can barely see him, and when she climbs back up to the landing, he's gone. Jane turns up the steps, wondering if maybe he's returned to the third floor, but she doesn't find him again. She's just decided to return to her rooms when a figure appears across the way, gliding past the opposite archways, then out of sight. Ravi again? Or maybe Octavian IV? No, it looked like Philip Okada, Phoebe's germophobic, Chuck Taylor-swearing husband. Jane hears a door swing open and closed and recognizes it as the door to the servants' wing. What business does Philip Okada have going into the servants' quarters at 4-something in the morning? On impulse, she rounds the perimeter of the courtyard and slips silently into the servants' wing. There's no sign of Philip. She'll be spotted if anyone comes out of a room, unless she manages to dive into one of the small side hallways in time. Holding her breath, she tiptoes along and sets herself to the lunatic task of resting her ear against doors. Nothing. Door after door after door, the only thing she hears is nothing. The servants of Tu Reviens are enviable sleepers. She puts her ear to the door she knows is Ivy's. Also, nothing. She's as relieved as she is ashamed of herself. I hardly know her. It's none of my business what she does or whom she does it with, and I shouldn't be sneaking around spying on her. What is wrong with me? She moves back into the main corridor, determined to return to bed. Suddenly, a door opens and light spills out from a small hallway near the end of the main corridor. Jane freezes, then jumps into a nearby side hallway and flattens herself against the wall where she can't be seen.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. You'll have to stay there until the final phase, says a deep voice. Jane recognizes Patrick Yellen. While not knowing where I am, says the English accented voice of Philip Okada dryly. Won't that be lovely? Be grateful for it, says Patrick. The less information you have, the safer you are. Yes, yes, says Philip. Who doesn't like a mystery holiday in a room with no windows? Not everyone is swallowing the story you're putting out, says a third voice, female, brusque, English accented, Phoebe Okada. Don't worry about it, says Patrick. When it involves the safety of my husband, says Phoebe sharply. Go to heck, Patrick. We'll handle it, says Patrick, roughly. The voices are receding. Jane, not entirely in her right mind, can't help herself. She edges out of her hiding place and directs one eye into the corridor. The three conspirators are at the far end, passing through the big wooden door that leads to the west attics. Patrick is in front. Phoebe is next, wrapped in a pale green silky robe. Philip Okada brings up the rear, still wearing his blue suit, carrying a plush white bag with orange ducks on it, and holding a gun. The door closes behind them. Jane turns and dashes out of the servants' quarters, heart racing. While she was in the west attics earlier, she saw a spire through the big windows, somewhere in the east wing. She wonders now if she might be able to see into the west attics from that spire. Starting around the atrium, Jane barrels headlong into the dog, then falls over him, trying not to cry out or crush him. Scrambling to her feet, she tries to get around him, push him away, but he's headbutting her again, and his low center of gravity makes him stick in place like a tree stump. "Jasper, move," Jane whispers, then accidentally steps on one of his toes. He squeals. "Sorry," Jane whispers. "Sorry." He barks. "Jasper Bear," rises a voice from below. "You okay? Come here, boy." It's Ravi, climbing the courtyard steps from the second level. "Yes," Jane whispers to Jasper, "go bark at someone who's not trying to be stealthy." "Hey," she cries, as the dog takes her pajama leg in his mouth and starts pulling. Jane grabs her waistband as it slides down her hip. "What are you trying to do? Pants me?" "Who in the world are you?" says Ravi, behind Jane, out of breath from running the rest of the way up the stairs. "And what are you doing to my dog?" "Your precious dog is mauling my pajamas?" Jane retorts, not even looking around. "Jasper, stop it, or I won't take any more pictures of you with the umbrellas." "Oh gosh," Ravi says, "a weirdo. My mother didn't bring you here, did she? Oh God, I don't even want to know where you're from." "Your sister brought me here," Jane says, "and your dog is the weirdo," Jane says. Who's finally released Jane now stares at her reproachfully. Then he turns and marches away. "That dog may be weird," says Ravi, "but he's still my dog." Turning to Ravi, Jane finds that shadowy pre-dawn light suits him spectacularly. Ravi is tall and solid, electric, with scowly eyebrows and a face that flashes with feeling. He's got dramatic white streaks in his hair too, surely premature, since he's Kieran's twin. "You're sure my mother didn't bring you here?" Ravi says. "You look like you'd be one of her projects, not Kieran's." "I'm my own project, thank you very much," Jane says coldly. This startles a smile onto his face. "Ravi," he says, holding out a hand. He's shivering, but his hand is warm. "Janie," she says. She decides not to tell him about Patrick and the Okadas and the gun. She has no idea where anyone fits in here. She falls into step with him, walking down the east corridor. He has a grin that's never more than a few words away and eyes that are careful to catch hers frequently. He carries his motorcycle helmet under one arm. He smells like wet leather. "You haven't seen a fish sculpture anywhere, have you?" he says. "Looks a little like a squashed bean on a mirrored pedestal." "Doesn't sound familiar," Jane says. "I like your Doctor Who pajamas," he says. "Which doctor do you favor?" "I like the companions," says Jane automatically. "Sure," says Ravi. "Who doesn't? But I think I'd go for 10. 10 is yummy and youthful." "The 10th Doctor was 903 years old," says Jane loftily. "Well, yeah, but 10 was youthful in spirit," Ravi says. "Yeesh, do you let anything past?" Before they get to their rooms, he stops at an unusual door Jane hasn't yet noticed. It's wooden and arched, with a doormat that reads, "Welcome to my worlds." It has a mail slot and a bell pull, and it occurs to Jane that it may be the entrance to the East Spire. "I feel like I'm in a Winnie the Pooh story," Jane says. Ravi grins again and says, "Those are favorites of mine. Someday, somewhere, I'll meet a heffalump." Then he slips his hand inside his coat and pulls out one perfect nasturtium blossom. He pushes it through the mail slot and lets it fall through. Together, Jane and Ravi walk on. "Good night, then," he says, retreating into the room right before hers, yawning mightily. "Good night," she responds, as much to Captain Polkantz as to Ravi, who's already gone. There's no point trying to get any more sleep now that she's seen what she's seen. Philip with a gun. Patrick, who's Ivy's brother. Patrick, who keeps telling Kieran he has something to confess, but never confesses. Ivy, who clammed up yesterday whenever Philip was around, or whenever Jane asked her what should have been innocuous questions. Jane finds a clear wedge of yellow shag carpet near the morning room windows and lies down. She needs to think. The moon is smaller now, higher,
paler than it was before, a slice of apple. Slowly, it slides out of her view. The sky lightens and dissolves the stars. No matter how many times she goes over the conversation, she can't make sense of it. Philip is going somewhere, and it's dangerous. Philip is going somewhere, but he doesn't know where? Patrick and someone else have put out a story that not everyone's buying. Okay, a story about what? Phoebe and Philip had been play acting at dinner. Jane had suspected it, and now she's sure of it. Pretending to care about Kieran and her job. Pretending to care about the Panzavecchias. Pretending to be snobbish about Jane and her aunt. Is the Panzavecchia story the one that not everyone's buying? It's true that Lucy St. George isn't buying it, but what could Patrick and the Okadas have to do with a bank robbery, the mafia, and a pair of missing socialites? There's the missing Brancusi, too. How does that fit in, Jane wonders. Suddenly, if she's being naive, if it's normal for rich people in fancy houses to walk around with guns. This is the USA, after all. Judging by the news, doesn't every third person have a gun? Maybe what's remarkable is that she's never seen anyone casually carrying a gun before. Then again, aren't the Okadas British? Do Brits wander around with guns? Why would Patrick, who's a servant, be in charge of whatever's going on? And if Patrick is in charge of something underhanded, does Kieran know? And what does it mean about Ivy, about all her strange moments of deliberate nonchalance? It depresses Jane to think about that. She doesn't want reasons not to trust Ivy. Breathe, Aunt Magnolia would say. Wait, let it settle. The pieces will start to fit together in a way that makes sense. And be careful, my darling. What would an umbrella look like if it were a mystery? Jane wonders suddenly. Even better, what if it were a weapon of self-defense? The ferrule, the tips, and the rod would be sharp. The springs would be tightly wound so that the canopy opened hard and fast like a blow from a shield. And I'll choose shades of brown and gold that suit Jasper, Jane mutters, as she rolls up onto her feet. An hour later, she's trimming down the diameter of a birch rod using the lathe, wearing goggles and a heavy canvas apron, when she hears someone explode through her outer door. She pushes her goggles up into her dark curls. Ravi looms in the morning room doorway, wearing black silk pajama bottoms and nothing else.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. It's impossible not to stare. What in the world are you doing? He yells, wincing at the light. Do you know what time it is? Do you appreciate that I'm sleeping on the other side of the wall? My mother brought you here from a hell dimension. You seem obsessed with your mother, says Jane. Have you considered therapy? He moans, rubbing his face. No one would believe the truth about my mother. Says Jane. Is that because it's your own special truth? What the hell are you building? An umbrella, says Jane. Are you kidding me? He says, then sweeps his hand out in a gesture that encompasses the entire room. You aren't satisfied that there are enough umbrellas? I make umbrellas, Jane says, shortly. It's what I do. Wearily, he rubs his head. His white-streaked hair must have been wet when he laid down, for it's dried in a funny orientation, flat and sticking out to the right, like it's secretly trying to point Jane in that direction without him knowing. You know, I think Patrick mentioned you last night, he says. Patrick talks about a lot of things, says Jane, significantly. Ravi scrunches his nose. Maybe, he says. He's the strong, silent type to me. He's never confessed anything to you. That's a really odd question, says Ravi. Why? Did he confess something to you? Didn't you literally just meet him, like yesterday? Yeah, never mind. I think Kieran mentioned you too. Wow, you must know everything about me, Jane says, with a touch of sarcasm that alarms her. Ravi is a college graduate, an heir to the Thrash fortune, but he doesn't make her feel like a child. He makes her feel like she might be about to do something unwise. Do you hate me or something? He says, grinning. I'm working, says Jane. Yes, he says, on umbrellas at 5:30 in the morning. You're interrupting. He's looking around the room now with curiosity. You made all these umbrellas? Yes. How?
What do you mean how? Well, how does one build an umbrella? What's the first step? I don't know, says Jane. You could start a few different ways. I'm not like an expert. As an art appreciator, he says, I'm curious. Well, Jane says in confusion, I mean, you can watch if you want. He sighs, then yawns, then marches out, then marches back in again, wrapping the blanket from Jane's bed around himself. He weaves his way through the saws, umbrella parts, and umbrellas to the striped sofa Jane has pushed against the back wall, then settles himself down. For the next couple of hours, he alternates sleeping on her sofa with waking grouchily to the noises of her saws and asking intelligent questions about umbrella making. How do you keep the ribs from rubbing through the canopy after repeated openings? He mumbles, then grasps his hair. Christ, I keep dreaming about that very Ponza Vecchia baby, little Leo, you know? I insert a small piece of fabric between the joints and the canopy as a buffer, Jane says, focusing hard on the work of her fingers. It's called a prevent. He's already half asleep again. Jane notices, through her absorption, that his cleverness fades from his face when he's sleeping. She wonders if she's wrong to believe that he's ignorant of the Patrick stuff. And yeah, she says, speaking to herself, speaking to the house, which groans back at her. I dreamt about him too. Ravi is still asleep on Jane's sofa when her stomach informs her that it's time for breakfast. Not knowing the breakfast routine in this house and not really wanting to come face to face with someone alarming like Patrick or Philip, she texts Kieran, who's likely to be protective. Breakfast? Kieran texts back. Be there soon. Go to banquet hall. Jane closes Ravi into the morning room so she can get changed. Aunt Magnolia? What do I wear on a day like this? She pulls on a ruffled dress shirt, the red-orange color of a weedy sea dragon, black and white striped jeans like a zebra seahorse, and her big black boots. She rolls her sleeves up to the elbows so her tattoo tentacles are visible. Feeling a bit more courageous, but with fists clenched tight, she heads down to the banquet hall. Colin, Lucy St. George, and Phoebe Okada sit at the far end of the long table, silently drinking coffee and eating poached eggs and toast. Jane slides into an open seat, studying Phoebe, who's heavily made up again, her eyes rimmed with smoky grays and her lips a deep purple. Phoebe stares back at Jane with an aggressively pleasant expression, until, losing her nerve, Jane's eyes drop to her plate. Colin reads a newspaper, an actual physical newspaper that makes Jane wonder how newspapers are delivered to this house. Behind the smooth curtain of her honey brown hair, Lucy reads a book, The House of Mirth, with occasional glances at her phone whenever it vibrates. Various strangers keep stomping through the banquet hall, shouting to each other, carrying cleaning supplies, buckets and vases, stringed lights, a ladder, dropping things. The gala is tomorrow. She's surprised that the house guests seem limited to this small group. Who comes to these parties? Jane asks. Rich New Yorkers? Colin looks up from his newspaper. Yes, he says, with a sympathetic smile, but not just from New York. Up and down the eastern seaboard, and always people from abroad, too. How do they get here? In their own boats, mostly, though Octavian also charters a couple of boats for any of the guests who need it. There's a seasonal staff, too, as you can see. Where's Octavian anyway? Phoebe asks, turning her implacable gaze on Colin. We haven't seen him once since we arrived. He wouldn't go away on a gala weekend, would he? I think he's lurking around, says Colin. Ravi said something about him being depressed. Ah, says Phoebe. That's too bad, though not surprising, with Charlotte missing. Charlotte's missing, says Jane, startled. I thought you were Kieran's friend, says Phoebe, raising one eyebrow. She didn't tell you her stepmother is missing? We talk about other things, Jane says defensively. Kieran can be very close-mouthed, says Colin, even with those she's closest to. Charlotte went away unexpectedly about a month ago. She left a cryptic note for Octavian, but then she never wrote again, and no one's heard from her. But where was she going? Asks Jane. Hasn't anyone searched for her? She didn't say, says Colin. Octavian hired investigators and everything. Once a few days had gone by, and it started to seem like she'd truly vanished. But they didn't turn up much, just some discrepancies about her background, and the suggestion that her mother might have been a crook. Jane's ears are uncomfortable.
What kind of crook? She asks, swallowing hard. Some sort of con artist, says Colin. Jane, rubbing her ears, is trying to figure out how this might connect to the weirdness from last night. A missing stepmother, and Philip going on a mystery journey, the Panzavecchias also missing, and the sculpture missing too, and a con artist in the family? How did you sleep? Jane asks Phoebe abruptly, willing her to say something about nighttime parlays. And guns? Badly, Phoebe says, as a flash of some feeling, unhappiness or worry, crosses her face. Very suddenly, it makes her softer, accessible, and Jane sees that her makeup is a camouflage, so she'll seem bright and awake. In fact, her eyes are lined, her face heavy with exhaustion. I slept badly too, says Lucy St. George, looking up from her book. This house wakes me up. I hear it moaning and sighing, as if it's lonely here on this island, far away from other houses. Yes, Jane thinks, someone else here has an imagination. My Lucy is ever a poet, says Colin. Your Lucy? Jane says. I thought you had a Kieran, not a Lucy. I'm pleased to report that I have one of each, says Colin, smiling. Kieran is my girlfriend, and Lucy is my cousin. Oh, are you a St. George then too? Alas, says Colin, I'm a Mac, the poor Irish relation. Oh, Colin, says Lucy St. George, please don't start talking about the potato famine. And why shouldn't I talk about the potato famine? It's tacky, says Lucy.
With equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. You went to all the most expensive boarding schools and universities. My education was financed by Lucy's father, my Uncle Buckley, Colin says to Jane with a smirk. He was training me up to be useful. Oh, here we go, Lucy rolls her eyes. I see, says Jane. Are you useful? Very, Colin responds, at least to Uncle Buckley. He's a fine art dealer. I find him art to buy, and then I find him rich people to sell it to. It's Ravi's job too. Jane wonders how much training is needed for a job like that, if it's something any person could do, if they learned enough. I think I'd like a job that relates to art, she says cautiously. Someday. Would you? Says Colin. Do you have an eye for art or for design? I guess. Are you artistic? I guess, Jane says again. You could focus it in some practical direction, like architecture, says Colin. Have you ever taken a drafting class? I hope you're thinking about ways to differentiate yourself from everyone else. Are you being strategic about it? Do you have any unique interests or skills? What's your brand? Jane feels a sudden compulsion to shield the existence of her homemade umbrellas from Colin's questions. I'm not that artistic, she lies. Too bad. No new news about the Panzavecchias, Colin says, turning another page in his newspaper. Nothing online either, says Lucy. I wonder if any of my contacts know anything. Contacts? Jane says. Lucy's a private art investigator, says Colin. What's private art? She's a private investigator, Colin says with a small smile. Collectors hire her to find their stolen art when the cops come up empty. She's very good, despite anything you might hear about a recent mishap with a Rubens. Oh, Colin, says Lucy calmly. Do I have to listen to stories of my own mishaps at breakfast? Besides, Jane doesn't want to hear about chasing art thieves. I kind of do, says Jane, thinking of the missing Brancusi sculpture and wondering if this might elucidate anything. Lucy looks at Colin with a weary indulgence, then returns to the House of Mirth. It's a clear dismissal. In the movies, says Colin, turning back to Jane, it's always some rich collector who wants to steal the Mona Lisa or something, right? Or a famous Monet, says Jane, or a Van Gogh or Michelangelo's David. Maybe they even steal it for fun. Exactly, he says. But in real life, the smart, professional art thief steals a lesser work, less famous, by a lesser master, preferably a piece nobody's ever heard of by an artist nobody knows, worth $40,000 instead of $40 million. Something that doesn't have a well-documented past so that it can be reintroduced back into the market without raising suspicions and sold to someone who has no idea it's stolen. Oh, I guess that makes sense.
When a famous masterpiece is stolen, Colin says, like the Van Dyck or the Vermeer that makes front-page news, there's little hope of finding a collector who'll buy it. That picture usually ends up being passed from one criminal to another as collateral in the drug trade. Really? Says Jane, startled. Really? But do drug traffickers care about art? They care about cash alternatives, Colin says, matter-of-factly. I don't understand what that means, she says. Colin smiles. Jane senses he's enjoying being the one in the know. Money laundering is a tricky business, he says. It's harder and harder for criminals to move cash around without getting caught. But art is easy to move, and when it's stolen, it's all over the news how much it's worth. Very convenient for me if I've got a famous stolen Rubens and want to trade it for a lot of drugs. Or if I need a loan to buy the drugs, but my lender requires collateral. A famous picture makes great collateral. Do you think you've explained it in enough detail, Colin? Says Lucy sweetly, her nose still buried in her book. Perhaps you'd like to take Jane on a field trip. You're the one who should do that, cuz, says Colin. It's your world, not mine. He cocks a significant eyebrow at Jane. Don't tell anyone, he says, but sometimes Lucy has to go undercover into the drug world. Voluntarily? Jane says, staring at Lucy, who calmly reads her book, looking for all the world like someone who belongs in an armchair crocheting doilies and eating crumpets. She's wearing pearls again this morning, around her neck and in her ears. Says Colin. Often, the only way to recover a masterpiece is to set up a sting. You do that? Jane says to Lucy. What do you pose as? A drug dealer? What do you wear? Colin, says Lucy, putting her book down and fixing her cousin with quiet eyes. I'm going to invoke my position as family badass and tell you it's time to shut up now. But Lucy, Jane says, does this mean that last night at dinner, when you said you couldn't picture the Panzavecchias getting involved in organized crime, you knew what you were talking about? Like from experience? Yes, says Colin, looking upon his cousin with amusement. Lucy knows what she's talking about. She's met some of those people. Colin, says Lucy. Her voice is a warning. Well, I don't see any reason not to believe it, Phoebe puts in. If Lucy poses as drug dealers and executes undercover stings, why shouldn't Giuseppe owe money to mobsters? Sure, says Lucy, frustrated and sarcastic. Why not? Lucy recently managed to intercept a stolen Rubens, Colin says pleasantly, in the Poconos. She traded a big pile of heroin for it, and once she had the Rubens in hand, called in the FBI, who arrested all the bad guys. It was a great triumph. Then some random carjacker stopped her and stole the Rubens before she could pass it on to the FBI. Very embarrassing. It's made her a bit touchy. Has Ravi met you yet? Colin asks Jane, transitioning subjects abruptly. He's going to like you. What? Why should Ravi like me? Jane responds, confused, then suddenly mortified, remembering that Lucy is Ravi's girlfriend, and Ravi is sleeping, shirtless, on her sofa. Oh, he likes variety, says Colin. Variety, says Jane, as Lucy claps her mouth shut and sits there looking startled and stung. Why is Colin taking digs at Lucy? I'm sure Ravi will barely notice me, says Jane. I'm nobody. We'll see, says Colin. Lucy rises to her feet, closes one hand around her book and the other around her phone, and stalks from the room. Why did you do that? Asks Jane. What? Asks Colin. Try to make your cousin jealous of me? It's family stuff, he says, with a benevolent expression. Don't worry about it. Okay, but don't use me as one of your weapons. Good girl, says Phoebe crisply, nodding at Jane, surprising Jane so much that she can only stare back. I can see I'm being ganged up on, says Colin. Where's Philip this morning, Phoebe? Philip was called out in the night, says Phoebe, a crease of worry appearing in the center of her forehead. Jane's eyes are riveted to Phoebe's face. Out, she says. Out where? For his work, Phoebe says. What did he do? Swim to the mainland? Jane asks. Philip knows how to operate a boat. The Thrashes have lots of boats. It happens. He's a medical doctor. Oh, says Jane, picturing Philip Okada again with latex gloves on his hands. His germophobia must make his job difficult, she adds, fishing. Phoebe blinks. His germophobia? She repeats. Yes, Jane says. He mentioned his germophobia. It's a recent development, says Phoebe.
Since when? Says Colin. I didn't know he was germophobic. It's not unusual for medical doctors, says Phoebe. He doesn't like to talk about it. What kind of doctor is he? Asks Jane. A GP, says Phoebe. I see, says Jane. Doesn't that mean general practitioner? Yes. Why? No reason, says Jane. I'm just sorry there isn't another doctor who can fill in for him while he's on vacation. I mean, it'd be one thing if he were the only doctor in the world who could attach someone's brain back to their spinal cord, but lots of people are GPs. My husband is very devoted to his patients, says Phoebe. Are you belittling his work? Oh, Phoebe, says Colin. I'm sure she wasn't. Have you eaten enough? Here, have some fruit.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Am sorry, says a new voice, speaking with a mild accent Jane can't particularly place. They all turn to stare at the East Asian man with salt and pepper hair who stepped in from the kitchen and stopped just inside the doors. I forget the way to the receiving hall, he says, clutching a bucket to his chest. Jane assumes he's one of the seasonal staff, cleaning for the gala. It's that way, says Colin, pointing to an exit at the other end of the room. Pass into the ballroom, then choose the second doorway on the left. Thank you, says the man. He disappears through the exit. At that moment, the door to the kitchen swings open to reveal Mrs. Vanders, who pointedly locks eyes with Phoebe. Well then, says Phoebe, I've finished my breakfast. She crosses the room with loud claps from her high-heeled boots and takes the same exit the cleaner took. Mrs. Vanders stays in the kitchen doorway and directs another impenetrable expression at Jane. Then she swings away. Kieran never showed up for breakfast at all. Colin is being insensitive to Lucy. Phoebe is lying about her husband and almost seemed as if she intentionally followed that cleaner. Jasper's got nothing on these people. Jane finishes her breakfast. Then she goes straight through the adjoining door into the kitchen. It's time to ask Mrs. Vanders what's behind that stare. But Mrs. Vanders is gone. Mr. Vanders is there, sitting in the enormous kitchen, his back to Jane, bent over messy piles of blueprints at a long table. Regular blueprints, not Ivy's detailed ones. He's muttering angrily. Patrick mans a mountain of eggs and a pot of boiling water at an oversized stove with about a dozen burners. He's rubbing his eyes and yawning, no doubt because first he and Ravi had a late night together. Brooding, wasn't it, on the mainland? Then he snuck around the house with the Okadas until dawn, being mysterious. Patrick's jaw, Jane notices, is strong and elegant. He probably looks like a Bronte hero when he broods. Out until 4 in the morning with Ravi 2 nights before the gala, grumbles Mr. Vanders, and all of us scurrying to find that very thing. You owe cook, young man. How about I pay him back by cooking breakfast this morning, says Patrick. Then he notices Jane near the door. Janie, are you looking for Kieran? When Mr. Vanders hears Patrick's words, he turns, pushes up from the table, and stares at Jane exactly the way his wife does, except that he does it from a dark face and under shaggy white eyebrows. Jane can just imagine their wedding photo, the two of them blaring out of it with withering expressions. Next, his gaze takes in Jane's eclectic outfit. I'm looking for Mrs. Vanders, says Jane. You might have some of your Aunt Magnolia style, Mr. Vanders announces gruffly, but she had a subtlety you lack. Jane is thunderstruck. You knew my Aunt Magnolia? He waves a pen in an impatient gesture. My wife wishes to explain it herself, he says. I think she went up to our rooms. 4th door on the right. Either that, or she's on the 3rd floor, east wing, beginning her daily inventory of the art. Or she's dealing with the day staff, which would place her anywhere in the house. How helpful, says Jane. He says. Your aunt was not sarcastic. Distantly, a noise begins, like a shrilling tea kettle. It stutters, fluctuates so that it's hard to tell where it's coming from. The vents in the walls, the burners of the stove. In the very moment Jane recognizes it as a wailing child, it turns to a wild sort of laughter, and she clenches her teeth. What is that? I should think it's obvious that it's a child, says Mr. Vanders. Are there many children here? It's a large staff, he responds. Most people in life have children.
Like once, before Colin and Kieran started dating, Octavian was criticizing Kieran at dinner for being sad and mopey and unemployed. Colin looked right at him and told Octavian there was no shame in being sad or mopey or unemployed, if that's what you happen to be. He said it in this completely reasonable voice that sort of made you feel like you'd be a jerk to argue. Octavian shoved his pipe in his mouth and left the table. Huh, says Jane, trying to focus on the conversation rather than on her misery. I take it most people don't talk to Octavian like that. Octavian can be hard on Kieran and Ravi, says Ivy. Colin found the way to put him in his place without actually being rude. Kieran's never been able to do that for herself. And what about Ravi and Lucy? How did they ever end up together? They've sort of had a thing since they met, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, says Ivy. They're really close, then they fight, then they're close again. It's hard to tell how serious it is. He doesn't seem like a guy who's serious about anyone. Oh, he always puts on that act. Is it an act? I guess I can't be sure, says Ivy, but I don't think he'd actually cheat. Ravi is pretty loyal. Isn't he young for her? Yeah, says Ivy. He's 22, and emotionally, he's about 12. She's 30. Does Ravi like older women? Ravi is attracted to everyone, Ivy says, panoptically. Jane doesn't know that word. Panoptically? All-inclusively, Ivy says with a grin. Jane gets being attracted to different kinds of people. To men and women, to people of different shapes and sizes, looks, personalities. She gets not having one type. But there are certainly qualities she prefers. Like, for example, the knowledge of big words she doesn't know. That's an attractive quality. Really? Everyone? Jane says. Everyone alive. Well, he's not a pedophile, and he's not into incest, Ivy says, and he knows I'd castrate him if he ever came near me. But he has this way of seeing what's beautiful about everyone. Is he even attracted to, like, Mrs. Vanders? I'm hoping his feeling for her is more of a mother-son thing, Ivy says with a chuckle. Beyond that, I'm not going to think about it. Well, what about your brother? Ivy purses her lips. In the case of Patrick, we have to make a distinction between attraction and intention. I mean, Ravi has principles. He wouldn't consider Patrick that way, not seriously. Not that it would ever happen anyway, because Patrick is straight. But regardless, Ravi wouldn't go there, because Ravi thinks Kieran should be with Patrick. There's a lot to file away here, and questions Jane wants to ask but can't quite, because they're not really relevant. Like, is Ivy straight? And why is she so easy to talk to, even when she keeps switching over, intentionally, to a different, insincere version of herself? Ivy? Jane starts. Then, when Ivy responds with an appreciative, she sighs and says, never mind. Is that a jellyfish? Says Ivy, showing under your sleeve. Yes, Jane says, growing warm and suddenly shy. Can I see it? Carefully, Jane rolls her sleeve up to her shoulder. The jellyfish's long, detailed arms and tentacles, then its golden body, come into view, anchored on her skin. Holy gosh, says Ivy, in a voice of awe. She reaches out and traces the bottom of the bell with a finger. That is gorgeous, she says. Did you design it? Why does Ivy's admiration make Jane so sad about Ivy lying? It's based on a photo my aunt took, she says. My Aunt Magnolia. She raised me. Then she died. Maybe you knew that? She was an underwater photographer. She used to teach me to breathe the way a jellyfish moves. It's a ridiculous mouthful, but Ivy is still touching Jane, and Jane needs her to know all of it, all the parts of it. Ivy's finger drops. She frowns. Ivy, says Jane. Ivy Bean, says a deep, scratchy voice. It's Mrs. Vanders, taking big, hurried steps toward them. Where's Ravi? I think he's having breakfast, says Ivy thickly, her eyes on her camera. I need him, says Mrs. Vanders. I need to position him in front of the Vermeer. Why? Says Ivy. Is something wrong with the Vermeer? I just want him to stand in front of it so that I can stop worrying about the very thing and apply myself to the million tasks surrounding a gala.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Send him to me, but don't tell him anything. You, she says, narrowing eyes on Jane, I have things to say to you. "I've been getting that impression," Jane responds. "Can we talk now?" "I'm busy," says Mrs. Vanders. "Find me, and say nothing to anyone." She spins around and heads back the way she came. "Ivy?" "Yeah?" "Earlier, in the kitchen, Mr. Vanders said that he knew my Aunt Magnolia." "Yeah? Did you know my Aunt Magnolia?" Ivy opens her mouth to answer. Before she can say anything, Mrs. Vanders pops her head around the entrance to the bridge again and yells, "Ivy, no more dawdling. Find Ravi." Ivy takes hold of Jane's arm right where the jellyfish tentacles reach to her elbow. She grips so hard that it hurts. "Talk to Mrs. Vanders," she says. "Please." Then she turns away and heads down the stairs, leaving Jane to rub her arm and nurse her resentment. The moment Ivy disappears, Ravi enters the receiving hall below her. He's carrying 2 pieces of toast in one hand and a bowl of fruit in the other. Taking a bite of toast, he jogs up the western stairs and crosses onto Jane's bridge. "Breakfast too sedentary for you?" asks Jane wearily. "I wanted to say hi to you again," says Ravi. "Ravi," says Jane, ever so slightly turning a shoulder to him, "aren't you with Lucy?" "On and off," he says. "Off at the moment." "Oh," says Jane, confused that this information pleases her. "I'm sorry." "Well," he says, to answer your question, yes, every meal in this house is too sedentary for me. "Then," says Jane, "that means you'll want to keep moving." Ravi chuckles, then surprises Jane by doing just what she suggests. He doesn't even crowd her too much as he passes. "I'm sorry to say that another soul awaits me this morning," he says, as he walks away. "What about you? Do you have any interest in the universe's multiple realities? Or are you like my twin, opposed to cosmology?" "What are you talking about?" "Come with me," he says. "Where?" Jane asks, thinking partly of Mrs. Vanders, but mostly of this strange little interplay she seems to have going with Kieran's panoptically attracted brother. "You do know what cosmology is, right?" Ravi says. "The study of the cosmos? You're not confusing it with cosmetology, the application of makeup?" "Condescending donkey," says Jane, then adds, "No offense, Eeyore." Ravi chuckles as he steps away. "Your choice." Jane watches him move gracefully up the stairs. She's completely forgotten to tell him that Mrs. Vanders is looking for him. "Oh," she says, meaning to call out to him. But in that moment, a kid darts into the receiving hall below her. This house is like Grand Central Station. Jane has seen this girl before. She's the one who was digging up the garden yesterday in the rain. Carrying something close to her chest, she goes to a side table, pushes some lilacs aside, and slides the thing onto the empty space. Jane can't see it properly. There are too many lilac branches in the way. It seems almost to Jane as if this little girl waited until the lilac ladies left, then snuck into the hall just when she wouldn't be seen. The girl darts out again, taking the path under Jane that leads into the Venetian courtyard, spots Jane up on her perch, and freezes. She glares at Jane for a millisecond before continuing on, leaving Jane wondering if it's utterly irrational to imagine that she looks like the news pictures of the oldest Panzavikia child, Grace, the one who vanished from her school the same day her parents tried to rob a bank, the one with the mnemonic memory devices. Ravi is long gone, Mrs. Vanders is long gone, Kieran is long gone, and that child is just gone. Only Jasper remains, still hopping and wiggling and occasionally whining on his landing. Piles of lilac branches litter the checkerboard floor below, like berries on ice cream. The house is suddenly still, like it's holding its breath. Then, the gunshots of Kieran's boots touch Jane's ears once more, and Kieran stalks into the hall. She walks to the pile of lilac branches on the floor. She picks one up, shakes the water out of it, then throws it back down again, seemingly just for the violence of it. Then she wraps her arms around her chest, hugging herself, pressing her chin to her collarbone. She doesn't see Jane. Jane's ability to see Kieran is an intrusion into Kieran's personal pain. Jane knows this. Still, Jane reaches out, unable to stop herself. She wants to help. "Kieran?" Kieran's mask slides into place. She raises her eyes to Jane. "Oh," she says. "Hi, Janie. Are you okay?" "Why does everyone keep asking me that?" she says. "Do I seem so not okay?" "You seem, sort of."
Missing, Kieran says. That's just lovely. Why did I even come here if people are going to accuse me of being missing? Did Patrick confess to anything yet? Kieran's face flickers with irritation. I forgot I'd told you about that. No, he said nothing. You're sweet to remember. What do you think it's about? I don't know, Kieran says, and I'm trying not to care. The lilac ladies come trooping back into the hall with more armfuls of empty vases. Kieran swings her back to them so they can't see her expression. Do you ever feel, she says to Jane, like you're trapped in the wrong version of your life? This extraordinary question fixes Jane in place. She's felt exactly that way, ever since Aunt Magnolia died, and the wrong version of Jane's life wrapped its arms tight around her, dove into the water, dragged her to the bottom, and held her there while she drowned. Yes, says Jane. People tell you that what happens to you is a direct result of the choices you make, Kieran says, but that's not fair. Half the time, you don't even realize that the choice you're about to make is significant. That's true, says Jane. My parents died in a plane crash when I was 1. Most everyone on the left side of the plane lived, and most everyone on the right side died. My parents picked seats on the right, randomly, for no reason. Kieran nods. Octavian went to an art auction in Vegas, but his flight was delayed. He got in so late that he missed breakfast, so he caught a cab and told the cabbie to find him a restaurant out in the desert, where he could drink a Bloody Mary and eat eggs while surrounded by flowering cactuses. The cabbie told him forget it and drove him to the Bellagio, where he got lost trying to find the restaurant and ran into a lady drawing sketches of the layout of the casino. He asked her if she was planning a heist. She told her name was Charlotte. She was an interior designer, and she was redesigning the casino floor. Now she's my stepmother. Could that be more random? On the other hand, Jane says, they did decide to get married. Some things happen because we choose them. Right, says Kieran. Go ahead, say it. I've chosen to be unemployed and useless. Kieran, Jane says, remembering Colin's words to Octavian, you're not useless. You just haven't found your path. I mean, welcome to my world. I don't have a path either. I'm a way bigger moper than you are. You're not moping, Kieran says. You're grieving. Kieran has a way of saying words that send a beam of light through the nonsense. I'm grieving. It's like pushing my will through molasses. Come walk with me, Kieran says, and I'll tell you the mystery of Charlotte. A heating pipe clangs somewhere, and the air moves in the hall, whispering a word that she doesn't quite catch. Charlotte. Jane rubs her ears, trying to decide. She wants to know more about Charlotte, sure, but she also needs to ask Mrs. Vanders about Aunt Magnolia, though it's not as if finding out that her aunt was best buddies with Mrs. Vanders will bring Aunt Magnolia back. Jane suspects that beyond her urgency to know lies a crash into disappointment. So maybe Jane should follow that Grace Panzavicchia look-alike who vanished into the depths of the house. What if that girl really is Grace Panzavicchia? And what if that's the answer to the Okadas and Patrick, to the gun? Of course, there's a part of Jane that wants to follow Ravi wherever he's gone, really, wherever he goes.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Ravi makes Jane feel like she's been asleep, and she might finally be able to wake up. And what's going on with the dog? The ridiculous dog, who's whining on the second-story landing, watching Jane with the single most tragic expression ever seen on the face of a dog. A bell rings somewhere in the depths of the house, almost too distant to hear, but sweet and clear, like a wind chime. Choose, choose, it seems to say. Mrs. Vanders, the little girl, Kieran, Ravi, or Jasper, the left side of the plane or the right, Aunt Magnolia. Jane thinks, where should I go? The missing masterpiece, Jane decides. You know what, Kieran, she says, I need to talk to Mrs. Vanders first. I think she knew my aunt. I'll catch up with you later, okay? Okay, Kieran says, shrugging, disappointed. Text me. I will. Kieran wanders away. When Jane reaches Jasper on his landing, he jumps up, circles around her, then runs at the back of her legs in his usual way. She scrambles past. Geez, Jasper, she says. Come with me, you're invited. But when she turns back to check on him, he's gone. Jane finds Mrs. Vanders at the far end of the second-story east corridor, standing on one leg, studying a painting. The flat of Mrs. Vanders's bare foot is balanced against her inner thigh, and her hands are in a praying position. Jane assumes it's some sort of yoga pose. "Hello, Mrs. Vanders," she says as she approaches. "You," says Mrs. Vanders, not looking at her, not moving. She's got a walkie-talkie clipped to the back of her black yoga pants. "Yes," says Jane, "I heard that you knew my aunt." "You're not Ravi," she says. "No," says Jane. "Ravi went to visit someone, his mother, I think. Is she in the house somewhere?" Mrs. Vander's response is a dismissive humph. "You've been spending a lot of time with Ivy," she says. "What have you two been discussing?" Jane is fed up. "Did you not know my aunt then?" she says, choosing sarcasm. "Am I wasting my time?" "My question about Ivy is relevant to your question about your aunt. How could that possibly be? Did they know each other?" "Do you travel much?" counters Mrs. Vanders. "No," says Jane. "Why? Did you travel with her or something?" "We have one of your aunt's travel photographs," Mrs. Vanders says. "A little yellow fish peeking out of the mouth of a bigger fish. Your aunt had a way of finding what was hidden." "Oh," Jane says, astonished. "One of her photographs? Here?" Jane begins to swell with pride. How appropriate that Aunt Magnolia's work should make its way into the artistic jumble of this house. "So, is that how you knew her? Did you buy the print from her?" Mrs. Vanders sighs shortly. "Yes, that's it." "I see," says Jane, feeling that this makes sense, except for the parts that don't. "But what does that have to do with Ivy? I only wondered how much she'd told you." "Right, but why would it matter? Is the photo a secret?" "Of course not. It's hanging in the West Wing," says Mrs. Vanders, flapping one hand toward the West Wing and finally stepping out of her one-footed stance. She brings her face very close to the painting before her. "Did she come here?" says Jane. "My aunt? Did you know her?" "We communicated about the photo," says Mrs. Vanders. "In person?" "Mr. Vanders seemed to know things about her, like how she dressed." "Oh gosh," says Mrs. Vanders, her nose only inches from the painting. "What?" "Forgive me," she says. "Does this picture look right to you?" Jane, who couldn't care less about the picture, bites back an impatient retort and takes a look. It's a lovely, smallish painting of a woman writing at a desk. A frog sits on the checkerboard floor behind the woman, its dusty blue skin touched by sunlight coming through the window. The frog has a secretive expression on its face, and the woman is quite intent on her work. "Right, in what way?" says Jane. "Like the Vermeer it is," says Mrs. Vanders, "lady writing a letter with her frog." "I have no idea what that painting is supposed to look like." "Johannes Vermeer," Mrs. Vanders says. "A woman with a pearl earring? A woman with her frog?" "I know about John Vermeer," Jane says. "He's famous and all that, but how am I supposed to know if this one looks right? I've never seen it before." "Well, what do you think of the light?" Jane peers again at the painting, which has soft, bright parts and deep, dark parts that she can, in fact, appreciate. The scene seems lit with true sunlight. "Incandescent?" she ventures. Says Mrs. Vanders. "I'm telling you, that lady looks peaky to me. She's not as incandescent as usual." "Are you saying someone's altered the painting?" "Altered it or forged it," says Mrs. Vanders. "Forged it," says Jane. "Seriously?" "Or replaced it with a version by a different John Vermeer," Mrs. Vanders adds darkly. Jane is beginning to wonder if Mrs. Vanders's physical balance is inversely proportional to her mental balance. "How much is the painting worth?" she asks. "Vermeers are rare and rarely change hands," says Mrs. Vanders. "It could certainly fetch $100 million at auction." "Good grief," says Jane. "How strange that a painting can be more valuable than the entire house it hangs in. Like a wooden box containing a diamond ring, or a ship containing Aunt Magnolia." "Listen, I can see it's important," says Jane, "but you should talk to Ravi about it, or Lucy St. George, not me. Can you tell me more about my aunt?" At that moment, Ravi appears at the top of the hall, walking toward Jane and Mrs. Vanders with his remaining slice of toast in one hand. "I'll thank you to say nothing outright about the Vermeer to Ravi," Mrs. Vanders mutters sidelong to Jane. "Why?" "Because I want to handle it," says Mrs. Vanders. Ravi carries a framed painting of lily pads under the other arm. It's recognizably impressionistic, certainly a Monet. Except that, as he approaches, Jane notices that there's something
off about the frogs sitting on the lily pads. Their eyes are intelligent, but dead. And the lily pads seem like they're hovering, like actually floating around the painting. Almost. It's pretty strange. Have a minute, Vanny, Ravi asks cheerfully. I've brought you something. Mrs. Vanders glances at the freaky Monet Ravi's carrying and comes over with a look of pure disgust. Oh, honestly, Ravi, she says, please tell me you're not going to ask me to help you find a buyer for that. Please, Vanny, Ravi says. You tire my patience. You and your mother. Yeah, says Ravi, but you know all the specialized collectors. I'll think about it, says Mrs. Vanders, then adds significantly, as we stand here in front of the Vermeer. Yes, Ravi says, resting his eyes placidly upon the Vermeer. Jane watches Mrs. Vanders watching Ravi. It's always been my favorite, says Ravi. Yes, says Mrs. Vanders, it's incandescent, isn't it? Then says no more. Jane looks from Mrs. Vanders to Ravi, still waiting for Mrs. Vanders to ask Ravi if anything seems strange to him about the Vermeer. I don't understand, she says. Mind your own business, girl, says Mrs. Vanders sharply. I do things in my own time. Something inside Jane snaps. So you don't actually care if something's wrong with the Vermeer, she says? Was it just a convenient topic of conversation to keep you from having to answer my questions about Aunt Magnolia? Something wrong? Ravi says. What are you talking about? She thinks the lady looks peaky, Jane says, then adds belligerently, when Mrs. Vanders directs a look of fury upon her, she used the word forged. Ravi freezes. He squeaks out, forged? I didn't want to trouble you, Ravi, says Mrs. Vanders, particularly just before a gala. I'm sure it's nothing. Ravi reaches out and lifts the frame from the wall. Screwdriver, he says, with what sounds like controlled panic. Ravi, I think it's apparent I don't carry a screwdriver on my person. I do, says Jane, reaching into her pocket for the small folding knife she keeps next to her phone. It has a tiny screwdriver extension that she snaps into place, then hands to Ravi. A moment later, Ravi is crouching on the floor, ever so carefully taking the frame apart.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. With an intense focus, he separates the canvas from the frame, then holds it up against the light. Then he reaches his fingertip toward the face of the writing lady, almost, but not quite, touching her eye. Mutely, he sets the canvas on the floor, then hides his face in his hands. So, I was right, says Mrs. Vanders, sounding defeated. Where's Lucy? Is Ravis' muffled response. Well, get her immediately, says Mrs. Vanders. Jane, do you think you could find her? Happy to, she says. But before she can move, Lucy herself appears in the corridor, walking toward them. Lucy picks up her pace, looking puzzled when she sees Ravi kneeling on the floor. Ravi, she says, why do you have that picture out of its frame? It's a fake, says Ravi, gripping his white-streaked hair. What? Lucy exclaims. How can that be? A tear runs down Ravis' face, then another. It's so odd to Jane that she should be standing here while someone as rich as Ravi kneels on the floor and cries about the theft of a painting of unimaginable value. It's a perfect fake, Ravi goes on. Perfect, except that it's missing the pinprick in the lady's eye. The pinprick is family knowledge. We've never told anyone. What? Lucy takes the canvas into her hands. Give me this thing. What on earth are you talking about? The lady's eye is the vanishing point of the picture, says Ravi. Vermeer stuck a pin in the canvas. He attached a string to work out the perspective. That's why the scene is so well balanced. Mrs. Vanders discovered the hole years ago. Lucy stares incredulously at Ravi. You had knowledge of the way Jan Vermeer worked, she says, and you've never shared it with the art establishment when we know so little about how Vermeer worked. Someone has our Vermeer, Lucy cries in an explosion of passion. I don't care how he painted it. This is unbelievable, Lucy says, holding the painting close. It's a remarkable forgery. Even the cracks in the paint look right, says Mrs. Vanders grimly, at a quick glance anyway. And the edges, Ravi says, reaching up for it, taking it back from Lucy. The edges are a match. Someone took it out of its frame and photographed them.
It's bad this has happened now, the day before a gala, Lucy says. The gala preparations only widen the spectrum of suspects. Well, it's not anyone in the Thrash family, Ravi says, or the Yellen family, or the Vanders family. We all know about the pinprick. Except that an argument could be made that you'd leave the pinprick out, Lucy says. If the forgery had the pinprick but was discovered in some other way to be a forgery, we'd know the forger was a Thrash, Vanders, or Yellen. Well, I know it wasn't, Ravi says stubbornly. Yes, all right, Ravi, says Lucy, with a sudden flash of impatience. I'll be sure to include your sophisticated analysis in my investigation. Honestly, I still can't believe it. You're absolutely certain this is a forgery? Ravi answers her with a wet sniffle, then picks the folding knife up and returns it to Jane. Where's Kieran? He says. Have any of you seen her? She's in the winter garden, Lucy says, playing cards with Phoebe and Colin. Leaving the forgery and its frame strewn on the floor and his freaky Monet propped against the wall, Ravi stands. I have to tell her, he says, gliding toward the service staircase. The door swings shut behind him. After a moment's silence, Jane says, Wow. Lucy's eyes narrow on Mrs. Vanders, then on Jane, sharp and dark. In that moment, Jane can imagine Lucy sitting down with drug dealers and duping them into handing over a priceless masterpiece. She knows it's Lucy's job, but really, it's too absurd that Lucy could imagine she has anything to do with it. Still, Jane gets it, because her view on every other person in the house has also changed. Until she can work her mind through every possibility, she's not going to trust anyone either. Since that includes Mrs. Vanders and Lucy, Jane says, goodbye then, and goes to her rooms. Jasper is waiting outside her door. When she lets him in, she immediately turns away from him and touches her sleeve to her face. Why a spider web? He says. One, says Jane, sniffling, one winter living in our kitchen window. My aunt wouldn't let me kill it. We named it Charlotte, of course. And this one, he says, lifting one up that seems red until the light hits it and it turns various shades of purple. Jane is rubbing her ears. It's made of two translucent fabrics, she says, red on the outside and blue inside, so it seems like it's glowing different purples depending on the light. I tried a yellow and blue one too to make green, but the green gave people a sickly pallor. Uncle Buckley would appreciate that you consider those factors, says Colin. Do they work? I mean, are they waterproof? A few of them have little leaks at the seams, Jane says. Some of them open more smoothly than others. Some of them are a little too heavy, as you probably noticed. Yeah, some of them are heavy, but I use them when it rains, says Jane. They work well enough. You'll get better at the engineering, says Colin. It's clear you have the talent and the drive. Jane can't respond to this without more tears, so she keeps her mouth shut. Will you let me take one to Uncle Buckley? Colin says. I think he might like to deal them. After what I said about them leaking. Well, not the leaking ones, obviously. But don't you see how crooked they are? Can't you see the uneven seams? They're handmade, he says. That makes them charming. There are people who would pay hundreds of dollars for these umbrellas. Oh, get out, Jane says. Rich people love to spend money, Colin says. If you let me show one to Uncle Buckley, we may be able to help you take advantage of it. It'll make his day, which will make my day. I haven't found anything interesting for him in a while. Well, Jane says, flabbergasted. Sure, I guess. I should really take a few, he says. 3 or 4 to show your brand. My brand? Jane can't begin to think what her brand is. But as Colin makes his selections, she can see that he's choosing some of her favorites. The copper rose and brown satin that she held on the boat because it seemed appropriate for a heroic journey. The oblong, deep canopied bird's egg umbrella that's pale blue with brown speckles. The dome umbrella, designed both inside and out to look like the dome of the Pantheon in Rome. I've never been there, Jane says, but Aunt Magnolia would talk about it as if it was a magical place. She said it rains right through the hole at the top of the dome, straight down into the building, but I didn't think that would make for a practical umbrella design.
So from the outside, I show the view inside, and from the inside, I show a view of the night sky. It's painted silk with glitter glued on for stars. What are you working on now? He asks. I'm not sure, Jane says. I had an idea this morning, but now I'm getting a different idea. Excellent. You artists must follow the muse, he says, his arms full of Jane's umbrellas. She follows him into the bedroom, wanting to touch them again, to say goodbye, her babies. When will I hear back about them? She asks anxiously. I'll send them today on the mail run, Colin says. Uncle Buckley's in the city. He'll probably get in touch in the next couple days. After Colin leaves, Jasper goes into the bedroom and burrows under the bed. Fat lot of help you are, Jane calls after him. At her work table, she absently strokes a dusty blue fabric at the top of her pile, noting an unevenness in the dye, like a watermark, all across it. It reminds her of something. What? It's a flaw in the fabric, but there's something familiar about it. Using her waterproof fabric glue, Jane begins to glue points of glitter in various blues, sparingly, with no particular pattern, across the fabric, to accentuate the unevenness. She still wants to make the brown and gold self-defense umbrella, but right now, this uneven blue seems the right backdrop to her thoughts. Jane does some of her best thinking while she's making umbrellas, if she's working on the right umbrella. As she slices the uneven blue fabric into gores, Jane comes up with one possible story that makes sense of everything. Sort of. What if the Panzevexias, in addition to being microbiologists, are art thieves, in cahoots with the servants at Tu Reviens, and together they staged a disappearance, so that no one would suspect them when they subsequently stole the Vermeer? And their little daughter Grace wants to be an art thief like her parents, so she stole the Brancusi. But since she's 8, she did it badly. Like, maybe she broke the fish part off by accident, then, in regret, returned the pedestal. Or maybe she doesn't want to be an art thief. Maybe she hates that her parents are art thieves. And maybe her parents stole the Brancusi. Then, in rebellion, she returned whatever part of it she could get her hands on. Jane can see the glaring holes in these theories. They don't explain the mafia, the involvement of the Okadas, or why Mrs. Vanders would have drawn attention to the forgery in the first place, among other things. Jane might think that there were 2 separate mysteries in the house, one about the servants, Okadas and Panzevexias, and one about art theft, if only she hadn't seen that girl putting something on one of the tables in the receiving hall. She fashions a rosette for the place at the top of the canopy where the gores meet. If I were a better detective, she thinks, I would have thought to check the receiving hall to make sure she didn't actually put something else there, not the pedestal at all. I suppose I should check it now. Jane pushes her gores back, sets her glue down, and wipes her hands on her work apron, leaving a tiny constellation of stars. As she stands, she notices little carvings on her work table, a blue whale and its calf swimming along the corner of the table's surface. Moving her supplies aside so she can search the rest of the table, she also finds a shark and its shark babies along the top edge. Ivy made this work table then. Jane traces the carvings with her finger, wishing she didn't like them so much. Jasper, she calls out, pulling off the apron and grabbing her sketchbook. His nose emerges from under the bed as she passes through the bedroom. Aye, aye, Captain Polepants, Jane says. Flipping open her sketchbook as she walks, she glances through her list of names, again wondering whom to trust. It's amazing, really, how easy it is to imagine a story around each and every person, turning that person into a con artist. Lucy, for example, is perfectly positioned to steal art. No one would suspect her, and she could frame someone else for the crime. Kieran has nothing but free time, goes wherever she wants, whenever she wants, and doesn't exactly put out a vibe of beneficence. Mrs.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Vanders and Ravi could be in on it together, staging tragic discoveries of missing art to deflect attention from their involvement. After all, isn't Ravi apparently known for acquiring peculiar Monets from someone, probably his mother? Couldn't the Monet be a forgery? And didn't he bring it straight to Mrs. Vanders? With a weary sigh, Jane flips her sketchbook closed.
On the second-story landing, before Jasper can begin his usual blockade, she takes the initiative and crosses the bridge to the opposite landing. With a protesting yip, Jasper hesitates, then sits his rump in place, apparently deciding to wait there. Taking the west stairs down to the receiving hall, Jane wanders around the room, her big boots echoing on the checkered floor. The air reeks of lilacs. The various side tables are crowded with vases, but also contain a few small, stark, modern-looking sculptures. A big family photo sits on one, Octavian with one arm around Ravi and his other arm around a blonde, white, youngish-looking woman. The blonde woman has an arm around Kieran, who doesn't look happy exactly, but nor does she look like she wants to stab someone, which might be the most one can expect from a family photo of Kieran. Ravi is beaming out of the frame. Octavian, too, has an aspect of pleasure, maybe also of quiet pride. The blonde woman, who must be Charlotte, is smiling, but with a touch of confusion or distraction. Her eyes are focused on something far away. Jane picks it up, looking closer. Golden-orange nasturtiums hang on pink walls in the background of the photo. Jane wonders, could this be what the little girl delivered to these tables? Why not? It makes no less sense than anything else. She's trying to rub away a strange, bloated sensation in her ears when she hears the closing of a camera shutter. With a grim unwillingness, Jane looks up at the third-story bridge. Ivy stands there, her camera raised to her face. She's aiming it at a woman on the west landing who's dusting a suit of medieval armor with a big pink feather duster. If I asked, Jane thinks, she'd tell me she's taking a picture of the suit of armor. But Jane doesn't ask. She just watches Ivy until Ivy lowers her camera and sees her. At the sight of her, Ivy flushes. Then her eyes drop and her mouth hardens with something like resentment. She turns and strides away. Jane feels as if someone has punched her lungs. Okay, she thinks, Ivy is mad at me for some reason. Whatever, she thinks, clapping the photo back onto the table and standing tall. I'm going to solve this mystery. Marching up the east staircase, she prepares herself for an altercation with Jasper, but this time he's just watching her with a sad, droopy face. When she passes into the second-story east wing, he quietly follows. She stops at the end of the corridor where a single empty bracket on the wall marks the Vermeer's previous home. You again, says a faraway voice. Jane turns to find Lucy St. George walking down the corridor toward her. And you again, Jane says. Yes, Lucy says. I wanted another look. Or maybe I'm just wandering. I do my best thinking when I'm moving around. I get that. What are you up to? Something drew me here. Not the weird house noises, I hope, says Lucy. I don't think so, says Jane. I think I was hoping to see the painting again. The copy, I mean. I guess I should have known it wouldn't be here, on public display. Mrs. Vanders put it in the house safe, for the police, says Lucy dryly. She won't even let me see it unless she's hovering over me the whole time. Has she called the police then? So she says. You don't think she has? Well, I have contacts with the police and the FBI and Interpol, says Lucy. I've asked a couple of deliberately vague leading questions, but no one's mentioned it, even though I would have thought this would be big news. Do you suspect her? Says Jane. I mean, she's the one who called attention to the forgery in the first place. Let's just say I don't suspect her for the Vermeer, says Lucy. A new understanding of things begins to touch Jane's mind. Wait, do you mean you think there are two different thieves? A thief with the expertise to forge the Vermeer would never perform a hack job on a Brancusi, says Lucy. So yeah, two separate thieves. One with a lot of knowledge, time, and resources, and another, Lucy pauses, shaking her head in disbelief, who's arrogant and foolish. Staring at the blank space on the wall, Jane thinks about this. She wouldn't have called Mrs. Vanders arrogant and foolish. She's bossy and controlling, but not foolish. Neither is Patrick, nor Ivy. It sounds more like Lucy's idea of Colin, or of Ravi. I wonder which thief Ravi will hate more, says Lucy, the competent one or the incompetent one.
So you don't suspect Ravi? Didn't you see his histrionics? Couldn't that have been an act? Lucy twists her mouth. Ravi is a child. What you see is what's there. Apparently, the art, at least, is capable of breaking his heart. She says this with an interesting bitterness. Jane finds herself wondering if Lucy is jealous of the art, but it's hard to figure out how to ask. What do you mean? Oh, nothing, says Lucy. Forget it. It's interesting Philip took off last night, isn't it? He and Phoebe are always showing up for the galas early, eager as beavers to spend time in this house. They could have had time to plan the forgery of the Vermeer. You're connecting them to the Vermeer, not the Brancusi, says Jane, with mild disappointment, because it's the Brancusi that's connected, possibly to the little girl, and the little girl who's possibly connected to the Okadas. Then again, Lucy St. George doesn't know about the late-night secrets of the Okadas, and the little girl might have just been carrying that family portrait. What's Phoebe Okada's job anyway? Jane asks. Oh, she's a mathematician, Lucy says, in the computer science department at Columbia. People talk about her as if she's a genius. This doesn't fit in anywhere, and Jane is getting frustrated. I saw the Okadas sneaking around last night, she blurts out. With Patrick? Lucy's eyes narrow on her. What do you mean? Where? In the servants' quarters, says Jane, just after 4 in the morning. I think that's when Philip was called away, says Lucy. Patrick was probably just helping him organize a boat. Jane almost says something, then stops. She doesn't mention the girl, the diaper bag, the puzzling conversation, the gun. It's not that she doesn't trust Lucy, it's that she doesn't trust anyone. She needs to keep thinking. What's wrong with that dog? Lucy asks. Jane looks down to see Jasper with his head tilted sideways, cradling her ankle gently in his long mouth. He's not biting. Until she sees him there, she doesn't even feel it, although now she's conscious of his drool soaking through her jeans leg. Jasper, she says, what are you doing? You look like you're waiting for the right moment to eat me whole. Maybe you taste good, says Lucy with a chuckle. Jane extricates her ankle and says, the dog is the only person not on my list of suspects. I noticed you seem to be detecting, says Lucy with a grin. Are you interested in a career like mine? Chasing down thieves, finding forgeries, recovering originals. Jane has been thinking about this, about copies of precious things in particular. What if it turned out that there were copies of Aunt Magnolia, like a Cylon or a cloning project in some sort of sci-fi story? What if Jane's personal copy wasn't the original? Would that make Jane's Aunt Magnolia less precious? Wasn't Jane's copy precious because she was Jane's? Jane isn't trying to solve this crime because of forged art. She's trying to solve it because she wants to understand the people. Ravi, Mrs. Vanders, Ivy. She wants to know why Aunt Magnolia sent her here. She wants to know what everything means. Not really, Jane says. The truth is, I don't really care about the art being forged, not personally. I mean, I liked the forgery. I thought it was beautiful. Everyone said so. Everyone's been talking about it all day.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities, and hardly anyone even noticed it was forged. Who cares if it's the one worth $100 million or not? Lucy is watching her with a small, wistful smile. A lot of people care. Well, says Jane, I hope Ravi gets his painting back. You hope that, out of niceness, Lucy says, not because you're concerned about the money. It's for the best. My job isn't all it's cracked up to be, and Colin showed me your umbrellas. Anyone with half an artistic eye can see that that's meant to be your career. A small implosion of happiness roots Jane to the floor. Then Lucy's phone rings. Mouthing the word Dad, she steps away to answer it. Jane goes back to her rooms, still glowing from Lucy's words. There, her eyes fall upon her uneven blue umbrella in progress. She realizes, suddenly, what the unevenness of saturation in the fabric has been reminding her of. It's the discoloration in Aunt Magnolia's eye, the blue blotch inside her brown iris. Aunt Magnolia's muddy star, with its spikes, its spokes, like a broken umbrella. Jane is going to make an umbrella that looks like a broken umbrella, but isn't. It will be a working umbrella, but uneven and blotchy, a blue splotch umbrella that looks like Aunt Magnolia's eye.
Jane's heart holds the idea, and her hands know what to do. Sometime later, Ravi knocks on Jane's bedroom door, comes into the morning room, and stands there, glaring. "Yes," Jane says, the word muffled around a bite of trail mix she's found in one of her bags. She's missed lunch. "Octavian has forbidden me from searching anyone's private property," Ravi says. Jane's hands are measuring umbrella ribs against each other. The ribs of this umbrella will be unmatching, varying in length, which means that the canopy will be an odd, uneven shape, not round. "You're welcome to look through my things," she says. "That's what a thief would say," Ravi says, captiously, knowing I never would. "I don't think, if I were a thief, I'd be the type to take that kind of chance." Ravi's still glowering, but seems interested in this. "I think I would, if I were a thief." "That doesn't particularly surprise me," Jane says with a grin. "You like games." "That's true," he says, then softens his eyes on Jane. "You should play with me." It's such an abrupt change of focus and such an unmistakable invitation that Jane bursts out laughing from the shock of it. "Ravi," she says. "No, and stop it." "Lucy and I are off again," he says. "I told you, I don't care." "Okay," he says with a shrug. "Just being frank about what I like." Just being Ravi, Jane thinks to herself. "I keep picturing Ivy," says Ravi. "What?" Jane says, startled. "She used to stand in front of the Brancusi, jumping up and down, singing it a song about tuna fish. She was 3. "Oh," Jane says, "that's adorable. I remember her in pigtails, wearing little saddle shoes." Jane can imagine this too, though the 3-year-old she's picturing has a big camera around her neck and smells like jasmine and chlorine, which is surely ridiculous. Jane can't really picture the fish. "The way Colin described it to me," she says, "it's pretty abstract for a fish." "Right, but that's the beauty of it," Ravi says. "It's the human experience of a fish. There isn't a single scale or fin. It's just an oblong sliver of marble. But it has such a sense of movement." He waves a hand, beginning to move around the room in his enthusiasm, finding the spaces that are clear of umbrellas. It practically disappears from a certain angle, like a fish flashing through water. It's a perfect representation of what you really see when you see a fish in water, before your brain tries to fill in all the things you know about what makes a fish a fish. And no one but Brancusi could capture it that way. I expect it's the reason he mounted it on a mirrored base, for the movement and the flashing. "I'm sorry it's missing," Jane says, partly because, at this point, she wants to see it for herself. "How much is it worth?" "I don't care," Ravi says. "That's not what this is about." Jane suspects he isn't trying to be endearing, he's just being honest. And of course he can afford not to care about the money. It's endearing anyway. "I get that," Jane says. "But it'll matter to the investigation. I'm sure it matters to the thief." "Yes," Ravi says, wiping his eyes tiredly with a hand. "Lucy will need to know. Lucy is going to find our fish and our Vermeer, and when she does, I'm going to tell the whole world. This is going to redeem her from the Rubens you lost." "It's nice of you to think of your loss that way," says Jane. "I'm a nice person," Ravi says. Then he picks up an umbrella, a closed one, that's propped in a corner. It's not one Jane has given much thought to recently. One of her simpler, smaller affairs, with pale gores of various complementary yellows, and a varnished mahogany rod and handle. With careful fingers, Ravi caresses the umbrella's ferrule and its notch, its handspring, for all the world looking as if he appreciates the care with which Jane created it. "May I open it?" he asks her. The only person who's ever asked Jane's permission before opening an umbrella is Aunt Manulia. "Yes," she says breathlessly. It really is one of her more decent umbrellas. As Ravi slides it open, she warms with sudden, unexpected pride. "It's elegant," Ravi says. "You're talented." "Thank you," Jane manages to say. "For a teenager," he says with a cheeky grin. "You were a teenager not that long ago." "True." "It makes me think of Kieran," Ravi says. "The soft colors. She should have it. Can I buy it from you?" "Seriously?" "Of course." Jane almost tells him he can have it, as a gift. "But rich people love to spend money," says Colin. "It's $1,000, she says, obeying a slightly hysterical whim.
Done, Ravi says. Can I give you a check later? Ravi, Jane says, stunned. I was kidding. Well, I'm not. I'll leave it here until I've paid you. You can take it with you. I trust you not to steal. Ravi's grin flashes bright. That's something, I guess. Not to steal the umbrella, Jane amends. Good to know I'm on your list of suspects, he says. You may as well know you're not on mine. I wouldn't even know about the forgery if you hadn't blurted it out about Mrs. Vanderhurst's suspicions. I guess that's true, says Jane, alarmed to realize her role. I could see people paying thousands for some of these umbrellas, you know, he says. Have you thought of working with a dealer? I could show a few to Buckley. Colin has already offered, Jane says, and I think you're both delusional. Very Colin, Ravi says cheerfully. He'll get the credit and the commission. I'm sure you'll miss that $10. You say thousands, but Colin says hundreds. Ravi shakes his head. Buckley will value them higher. Not all of them, but a few of them. And he'll want to see what you do in the future. He leaves with the yellow umbrella under his arm. At dinner, Colin is the only person who seems to want to talk. Ravi isn't even there. Phoebe frowns at her plate, and Lucy glances up from her phone now and then to pretend she's paying attention. Kieran looks tired, flinching every time Colin begins to speak, as if listening is an unbearable strain. It's hard to watch, but Jane hopes Colin will keep talking nonetheless, because he's asking some of the very questions she wants to know the answers to. Is either piece insured? He asks the table. When no one else responds, Kieran finally stirs herself and says, No. Why not? Asks Jane, who can't fathom why anyone wouldn't insure art that's so valuable. Lucy speaks absently, as if bored, not raising her eyes from her phone. Insurance on pieces like that, especially a Vermeer, is prohibitively expensive. None of the art is alarmed either, says Kieran. Octavian trusts people. I've never understood it, she adds sadly. Well, at least that rules Octavian out as a suspect. He'd gain much more by selling them than by stealing them. Kieran's face hardens. No one in my family stole the really art, she says in a low voice. Sweetheart, says Colin in amusement. I just said he didn't.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Maybe you think I took it, says Kieran. Or my brother, or my mother, or my stepmother? Darling, Colin says, in a deliberately soothing voice that makes Kieran's shoulders stiffen more. Of course I don't, but you know it had to be someone. We figure it out by eliminating people. Yes, Kieran says, I'm not 12 years old. I understand how it works. But since it has to be someone, let's not talk about it at dinner. There's no way to consider any of the suspects without getting someone's backup at this table. Phoebe frowns extra hard at this. Jane wonders then if Kieran might suspect anything about Patrick. Could that be why she seems so miserable? Would you feel better if I spoke more generally? Asks Colin in an unkiller tone that's starting to grate on Jane's nerves. Do you know much about Vermeer? He asks, startling Jane by addressing the question to her. Did you know there are few Vermeers in existence? Another of them is missing too, stolen from a Boston museum in 1990. It's probably being passed around as collateral in the drug world, maybe at 7 or 8% of its market value. That's the going rate at the moment for a stolen picture. Colin, says Lucy, emerging from her phone and speaking sharply. We don't want to talk about it. Just shut up. At that moment, Ravi comes exploding into the banquet hall. Lucy, he says, swooping down on her. Colin, I'm taking another look at the fake. I want you both to look at it too, and give me your thoughts on the forger. Right now? Lucy says, not even glancing up, her fingers moving furiously across her phone keyboard. I'm eating. Right now? Ravi says. I'll come later. You're not actually eating, Lucy, Ravi says. Anyone can see that. Ravi, his voice changes to something quiet and forlorn. Luce, please. Lucy looks up into Ravi's face. Then, sighing sharply, she pushes herself back from the table. Colin, watching these proceedings, speaks in his careful, sing-song voice. Kieran, he says, do you mind if I go with Ravi?
No, it's fine, she says. You should help. It's a relief to watch him go. A minute later, Phoebe finishes her food and also excuses herself. Jane is alone with Kieran, who picks up her fork and stabs a green bean, then stabs it again. Kieran, Jane says, then stops when Kieran flinches. It occurs to Jane that Kieran doesn't want another person asking her if she's okay. Is there anything I can do to help with the missing art? Kieran coughs a laugh, then stabs a different green bean. It's not funny, of course, she says. It's awful. Or, anyway, Ravi feels awful, which makes me feel awful. And I feel awful speculating about who might have done it, too. She shakes her head briefly, as if clearing it. Ravi gave me the yellow umbrella, she says. It's lovely, thank you. I hope you charged him lots of money. I did actually, says Jane, surprised that Kieran remembers that money matters to Jane in a way it doesn't to her. It's really special, Kieran says. I'd like to see the rest of them. I'd be happy to show them to you, Jane says, anytime, realizing she means it, because Kieran feels different from everyone else. Kieran is careful. She'll be respectful. She understood Aunt Magnolia, and she'll understand the umbrellas. Do you want to go into business with them? She says. Ravi could help you. Actually, Colin has taken a few to show to his uncle. Kieran eats a green bean, then stares at her fork. I don't know why I'm dating him, she says. She's voiced Jane's own question, but Jane isn't sure how to respond. I mean, Kieran says, he seems like a fine person and all, doesn't he? Uh-huh, Jane says, most of the time. Ravi likes him. But do you like him? I like being intimate with him, she says. Really? Jane says, then, realizing how she sounds, flushes with embarrassment. Kieran laughs. He probably doesn't seem the type, huh? Let's just say there are benefits to him feeling like he needs to be an expert on everything. Jane once kissed a boy from her high school at a party and a girl in her dorm who was pretty drunk. And she thinks about intimacy. But she hasn't even come close. Not really. I feel like I should like him, Kieran says. Aunt Magnolia used to tell me to be careful not to should all over myself, Jane says, which makes Kieran glance at her in surprise, then chuckle. But really, Kieran says, with a strange, stubborn kind of earnestness, I should like him. The funny things he says should make me laugh. The conversations we have should interest me. He's smart, he's educated, he never does anything objectively wrong. And yet, I can't relax around him, and I can't tell whether it's actually something about him or if it's just that I can't relax anywhere, about anything. She blinks fast, looking away from Jane. Oh, Kieran, it's difficult, she says, and trying to figure it out makes me really tired. Is Patrick part of it too? Jane asks. Kieran makes a hopeless, impatient noise. No, he doesn't get to be part of it. At least Colin is an open book. Well, Jane says, feeling distinctly useless, I wish I knew how to help. I don't have much experience. Mainly what I know how to do is drop out of college and make umbrellas. A smile touches the corner of Kieran's mouth. What would your aunt tell me to do? Jane takes a careful breath. She'd probably tell you to breathe like a jellyfish. Do jellyfish breathe? I mean, imagine your lungs are moving the way a jellyfish moves, Jane says. Breathe deliberately, deep, and slow into your belly. Okay, Kieran says, focusing on her next breath. And this will solve my problems? Now Jane is smiling. It will, if your problems relate to breathing. Aunt Magnolia was a wise woman. Yes, Jane thinks, she was. That night, Jane's rooms feel cavernous and dark, the ceilings too high, the air too chilly. In her morning room, the darkness presses in. So she works, moving her hands steadily across the skeleton of her umbrella, trying to be patient with all the questions that don't have answers. There's a stage in umbrella making when the umbrella is little more than a rod and 8 ribs. If Jane opens and closes it, it moves like a jellyfish made of wires, like an undersea creature in the world's creepiest ocean. Since she's using ribs of different lengths for this umbrella, the frame makes a particularly strange and unbalanced jellyfish. It's hard to know if this will have the effect she's going for. She'll have to wait and see. But she thinks she might want this umbrella to be like a secret. When other people look at it, they'll see something broken-looking and weird. Only Jane will know that it's the blue splotch in Aunt Magnolia's iris. Once again, the groaning house wakes her before dawn, this time from a dream about Ivy stealing a fish. The dream becomes a voice, a house voice, with moaning walls and rattling windows that tell Jane to look outside. And before she's entirely awake, she's stumbled out of bed and pressed herself against the glass in the morning room. The night is clear, the moon is just rising, and the garden is knit like black lace. Jasper blunders into the room from the bedroom and stands beside her at the window. He presses his nose to the glass. Beyond the garden, movement, a dark shape. Not two dark shapes. One of the shapes switches on a flashlight. The other person is illuminated, briefly, not enough to make out any features, but enough to show that this person is carrying a flat, rectangular package. They cross the lawn and disappear into the trees. Patrick and Ivy, Jane thinks, struck by a certainty she can't justify. Her heart begins to beat in her throat. Jasper, she says, does that package seem the right size for the Vermeer? Jasper sneezes. Yeah, Jane says. So what do we do? Jasper sets his paw on Jane's foot. It's a gesture Jane isn't certain how to interpret. Is he trying to keep her here, or is he expressing team solidarity in the face of adventure? Or maybe he's a dog, Jane says to himself. He doesn't understand language, and he likes how your foot feels. Well, Jasper, says Jane, I guess we need a flashlight. An ally would be nice too.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Finding her hoodie and socks and slipping into her big black boots, checking the time, it's not even 5:15 yet. Jane goes out into the corridor. After considering things for a split second, she knocks on Ravi's door. Jasper leans on her ankles. When there's no answer, she knocks harder. And when there's still no answer, she takes a conscious risk of discovering him in an intimate moment with someone and barges right in. It's not like he hasn't barged in on her, and there's no time to waste here. Ravi's bed is palatial and empty. Interesting. She tries to conjure up the mental image of the two figures entering the forest again to see if she can turn one of them into Ravi, but it's really no use. She didn't see enough. I wish I knew which room is Lucy's, she says to Jasper as they proceed down the corridor. I wish. She trips over Captain Polepants. Ack! I wish I knew who to trust. Where is she likely to find a flashlight? The kitchen? The servants' quarters? Jane has a sudden vision of the two long, powerful flashlights propped on Ivy's computer desk. If Ivy's in the forest now, there's nothing to stop Jane from going into her room and borrowing a flashlight. And if it turns out that Ivy is in her room, Jane heads toward the servants' quarters. As she and Jasper round the courtyard, she hears music in the house somewhere, a Beatles recording, which strikes her as odd at this hour. In the servants' wing, she starts to lose her nerve. If Ivy's in her room, then Jane's appearance at 5-something in the morning is going to be pretty unexpected, and Ivy hasn't been too friendly lately. She stops outside Ivy's door. Jasper, she whispers, what do I do? Jasper looks back at her with a blank expression appropriate to a dog. With one big breath, Jane knocks. After the briefest pause, Ivy's door swings back sharply. Ivy's face alert and interested behind it, her glasses in place. Behind her, one of her computers is on, fans whirring and lights flashing like a little spaceship in the darkness. What do you want? She demands in alarm, glancing past Jane into the corridor. Why are you here? She's still wearing the ratty blue sweater and black leggings from yesterday, and her dark hair is unbound, falling down her shoulders messily to the middle of her back. And she looks so unhappy to see Jane that Jane is stung. I need a flashlight, Jane says. What for? I just need one. Tell me what for. Why should I? Ivy speaks roughly. Because if you need a flashlight, that tells me you're going outside, and it could be dangerous. You mean because of the Panzevikias? Jane says, and Philip Okada sneaking around with a gun?
Ivy seems stunned into silence. "Are you going to give me a flashlight or not?" says Jane. When Ivy still doesn't respond, she turns on her heel and stalks out into the corridor. "Wait," Ivy calls after her. "Janie, wait." Jane doesn't wait. When she turns down the corridor toward the center of the house, Jasper, behind her, yips and whines, then emits one short bark that finally gets Jane's attention. She turns back to him impatiently. "What?" Jasper is backing down the corridor toward the big plank door with the iron latch at the far end, the door that leads to the west attics. He's whining as he moves, clearly begging her to follow. With a frustrating sense of futility, Jane gives in. "Gosh, really?" Jasper says, turning to follow. "You're lucky I've watched so many dog movies." Jasper leads her through the wide plank door, then straight ahead to a sliding metal door that Jane realizes must be the freight elevator and the fastest route to the outside. She presses the button. When the door slides open, she and Jasper step in. As it slides closed, a hand reaches in and stops the door. Jane is hyperventilating as Ivy pushes herself through the crack. She's dressed in tight black from head to toe, and she's wearing a backpack and checking the light on her flashlight, which is big enough to bludgeon someone with. It shines like a beacon. Briefly, it illuminates the bulge of a gun holster under Ivy's hoodie, below her left breast. The elevator door slides shut. "Ivy," Jane says, her voice cracking. "I'm going to stick to you like gosh on your shoe," says Ivy, "until you tell me where you're going." Jane figures that if she's stuck in an elevator with Ivy and a gun, there's no point in holding back what Ivy's going to learn eventually anyway. "I saw two people outside with a flashlight and a Vermeer-sized package," she says. "They crossed the lawn and went into the trees." "Got it," says Ivy. "I assumed it was you and Patrick," Jane adds nastily. Ivy's face is expressionless. "We have nothing to do with the Vermeer." "No, just the broken Brancusi," Jane says, "and the bank robbery, and the kidnapping of children." Saying nothing, Ivy fishes a dark balaclava out of a pocket and pulls it down across her face, over her glasses. The contrast between her and Jane, who's still in her hoodie and Doctor Who pajamas, borders on the absurd. The elevator screams as it descends, then lets them out into a blasting wind and the sudden noise of the sea far below. Ivy grips Jane's wrist hard. "Let go," Jane says. "You're hurting me." Ivy says, "We have to move fast," then begins to pull Jane across the lawn. Jane scrambles along beside her, still hurting, amazed at how strong Ivy is and how fast she's moving. "Where are you taking me?" "There's a bay in the Ramble," Ivy says, "a hidden one, on the island's northeast edge, a great place for sneaking art off the island." "You would know," Jane says, then focuses on being dragged toward the trees without falling. The Ramble is a steep, rocky, hillocky forest of scrub pines. There are no trails, and Jasper is pushing himself to his limits to keep up with the downhill sliding and jumping Ivy and Jane are doing. He disappears occasionally, then reappears, presumably finding alternate, more basset hound-friendly routes of passage. The rattling wind covers whatever noise he's making. Ivy continues to move with assurance, familiar with the forest. Daybreak is coming on fast. Ivy grips Jane higher on her arm and jerks her to a stop. "What?" Jane begins, then shuts her mouth as she sees what Ivy's seeing. A man sits on a rock with his back to them, not 10 feet away, surrounded by trees. His hair is clipped close, and his body is hefty, sturdy. He has a red beard. His pants legs are soaked through, as if he's been wading through water. Beside him on the rock is a small pile of orange slices. He reaches to the pile and eats one occasionally. A gun sticks out of the back waistband of his jeans. Ivy pulls Jane away. "Let's go back to the house," Jane whispers as Ivy tugs her down the slope, out of range of the man. "Please, Ivy, stop. Let me go." But Ivy suddenly pulls her down behind a shrub and puts an arm around her, whispering "shh" urgently in her ear. And Jane freezes, no idea what's happening. Where's Jasper? Jane begins to panic about Jasper. What if the horrible man sees Jasper? Presses against Jane's leg on the side opposite Ivy. Pushing away from Ivy, Jane buries her face in his neck, breathing into his fur. Oh, Jasper. But Jasper's attention seems fixed on a point through a hole in the shrubbery. Ivy is holding some of the branches back and staring out into the growing light. Jane moves some branches aside and looks where they're looking. It's the bay of which Ivy spoke, some 20 yards away, a place where the forest gives way and the land slopes down to a small crescent-shaped inlet of dark sand. Lucy St. George stands on the shore in all black, holding a gun. She's pointing it at a very tall white man in a speedboat moored to a single wooden post in the water. "Lucy?" Jane whispers. "Lucy, what is she doing?" What Lucy seems to be doing is arguing with the man. He's at the motor, one hand grabbing it as if he's ready to take off at any moment. He keeps waving his other hand around and yelling things at Lucy that Jane can't hear. His words have the tone of angry, passionate questions. "Whatever," Jane hears Lucy shout back in a derisive voice.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. "I'm not doing it anymore. It's a waste of my talents. Yours too, JR." JR reaches into his coat, and Jane is frightened. She thinks, from the expression on his face, that he's reaching for a gun. Instead, he pulls out a whistle. He blows into it with a shrill blast. He's the tallest man Jane has ever seen, thin as a reed. A moment later, branches crack and leaves rustle, and the red-bearded man who's been eating oranges comes through the brush onto shore. Without even a sidelong glance at Lucy or her gun, he wades directly into the water, unmoors the boat, and climbs in. JR brings the boat to life like the waking of 1,000 bees. Then the boat zips away, JR looking back at Lucy balefully. "Who were they?" Jane whispers to Ivy. "Where's the painting? Why did she let them go? Is it an undercover sting?" "No," says Ivy, pulling off her balaclava. "I'm not getting undercover sting from this." "Do you mean shh?" Still on shore, Lucy wraps her arms tight about herself, one hand still clutching her gun. Then she turns abruptly to scan the trees. Is she waiting for something? Someone? Finally, she makes a small, impatient gesture, sticks her gun inside her jacket, and begins to walk away from shore, directing herself not precisely toward the spot where Jane and Ivy are hiding, but near to it. She wears a fuzzy black knit hat that makes her look big-eyed and young. She seems very alone to Jane somehow, as if Jane is looking into a viewmaster at the only woman in the world. As Lucy approaches, she wipes her cheeks with the back of her hand, and Jane sees that she's crying. Ivy reaches under her hoodie toward the gun holster and makes a move to stand up. "What the hell are you doing?" Jane whispers fiercely, grabbing onto Ivy's arm and yanking her back down. "I'm going to stop her," says Ivy, struggling to break free of Jane's grip. "Stop her doing what?" Jane says. "We still don't know what's going on." "Don't be so naive," says Ivy. "She's an art thief." "Fine, but I won't let you shoot her." "What?" says Ivy, staring at Jane with an incredulous expression. "I'm not going to shoot her." "Then why do you have a gun?" "Okay," says Lucy's voice, rising, cold and careful, from a place very near. "Who's there? I can hear voices. Come out slowly." Ivy is so startled that she drops back down, gasping, eyes wild. She reaches under her hoodie. "Stay hidden," she whispers. "Let me handle this, please." Before Jane can even begin to try to figure out what to do, Jasper barrels around the shrubbery toward Lucy. Jane stands up, crying out, and watches the dog ram into Lucy. Unprepared, Lucy topples, cursing, struggling with her gun. The dog climbs on top of her and closes his mouth on her gun, growling, flailing to and fro. Everything is happening so fast. Jane runs to them, terrified that the gun will go off in Jasper's mouth. Lucy struggles, her fingers bleeding and trapped. She understands too. "Stop him," Lucy sobs. "Stop him. Pull him away. He'll blow my head off." "Jasper," Jane says, wrapping arms around his middle and trying to pull. "She's not going to shoot us." "I'm not," Lucy gasps. "Of course I'm not going to shoot you. I swear." Jasper's grip slips. The sudden release sends Jane falling down sideways with the dog in her arms. She and Jasper struggle and roll, then she finds her feet and rights herself. When she stands, Lucy is on her feet again too. Lucy holds her gun, trained on Jane. "Lucy," Jane says, confused. Lucy's eyes are steady and hard behind the barrel of the gun. Blood runs down her hands. "So," she says, "you're charmingly trusting, aren't you?"
Not really, no, Jane thinks, her thoughts taking sluggish steps, but there's a world of difference between not trusting someone and believing they're actually capable of shooting you. This is my fault, Jane thinks. Ivy is here, Jasper is here. I brought them here and put them in danger. Jasper, she says to the dog, who's emitting a low growl beside her that terrifies her because of how Lucy might react. Be quiet and still. Ivy's strong voice rises behind Jane from the bushes. I've got a gun too, she says. Drop yours, Lucy, or I'll shoot you. Lucy snarls. You don't have a gun. Don't I, says Ivy. If you hurt Janie, I'll make your knees explode. Now drop it. I'm going to count to 1. What happens next happens so fast that Jane can barely follow it. Jasper launches himself at Lucy. Lucy tries to shoot him, Jane screams and runs at them, Lucy's gun goes off, and Jasper's teeth are clamped around Lucy's knee. Lucy goes down again, Lucy is screaming in pain, and Jasper is bleeding. Jasper is bleeding. Jane falls on Lucy and wrests the gun from her hands. She doesn't know what to do with it once she has it, but then Ivy is beside her, taking it away. Ivy trains Lucy's gun on Lucy, who's still screaming, still struggling to escape the grip of Jasper's teeth. Jasper is holding on hard. Brave dog, Jane says, grabbing onto him. It's just his ear. Lucy's shot a hole through the flap of his big floppy ear. Tears stream down Jane's face. Jasper, you brave, brave dog. Are you okay? Let go. Let me look at your ear. Jasper lets Lucy's knee go. Jane hugs him, and he licks her face, bleeding all over her. She cries in his fur. It's a big, wet mess. His ear is bleeding copiously, and Jane presses on it with her sleeve, not really sure how to help him, until Ivy suggests Jane remove one of her layers and use it to tie the ear tightly to his head. I'd give you one of my layers, Ivy says, except that I'm not taking my eyes off this jerk. It's lovely. You're concerned for the dog, snarls the jerk in question, rocking over her injuries, moaning. I'm in bad shape here. Jane can't stand the sound of Lucy's voice in her airspace. If she talks again, she says to Ivy, shoot her. Changed your mind then? Asks Ivy in a gently teasing tone. Jane is too ashamed to look at Ivy. She tries to fashion a bandage for Jasper. It's not going well. She's still crying and frightened and shaking too hard. She takes a deep, steadying breath. Hey, Janie, Ivy says quietly. You know we're all going to be okay, right? We've got this. The 3 women and 1 dog make an odd procession back to the house. Jane is still in her Doctor Who pajamas, she's covered in Jasper's blood, and her face is tear-stained. Her hoodie is wrapped twice around Jasper's head, its sleeves tied in a bow. Jasper doesn't seem to mind looking silly. His head is high, and he walks with a spring in his step. Jasper, Jane says to him, you are the picture of heroism. Several feet ahead of them, Lucy snorts. Lucy is bloody, bedraggled, and limping, her wrists locked together with restraints Ivy pulled out of her backpack. Ivy walks behind her, Lucy's gun held coolly in her hands, like some sort of ninja Wonder Girl. Who were you waiting for back on shore, Lucy? Ivy asks. After your friends in the boat left, and before you heard us talking, who were you expecting? No one. Nonsense, Ivy says. Who did you leave the house with early this morning, carrying a flashlight and the Vermeer? Janie saw you. You'll never link me to the Vermeer, Lucy says. Janie must have seen the guys from the boat. No, Ivy says, she didn't. Only one of those guys had wet pants legs. So maybe the other one changed into dry pants when he got back to the boat. What happened, says Ivy, is that you and an accomplice carried the Vermeer from the house to the forest this morning and passed it to the guy in the boat. The guy with wet pants was a lookout for the other one. We saw him sitting in the ramble. The person you left the house with acted as your lookout. I want to know who it is. I don't have an accomplice, Lucy says in a bright, musical voice. Right, says Ivy sarcastically. Whoever your accomplice is, I expect all your wailing chased him neatly away. So, well done with that. Then Ivy reaches an arm around to her backpack again, pulls out a walkie-talkie. Hello, she says. Somebody pick up. Mrs. V? Mr. V? No one answers.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Jasper, struggling his way up the hill beside Jane, slipping on leaves and beginning to pant, makes Jane's tears rise again. "Are you okay, buddy?" Jane asks him. "Do you want to be carried?" "Oh my God," says Lucy. "Maybe we should stop so you can build a shrine to the dog." "The dog is the reason we're safe, and you're in trouble," Jane says coldly to her back. "That's why you keep making snide remarks about the dog. The dog kicked your sorry self." Now Ivy is chuckling. Reaching once more into her backpack, she pulls out a chocolate bar and hands it to Jane. Jane tears it open, amazed at how hungry she is. Again, Ivy tries the walkie-talkie. Finally, as they break out of the trees onto the lawn, Mrs. Vanders's voice comes crackling through. "Ivy Bean," she says, "where are you?" Moments later, calls have been made and a contingent of New York State troopers is on its way. They'll also search the waters between the island and the mainland with the hopes of intercepting that boat, says Mrs. Vanders's scratchy voice, and I'll send a couple people into the Ramble to look for the accomplice. "And a vet," Jane says to Ivy. "Jasper needs a vet." "Yes," says Ivy into the walkie-talkie. "Jasper needs a vet. Lucy shot him. He's got a bleeding hole in his ear flap." "My God," says Mrs. Vanders. "How unnecessary." "Patrick," Jane hears her bellow, "the dog needs a vet." "Has anyone snuck into the house in the last few minutes?" Ivy asks. "Ivy," says Mrs. Vander's voice, "are you forgetting it's a gala day? The doors have been wide open and people have been streaming in and out since the sun came up." "Very," says Ivy. Then she says to Lucy, "Your accomplice is having one hell of a lucky day. Kinda makes you jealous, doesn't it?" "No doubt it would," says Lucy, "if I had an accomplice." "You do realize you'll go down for the Brancusi too, don't you, Lucy?" says Ivy. Lucy's only response to this is a tight mouth and a closed face. "Maybe they'll even reopen the case on the Rubens," says Jane. "Yeah," says Ivy. "Good point, Janie." When the group reaches the house, they're met on the back terrace by Mrs. Vanders, who comes forward to clap a hand on Lucy's shoulder and lead her inside, face grim. Octavian IV, looking sallow in his paisley dressing gown, is also standing on the back terrace, as is Ravi, who is wide-eyed and speechless. Ravi's eyes on Lucy are disbelieving. He looks like a hurt little boy. Lucy stares back at him. When a tear slides down Ravi's face, Lucy begins to cry silent, angry tears of her own. The police divide into two groups, one searching the forest for Lucy's accomplice, the other commandeering the billiard room, because it has only two doors and they both close. They've made clear their intention to talk to the entire household, one by one, starting with Lucy, then Jane, then Ivy, then Ravi. Then everyone who was awake when Jane and Ivy brought Lucy back to the house, which includes Octavian, Mr. and Mrs. Vanders, Cook, Patrick, all the regular staff, and all the temporary staff hired for the party. Then everyone who was asleep, or claimed to have been, and wandered downstairs after the fact. Phoebe Okada, Colin Mack, Kieran. The vet has also arrived, a big bear of a woman who's in the kitchen making a gentle fuss of stitching Jasper's ear. She says Jane did well with the improvised bandage and shouldn't be alarmed by the blood. Ears bleed like that, she says, but it looks worse than it is. This dog is going to be just fine. Nonetheless, every time Jane looks at Jasper, tears start sliding down her face. When he gazes back at her lovingly, it only makes the tears come faster. The police, armed with the basic story, talk to Lucy alone for a very long time. Jane and Ivy wait their turns in the gold sitting room, which adjoins the billiard room. Ivy sits quietly, watching Jane sniffle and rip her cuticles until they bleed. Jane looks back at Ivy once and notices that her irises turn purple at the edges. She doesn't look at Ivy again. Finally, Ivy speaks. "Are you mad at me?" Jane finds some dirt under a fingernail and digs at it, only managing to lodge it deeper. Ramble dirt. Crime-fighting, mystery-solving, confusion dirt. "I've been trying to imagine what this is like for you," says Ivy, "especially since it sounds like you know about some things.
Like you saw something or overheard something with Philip, maybe with Patrick. She pauses. Anyway, I'd be mad. I don't see why I should tell you what I saw or heard, Jane says simply, when you haven't told me anything. You're right. And I don't know why you're asking me if I'm mad, Jane continues in an even tone, when you're the one who's been acting like you're mad at me. I'm not mad at you, says Ivy dismally. Well, you've been wandering around with your camera, says Jane, making that shutter noise, pretending to take pictures of the art, and then when you see me, you act like you're mad. I'm not mad at you, Ivy repeats. I'm mad that I'm not allowed to tell you what's going on. Well, says Jane, you need to improve your directionally. This almost elicits a surprised smile from Ivy. I've been failing lately, Jane says, pretty hard at figuring out who to trust. That's partly my fault, says Ivy, leaning toward her. It's Lucy's fault too. She tricked you. She took advantage of your better nature. She's the sucky, faily one, not you. I should have known, Jane says. You knew right away. Yes, well, says Ivy with a wry expression, slumping back in her seat. Not trusting people isn't something to be proud of either. But you were right, Jane says. You got it right. Only because I have more experience with untrustworthy people, Ivy says. Janie, seriously. You were brave out there. You tried to keep everyone safe, even Lucy, all while not knowing what was going on. You got the gun away from Lucy, for goodness sake. Smoothing the sleeves of her pajama top, Jane lets this praise lap against her, cautiously. Then one of the police officers sticks his head through the billiard room doorway, glares all around, retreats again, and slams the door. I'm nervous, says Jane. Why? I don't know, Jane says. I've never been questioned by the police before. Ah, says Ivy. Well, all you have to do is tell the truth. That's just it, says Jane. What if I incriminate someone innocent by accident? I think that in this sort of situation, Ivy says, you can't help what you do by accident, and you're much less likely to hurt innocent people if you tell the truth. Jane studies Ivy's calm face. The truth is that you told Lucy you had a gun, she says. Ah, says Ivy again. But did you ever actually see that gun? No, Jane admits, not exactly. The police will ask you what I said and what I did, Ivy says. Just tell them the truth. They'll conclude that I was only pretending to have a gun for leverage. Jane swallows. That does make me feel better, a little. Except that I saw the shape of the gun under your hoodie. Ivy glances down at her hoodie, which is flat now, with no gun-shaped bulges. She's wearing canvas sneakers now too, and her hair is tied back in a messy knot. While Jane was fussing over Jasper and the household was waiting for the police, Ivy must have returned to her room and made a few changes. Then you should tell them that too, she says simply. A shape under a hoodie is pretty inconclusive. I want to know what's really going on, Jane says, holding Ivy's eyes. Personally, for myself. Ivy's eyes are a soft, worried blue behind her glasses. Is it okay with you if we have that conversation later, after the police go? Will we actually have it? Yes, says Ivy. I swear it. Will you tell me everything? Everything. Is it going to upset me? Ivy takes a slow breath. She seems very tired suddenly, blinking eyes that look like they sting with exhaustion. I don't know, she says. The truth is, I've lost perspective. I can help you with that, Jane says. If it's upsetting, I'll make sure to get really upset, so you can't miss it. Ivy laughs. You think you're joking, but that probably would be helpful. That's how much I've lost perspective.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Then she yawns. Ish, sorry. Are you less nervous now? Well, Jane says, pausing, I went to Ravi's room first before I came to yours. He wasn't there. He wasn't? No. Well, Ivy says, I can see why you wouldn't want the police to know that, but Ravi can take care of himself. He'll tell the police where he was. You could complicate things for him if you say he was where he wasn't. Ivy is right. Jane's best course is to tell the truth. Thanks, she says. Sure, says Ivy. It's normal to be nervous. You're not. I am, she says. I'm like a duck on the water.
I look calm, but my feet are working a mile a minute underneath. And I haven't slept yet, so I'm basically a mess. Are you sure Lucy has an accomplice? I don't know, says Ivy. She definitely seemed to be expecting someone besides us on the beach. She must be going crazy trying to figure out who took the Brancusi, and I was hoping she suspects her own accomplice. Because could she really believe that there could be 3 art thieves in the house at once? Lucy, Lucy's accomplice, and someone else? Wouldn't she think that's too much of a coincidence? You're certain Lucy didn't take the Brancusi? Yeah, Ivy says. I'm sorry it keeps coming back to the things I can't tell you. But that's why you taunted her, saying she'd go down for the Brancusi? Jane says. You were hoping it would convince her to name her accomplice? Yeah, Ivy says, if she has one. It could be that the guy with the wet pants came to the house to meet her and you saw the 2 of them entering the forest, but I doubt it. Suddenly, Jane realizes something. Ivy, she says, the police are going to ask you about the Brancusi, and they're going to ask if you really had a gun. Are you going to lie? Ivy pauses, glancing into the light coming from the ballroom doorway. The ends of her hair glow gold. I'm going to do what I think is right, she says. And after all this is over, I swear to you, I'm going to tell you all the things I can't tell you right now. Jane sits quietly with this for a moment, until she realizes 2 things. 1, that she believes Ivy. 2, that she really can't believe, despite guns and missing children and stolen art, that anything Ivy's doing is truly bad. You know, there's a word for that shutter sound, says Ivy. Huh? That sound a digital camera makes, the fake shutter sound. It's fake? Well, think about it. A digital camera doesn't have a shutter. It's just designed to make the noise cameras used to make, back when they did have shutters. I never thought about that. There's a word for a design choice that incorporates a feature that's now obsolete. I can't remember what it is. Think it's a Scrabble word? Ivy grins. I certainly hope so. Jane can't explain it, but she feels more ready for the police now. She feels like she can handle whatever comes. I'd like to know what word that is. I promise that when I think of it, says Ivy. When the police yank Lucy St. George out of the billiard room, she trips over the molding, remaining upright only because one of the officers is gripping her arm hard. It seems to Jane that they're being unnecessarily rough. Jane wants to be glad, but Lucy's not a big person. As they haul her through the gold sitting room, she winces in pain. She catches Jane's eye. Is Ravi in the receiving hall? She asks. Jane can't imagine why she should answer. I don't think so. Lucy seems relieved. Thanks, she says, as the police drag her away. Jane wants to yell after her that she didn't arrange it for Lucy's convenience, that she would never do anything for a person who lies and pretends, then shoots a dog. A surly policeman who smells like the sea comes to the billiard room doorway and calls Jane's name. The police officers, 2 men and 1 woman, have impassive faces, sharp voices, and a lot of questions. Jane tells the truth, and most of the time, her honest answer is, I don't know. The man in the forest was eating an orange, she offers at one point. Eating an orange, her interrogator repeats in an expressionless voice, not writing this illuminating piece of evidence down. Jane and the police officers are sitting, a bit awkwardly, around one end of the fanciest billiard table she's ever seen, with dusty blue felt and lions carved into the wooden legs. Did Lucy St. George say anything to the men in the boat? Asks an officer, whose mouth is hidden by a bushy white mustache. Jane tries to remember. Yes, she says. I think Lucy said, I'm not doing it again. It's a waste of my talents, and yours too, JR, or something like that. I was pretty far away, and the water was noisy. Not doing what again? Asks the mustached officer. And who's JR? He's the man who drove the boat away, Jane says. Says the officer. Jane can hear worlds of communication in that In these officers' long careers, she's the most useless witness they've ever questioned. They ask her questions about her own history and her reasons for being in the house. They seem bored by her answers. She tries to sound casual when she tells them about never actually having seen Ivy's gun. She aims for a blasé tone when she tells them about Ravi not having been in his bedroom, too. They perk up a little at that, which deflates her.
Ravi could be the accomplice, couldn't he? Couldn't his tantrums be an act? If they are, he deserves to be caught, right? No, Jane can't believe Ravi is involved. Then again, she once thought the same about Lucy. Do the police give medals to dogs? She asks. Thank you for your time, they respond grimly, then sweep Jane back into the gold sitting room. How was it? Asks Ivy, who's still sitting there. I have no idea, Jane says. Toenails scrape and ring on tile as Jasper comes barreling into the room. His ear is bandaged and attached loosely to his neck with tape. When he sees Jane, he throws himself at her. Jane drops down to the floor, takes him into her lap, pets him, and, naturally, begins to leak tears again. He pants hotly into her face. I've never seen that dog behave toward anyone the way he behaves toward you, says Ivy, searching through her many pockets, finally unearthing a tissue. She brings it to Jane, crouches down, and, while Jane's still hugging the dog, touches the tissue gently to Jane's face. For a moment, Jane feels that everything is right. Ivy Yellen, says an officer who appears in the billiard room doorway, in a tone of acute boredom. And you, he says, jetting his chin at Jane. What? Jane says. Me? You just talked to me. Yes, he says. I haven't forgotten your scintillating testimony. Do us a favor and go find Ravi Thrash, will you? He's next. I'm right here, Ravi says, appearing in the ballroom doorway. Good, the officer says to Ravi. Kindly stay. The officer and Ivy disappear into the billiard room, leaving Jane and Ravi, who studies Jane's face. She sniffles hard, wiping her eyes on her pajama sleeve. What are you crying about? Asks Ravi. The dog, which is true, if an understatement. Yeah, he says grimly. You look tired, she says. The FBI should be handling this case, Ravi says. If our artwork is still in New York State, it's a miracle. Vanny is literally trying to give me an ulcer, calling in the state police instead of the FBI. How was it, talking to them? Jane pauses, then speaks in a particular tone. I answered all their questions honestly. He rubs his neck, sighing. The white streaks in his hair suddenly make him seem old, tired. Is there a reason you shouldn't have? I went looking for you first, Jane says. This morning, I went to your room first before going outside. It was just before dawn, and you weren't there. I told them. Ravi's eyes linger on Jane. And now you're telling me you told them, he says, so I'll know not to tell them I was safely tucked up in bed the whole time? Yeah, says Jane. I guess so. The corner of Ravi's mouth turns up. You're a puzzle. Ravi, if that's a segue to flirting, I'm literally going to lose it. This elicits a sad smile, then a weary shake of the head. I spent the night with my dad in the library, he says, listening to the Beatles.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. The Beatles, Jane exclaims. I forgot to tell the police about the Beatles. Placing Jasper on his 4 feet, she stands, turns, and barges through the billiard room door. 4 surprised faces swivel up to look at her. I forgot to tell you that, as I was crossing the atrium on my way to the servants' quarters, Jane announces, I heard someone playing the Beatles. The faces stare at Jane in bewilderment. She leaves the room. Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. The Beatles, Jane exclaims. I forgot to tell the police about the Beatles. Placing Jasper on his 4 feet, she stands, turns, and barges through the billiard room door. 4 surprised faces swivel up to look at her. I forgot to tell you that as I was crossing the atrium on my way to the servants' quarters, Jane announces, I heard someone playing the Beatles. The faces stare at Jane in bewilderment. She leaves the room and shuts the door before things deteriorate any further. I'm pretty sure I'm their least favorite witness ever, she tells Ravi. Don't worry, he says. Patrick will brood, Kieran will be silent and depressed, Colin will be condescending, and Phoebe will say something snobbish and defensive. Thanks, Jane says. That makes me feel better. His half grin again. Keep me company while I'm waiting? Jane has sympathy for Ravi, who's had a rotten morning.
But she's still dressed in her Doctor Who pajamas. She's run through the ramble, fallen over, rolled around, had a gun pointed at her, been bled on by a dog, bawled her eyes out, and been interrogated by the police. She needs a shower and a deep, dark nap with Jasper snoring into her ankles. I need to get cleaned up, Jane says. Yeah, okay, he says. Send me Kieran if you see her, will you? I'm worried about her. Why? Ravi throws himself into an armchair and closes his eyes. Nothing to do with any of this. Let's just call it twin stuff. One moment, Jane is passing through the ballroom with Jasper at her heels, weary and spent, dodging gala staff whose voices are too sharp and bright. The next moment, she's ravenous. This is why Jane does, indeed, cross paths with Kieran, who's with Colin in the breakfast room, a little nook off the banquet hall, poking at a poached egg with a spoon. I just wish I was more surprised, Jane hears Colin say. Who's your guess for her accomplice? Someone in the house? A servant? I don't have a clue, says Kieran. She could have an entanglement with the guy who mans your boats, says Colin. One of those secret relationships across class. Patrick? Says Kieran, sounding thoroughly confused and rubbing her temples as if they hurt. Where are you getting this from? They look pretty cozy together, says Colin. I can't see him turning her down, says Colin. There's a smugness to his tone, subtle, indefinable. He's pleased with his own speculations. Something inside Jane mutinies. Colin, she says, why do you keep pushing her into conversations she doesn't want to have? What? Colin says, looking up at Jane. His hair is damp. He's showered and bright as a daisy. Pushing who? Kieran, Jane exclaims. You keep badgering her. Colin sits back, offended. I love Kieran, he says. What do you know about anything? You're a child and a stranger here. She doesn't want to talk about it, says Jane. She wants to be alone. She's depressed, Colin says. I'm getting her interested in something. You bully her. You have a lot of nerve, Colin says, then turns to Kieran. Sweetheart, do I bully you? Kieran is holding her spoon so tightly that her fingertips are white. Colin, she says to her plate, I think it's time we broke up. In fact, I'm sure of it. I'm sorry, but it's over. 2 spots of red grow in Colin's cheeks. After a moment, he pushes his chair back quietly and stands. Very well, he says stiffly. By the way, he adds, flashing hot eyes into Jane's, you're wrong. She doesn't prefer to be alone. She's quite fond of a certain one of her servants. I used to think she could be happy with me, but now I'm not sure she's capable of happiness. Don't talk about me as if I'm not here, Kieran says, you patronizing jerk. Colin opens his mouth to speak, then claps it closed tight. He turns to go. As he's walking away, he spins back suddenly and addresses Jane. Incidentally, he says, I hate to tell you, but there was an accident with your umbrellas. They fell into the street in Soho and got run over by a truck. I'm awfully sorry. I don't suppose they were insured? Her Pantheon dome umbrella, her eggshell umbrella, her brass-handled brown and copper rose umbrella. Jane is choking over her own astonishment. How horrible, Kieran says. Jane looks into Kieran's face and finds that all of Kieran's warmth and feeling for her is real and surging. Then she looks into Colin's face, which contains the most perfect balance of sorrow, solicitude, and regret. Also, something else, the tiniest gleam of something childish, triumph. An instinct pricks her. Turning without a word, Jane passes through the banquet hall into the kitchen, stopping only to hold the door for Jasper. Mr. Vanders and Patrick are huddled together at a table, muttering to each other. Who did the mail run yesterday? Jane asks them. They barely glance at her. Cook, says Mr. Vanders. And where's Cook right now? Jane asks. Down at the dock, says Mr. Vanders. I need to ask him a question. Mr. Vanders eyes Jane then, with curiosity. He reaches into a drawer behind him, pulls out a walkie-talkie, presses a button, and says, Son. A moment later, a raspy voice answers, Dad? Mr. Vanders hands the walkie-talkie to Jane. She's never used one before. She presses the button and says,
Hello? Yeah? Cook? Yeah? Did Colin Mack give you a long, narrow package yesterday for the mail run? Yeah, says Cook. Umbrellas. How were they packaged? With about a mile of bubble wrap around them, he says, and nailed into a crate. I helped him pack them. Who was it addressed to? Buckley St. George, at his Soho offices. I private messengered it, in Southampton with the guy the family always uses. The family? Which family? The Thrash family, he says. What family do you think? Octavian transports art from time to time. We always use this guy. Is he clumsy? Asks Jane. Does he drop things? Is he a bike messenger who's always in peril? Of course not. He's a professional art courier. He drives a specialized truck. Jane hands the walkie-talkie back to Mr. Vanders and marches off, Jasper at her heels. Hello? Says Cook's voice behind her, somewhat irate. Who is this? Dad, is that Magnolia's niece? Jane pushes back through the swinging door, amazed at her own certainty. This time, when she barges into the billiard room, the surprised faces contain a touch of annoyance. Ivy has gone. The police are talking to Ravi. He brightens a notch at the sight of Jane. Ravi expects entertainment. Colin Mack is the accomplice, Jane says, or at any rate, he's a jerk who stole from me. The proof is that you'll find 3 umbrellas in the offices of Buckley St. George, who, frankly, I don't trust either. Maybe St. George is behind the whole thing. Maybe he positioned his daughter and his nephew here so they could steal the art. And Colin, being an arrogant jerk, couldn't resist stealing my art too. Please note, Jane adds with desperation, determined to tell the whole truth, that all of this is conjecture, based on a look in Colin's eyes, and possibly also my inability to accept the slaughter of my umbrellas. But I think I'm right, she finishes. One of the police officers clears her throat. We are investigating the theft of 2 pieces of art, worth, on the underside, over $100 million, she says. You're talking to us about umbrellas. Colin just told me that the umbrellas were destroyed, says Jane. That means that if those umbrellas are in Buckley St. George's offices, then Colin lied to me. Are you looking for a thief or not? The police are at the house most of the day, despite the fact that it's gala day. Jane plays some distracted chess with Kieran in the winter garden and waits. In late afternoon, the news comes through that the umbrellas have been found. 2 are smack in the middle of Buckley St. George's desk, and Buckley himself is discovered walking through Soho with the 3rd, the speckled egg, in the rain. According to the police, Buckley is charmed by Jane's umbrellas. The pale blue with brown speckles matches his bow tie. He's intended to purchase that one from Jane personally.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. He's astonished to learn that Colin's made up a story about them having been destroyed. He insists Colin never told him. Very stupid boy, he says. And then, when he hears the part about Lucy and the Vermeer, he stops talking. The police lead Colin away. He tries to look dignified and amused by this turn of events, but his face is bloodless, his eyes frightened. Jane watches him go with Kieran at her side. There is contempt in Kieran's expression that could freeze a star. But still, there's no sign of the missing Vermeer. Later that day, the police ask Jane to come to New York to identify her umbrellas. Kieran comes too. The police don't need her, but she wants Jane to have access to the Thrash's city apartment while she's there, and Jane senses that she'd rather be anywhere than at the gala. The light is falling as they board the goat. The gala is beginning. Incoming boats sparkle on the water like stars. Kieran unfurls a little, like a fern, as the police boat enters Long Island Sound and the Manhattan skyline appears. The city night fills her eyes, makes them clearer. Soon, the New York State Police barracks appear on a strange, wooded patch of land in the East River called Ward's Island. Inside the noisy, yellow-lit building, an officer named Investigator Edwards places the umbrellas on a desk and asks Jane if she recognizes them. He has a voice like a man stranded in a desert and a face like John Wayne.
It seems silly to Jane, this emergency nighttime journey to the city, to identify umbrellas she could easily have identified by photo or even by description. But with her umbrellas before her, Jane is relieved she came. He lets her pick them up, touch them, inspect them, even hand them to Kieran, who tells Jane that each one is beautiful. They're in the same condition they were in when Jane saw them last. When can I have them back? When we're done with the investigation, Investigator Edwards rasps, then adds, not without sympathy, they're evidence. That means we'll take good care of them. His eyes, Jane notices, gray and clear, are surrounded by fine laughter lines. Then she notices a slight brown discoloration in one of his gray irises, and even though she knows it's irrational, I trust him with my umbrellas, implicitly. Your positive idea of the umbrellas will justify a search warrant of Buckley St. George's office, Investigator Edwards says, as Jane hands the umbrellas back to him. And his correspondence and his financials, too. If he's got other stolen property, we'll find it. Kieran's eyes slide to the investigator and lock on his face. Buckley St. George, Jane remembers, isn't just Colin's uncle and Lucy's father. He's Ravi's boss. Ravi is going to lose his job. You're sure Buckley St. George is involved? Kieran asks. Not sure of anything, says Investigator Edwards. We don't think Buckley St. George knew that Colin Mack intended to steal the umbrellas. But we did find those two perps and the boat, entering the East River from the Sound. They could have been on their way to Buckley St. George, intending to deliver the Vermeer. You said you found the guys, Kieran says, but you didn't say if you found the Vermeer. His face splits into a grin. Yeah, that's funny, says Kieran. Reaching down, Investigator Edwards retrieves something from a drawer. The chief petty officer did find a parcel on board, he says, just the right size for the picture. But when he opened it, there was a blank canvas inside. And this. He lays a flat, transparent plastic bag on the desk before Kieran and Jane. It contains a paper napkin on which someone has written, with a felt pen in black letters, the words, "Bite me, you despot." Huh, Kieran says. That is funny. Yeah, says Investigator Edwards. You think Lucy or Colin wrote that? It appears to be Lucy St. George's handwriting. And you think it's a note to her father? Possibly. So what? You think Lucy stole the Vermeer at her father's instruction, kept the Vermeer for herself, then sent that napkin to her father as a message? It's a theory. And where's the Vermeer? No idea. Lucy's not saying. Neither is Colin, who, by the way, still insists he's got nothing to do with any of it. Unfortunately for him, we found the prints of his boots in the ramble.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. He's astonished to learn that Colin's made up a story about them having been destroyed. He insists Colin never told him. Very stupid boy, he says. And then, when he hears the part about Lucy and the Vermeer, he stops talking. The police lead Colin away. He tries to look dignified and amused by this turn of events, but his face is bloodless, his eyes frightened. Jane watches him go with Kieran at her side. There is contempt in Kieran's expression that could freeze a star. But still, there's no sign of the missing Vermeer. Later that day, the police ask Jane to come to New York to identify her umbrellas. Kieran comes too. The police don't need her, but she wants Jane to have access to the Thrash's city apartment while she's there, and Jane senses that she'd rather be anywhere than at the gala. The light is falling as they board the boat. The gala is beginning. Incoming boats sparkle on the water like stars. Kieran unfurls a little, like a fern, as the police boat enters Long Island Sound and the Manhattan skyline appears. The city night fills her eyes, makes them clearer. Soon, the New York State Police barracks appear on a strange, wooded patch of land in the East River called Ward's Island. Inside the noisy yellow-lit building, an officer named Investigator Edwards places the umbrellas on a desk and asks Jane if she recognizes them. He has a voice like a man stranded in a desert and a face like John Wayne. It seems silly to Jane, this emergency nighttime journey to the city to identify umbrellas she could easily have identified by photo or even by description. But with her umbrellas before her, Jane is relieved she came. He lets her pick them up, touch them, inspect them, even hand them to Kieran, who tells Jane that each one is beautiful. They're in the same condition they were in when Jane saw them last. When can I have them back? When we're done with the investigation, Investigator Edwards rasps, then adds, not without sympathy, they're evidence. That means we'll take good care of them. His eyes, Jane notices, gray and clear, are surrounded by fine laughter lines. Then she notices a slight brown discoloration in one of his gray irises, and even though she knows it's irrational, I trust him with my umbrellas, implicitly. Your positive ID of the umbrellas will justify a search warrant of Buckley St. George's office, Investigator Edwards says, as Jane hands the umbrellas back to him. And his correspondence and his financials, too. If he's got other stolen property, we'll find it. Kieran's eyes slide to the investigator and lock on his face. Buckley St. George, Jane remembers, isn't just Colin's uncle and Lucy's father. He's Ravi's boss. Ravi is going to lose his job. You're sure Buckley St. George is involved? Kieran asks. Not sure of anything, says Investigator Edwards. We don't think Buckley St. George knew that Colin Mack intended to steal the umbrellas. But we did find those two perps and the boat entering the East River from the Sound. They could have been on their way to Buckley St. George, intending to deliver the Vermeer. You said you found the guys, Kieran says, but you didn't say if you found the Vermeer. His face splits into a grin. Yeah? That's funny, says Kieran. Reaching down, Investigator Edwards retrieves something from a drawer. The chief petty officer did find a parcel on board, he says, just the right size for the picture. But when he opened it, there was a blank canvas inside. And this. He lays a flat, transparent plastic bag on the desk before Kieran and Jane. It contains a paper napkin on which someone has written, with a felt pen in block letters, the words, "Bite me, you despot." Huh, Kieran says. That is funny. Yeah, says Investigator Edwards. You think Lucy or Colin wrote that? It appears to be Lucy St. George of handwriting. And you think it's a note to her father? Possibly. So what? You think Lucy stole the Vermeer at her father's instruction, kept the Vermeer for herself, then sent that napkin to her father as a message? It's a theory. And where's the Vermeer? No idea. Lucy's not saying. Neither is Colin, who, by the way, still insists he's got nothing to do with any of it. Unfortunately for him, we found the prints of his boots in the ramble, stepped in mud from the recent rain, we assume, while serving as Lucy's lookout this morning. Kieran rolls her eyes dismissively at this mention of Colin. What about the two guys in the boat? She asks. You couldn't arrest them. It's not illegal to carry a paper napkin wrapped up to look like a stolen Vermeer. You're quick, Miss Thrash, he says. You might like detective work. You're right, it's not illegal. But guess what else? You want to play a guessing game? Kieran asks mildly. Investigator Edwards smiles a dazzling smile. Guess, he says. It's about one of the guys, the tall, skinny one called J.R. Turns out the J is short for Johannes. Johannes, says Kieran. Is that really his name? Like Johannes Vermeer? Johannes Vermeer Rutkowski is his name, says Investigator Edwards. His parents hoped he would aim high. He's the forger? Yup. Here's his workshop, Investigator Edwards says, then shows Kieran and Jane a big, glossy photo of an easel in a cluttered room. On the easel is an unfinished painting. Jane has seen it before, in the west attics of Tu Reviens, where Mrs. Vanders is cleaning it. That's our Rembrandt self-portrait, Kieran says, or it's going to be. She clutches her temples. Octavian has never done a thing about security, she says. No alarms, no cameras. Ever since Charlotte disappeared, he doesn't even lock the doors. He can't bear to. Well, it is an island, the investigator says, but that doesn't make it inaccessible.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. It's strange to step back into the receiving hall of Tu Reviens, having missed the gala. It's empty, stale. No musicians, caterers, or cleaners. No buzz of activity. The lilacs in the vases look and smell bruised somehow. Kieran goes off to find Ravi and give him the news that the Vermeer is still well and truly gone. Upstairs, Jasper lies outside Jane's door with his nose to the crack. Seeing her, he leaps to his feet and comes running at her, lopsided and bandaged. As Jane kneels to receive his ecstatic, slobbery greetings, she has a startling sense of coming home. "Ow!" she cries as he scrambles into her lap, his claws digging into her thighs. "Jasper, you're not small." In her rooms, she waits for a few moments, looking around, not sure what she's waiting for. Then she sets off to find Ivy. But when she encounters Mrs. Vanders in the kitchen, Mrs. Vanders tells her that Ivy's gone away. "Gone away?" says Jane. "Where? Is she coming back?" Mrs. Vanders is tapping the keys on a laptop at one of the kitchen tables. Patrick stands up the stove, sautéing garlic. "Of course she's coming back," says Mrs. Vanders. "Good God, girl, don't look so forlorn. She didn't tell me she was going." "Nor should she have," says Mrs. Vanders crisply. "I strictly forbade it." "She was sorry to leave without explaining," Patrick adds, glancing at Jane over his shoulder. "This reminds me," says Jane, in increasing annoyance. "I want to know about my Aunt Magnolia." "Ivy asked me if she could be the one to tell you everything," says Mrs. Vanders. "I said yes. It seemed important to her. So you'll just have to wait." "Well, when's she coming back?" "In a few days," says Mrs. Vanders. For a couple of seconds, Patrick goes very still, staring at the wooden spoon in his hands. Then he lays the spoon on the stovetop carefully, switches the burner off, and says to Mrs. Vanders, "I'm done lying to Kieran." He walks into the back of the kitchen and disappears through a door. "Oh, God help us," Mrs. Vanders says in alarm, springing up from the table, rushing off to follow him, then coming back, glaring in Jane's general direction, slapping her laptop closed, and rushing off again. "Jasper," says Jane, focusing on the canine at her feet, who gazes up at her with his tongue hanging out. "I literally give up. None of them will ever make any sense." Well, it's difficult for Jane to wrap her head around. All that pretending and manipulating seems an odd direction to focus one's passions. "I wonder if she enjoyed it," Ravi says. "It must feel amazing to get away with a theft like that," he adds, with some bitterness. "And to fool people." "I'm not sure she enjoyed fooling you, Ravi," Jane says. "I think she cared about you." "Don't defend her to me," Ravi says heatedly. "No one who cared about me and knew me at all would steal my art." "That's true," says Jane, "but I think she was surprised and upset by how much it hurt you." The charges against Lucy now include the theft of the Rubens she lost, although apparently Lucy blames that theft on pressure from Buckley, just as she blames the Brancusi incident on Colin. Lucy seems to have entered some sort of delayed adolescent rebellion. When the police put her in the same room with her father, she began to scream at him for pressuring her about whom to date. In another part of the house, the Brancusi is back. It appeared, complete and undamaged, in its usual spot on a side table in the receiving hall, 6 days after the gala. No one in the house can explain it to Ravi, who's alternately elated and furious. Mrs. Vanders had been keeping the pedestal in the west attics, storing it safely until the fish was found. And one day, when she'd gone up there, the pedestal, was gone. Then she'd found it, to her amazement, in the receiving hall, the fish perched atop the pedestal once again, complete and as it should be, or so she says. Still scowling in his armchair, Ravi says to Kieran abruptly, "What's going on with you and Patrick?" Kieran takes one of Jane's pawns with her knight and shrugs. "Oh, come on, sis," says Ravi. Kieran sits back in her chair, looking untroubled, acting like she didn't hear. Jane wonders how far to push. "Did Patrick ever confess to you?" Jane asks, not glancing at Ravi, but feeling his hearty approval of her interference. "I saw him the other day, the day we got back from New York. He seemed determined." "Yes," Kieran says. "He actually said things, for once," she says, catching Jane's eye but not elaborating. Finally, as the silence stretches out, she shrugs again and says, to Ravi as much as to Jane, "I'm thinking about the things he said." "What did he say?" Ravi demands. "Stuff I'm thinking about," Kieran repeats, stubbornly. "What stuff? Twin, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm not going to tell you." Says Ravi. "You're lucky I need to keep you around, in case I ever need a kidney."
Like I'd ever give you my kidney? You would totally give me your kidney. There's totally a universe somewhere where I've refused to give you my kidney, says Kieran. Ravi is smiling. Let's go get that Kieran's kidney, just to spite her. We could keep it on ice until one of us needs it. That's a disturbing idea, Kieran says, but practical. She presses a palm to her forehead. I guess all three of us are kind of looking at a fresh start. What? Says Ravi. Is this about kidneys? No, says Kieran. I'm thinking about you, me, and Janie. We're all starting fresh. Janie, because she's so young, and she's alone. She's got her umbrellas. She could really do anything. Sorry, she adds, glancing at Jane doubtfully. For what? Says Jane. For reminding you that you're alone. It's okay, Jane says. I might not be, she thinks. Under the table, Jasper nuzzles his nose against Jane's pants legs. He rests his chin on her boots. And you and me, Kieran says to Ravi. We don't have significant others anymore, or jobs. I guess we could also do anything. I do like being single, says Ravi. We could start a new venture. You could be my manager and find me clients. Or something less gross, says Kieran. Blech. Grinning, Ravi stands. I want coffee, he says. Either of you want anything? A bowl of chocolate ice cream, says Kieran. I'd take ice cream too, Jane says. Coming right up, Ravi says, then strides away. In the room's new quiet, Kieran watches Jane take a pawn. Jane has questions for Kieran too, less specific than Ravi's, but she suspects just as nosy. Kieran, Jane says, after a long silence, not sure how to get to the answer she's seeking. Are you glad you came home? Kieran takes a moment to consider Jane's question. I'm finding, she says, that despite everything, I'm glad to live in this universe. Huh. Kieran moves her knight again, endangering Jane's queen. If we live in a multiverse, she says, in which multiple versions of us live alternate lives in an infinite series of universes, I'm glad I live in this one. I think that maybe I'm better off than some other Kierans. In this universe, I found out that Colin was stealing from me before I did something stupid, like marrying him. Some other version of me somewhere is probably married to a version of him and has no idea. And some other version of me lives with some other, less loving version of Ravi. I like my version of Ravi. I guess I even like my version of Patrick, she admits, given that he's mine. I guess I even like my version of me. Well, Jane says, that's convenient, I guess, if weird. Kieran laughs. By the way, you're in check. Gosh, what if you'd been born in a universe where there was no rain? Kieran says. Huh. I wonder what you would do, Kieran says. Would you still find yourself drawn to make umbrellas? Oh, says Jane. I see. Well, I don't know. Could I make parasols? There's no sun either, Kieran says. I wonder if you'd have this irrepressible urge to invent sort of a cloth shield on a stick. Would people think you were nuts? Says Jane. It's true, I can't imagine not making umbrellas. But don't you think that's partly because our universe does have rain? I wonder if you'd even make them waterproof, says Kieran.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Despite it being completely unnecessary, her question stirs a memory of the conversation Jane had with Ivy while they were waiting to talk to the police, about the digital camera that makes a shutter sound even though it doesn't have or need a shutter anymore. If I did make waterproof umbrellas in a rainless world, Jane says, would that be one of those things? Those things where a design incorporates a feature a thing used to have but doesn't need anymore? Huh? Says Karen. Ravi has stepped back into the room, carrying 2 bowls of ice cream. He's grinning at Jane. A skeuomorph? He says. Is that the word? Jane asks, delighted. Ivy couldn't remember. I can't wait to tell her. I'm pretty sure that's the word, Ravi says, walking to their table and handing each of them a bowl. I guess it's a little long for Scrabble, Jane says. You could build it onto the word morph, Ravi says. Who's winning anyway? Me, says Kieran. Where's your coffee? I've only got 2 hands. I'll get it on my next trip. You're a sweetie, says Kieran. Checkmate. Play chess with me next, Ravi says. Which one of us? Kieran says. Either, he says. Both. What? Like as a team? Says Kieran, teasing. What's wrong with you? Whatever, says Ravi. I'm bored. Then reaches down to put his arms around his sister and pull her into an awkward hug. Ravi has been giving Kieran a lot of hugs these days. Jane has a feeling it's as much for his own benefit as for hers. Ravi seems to need hugs. But it's good for Kieran, Jane thinks, that he needs her. A noise behind Ravi catches Jane's attention. She leans past him to look. Ivy is in the doorway, in a long, wet coat with her backpack on her shoulders. Rain plasters strands of hair to her cheeks. She looks at Jane shyly, a question in her face. Ivy, Jane says. Ivy, I have things to tell you. Ivy's smile starts small, then grows big. She holds out a hand to Jane. Yeah, she says. Me too. A bell rings somewhere in the depths of the house, sweet and clear like a wind chime. Mrs. Vanders? The little girl? Kieran? Ravi? Or Jasper? Aunt Magnolia? Jane thinks. Where should I go? Lies without borders, Jane decides. I'd like to walk with you, Kieran, but can I join you later? I need to check on something. Okay, says Kieran, disappointed. I'll be in the winter garden when you're free. I'll find you there, says Jane. Definitely. Kieran wanders away. Jane has to find out the truth about that little girl who looks like Grace Panzavecchia. What if she's in some kind of danger? Her journey is intercepted on the landing by Jasper, who hops in a circle around her with sharp little barks, as if he's trying to herd her from behind. Jasper! I'm not a sheep, she says, racing down the stairs. He stays where he is, whining disconsolately. You can come with me, says Jane. I'm on a mission. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at tracking people? She turns, descending a few more steps. When she looks back, he's gone. She can't help feeling that it doesn't say much for the likelihood of her finding a little girl if she can't keep track of a dog who was there mere seconds ago. Jasper, you'd make a terrible sidekick, she says to the air. Back to the task, Jane weaves through the lilac ladies in the receiving hall and goes to the side table where she saw the girl leave something. Next to a family photo of Kieran, Ravi, Octavian, and a blonde, youngish-looking lady who's probably Charlotte, is a strange object, itself shaped like a small table. It's a pedestal with an oak base and a circular mirror top. There's a tiny hole in the center of the mirror. Altogether, it doesn't look particularly significant. One of the lilac ladies appears beside her. That's just the sort of stand I need, she says with satisfaction, setting a squat vase of lilacs atop the pedestal. All right then. Whatever its purpose was before, it's now a platform for lilacs. Did the girl leave the pedestal on the table or the Thrash family photo? And where did she go after that? Jane crosses into the Venetian courtyard, but has no idea which direction to choose next. She's seen some of the rooms to the left, the ballroom, the banquet hall, the kitchen. Curiosity pulls Jane to the right, through the East Arcade, then into a room she's never seen before, with old-fashioned floral green wallpaper, brocaded settees, a fussy green carpet, and no little girl. Crossing that room, Jane opens a door in the opposite wall and enters another world, for she's found the bowling alley. Not that it's like any bowling alley she's ever seen or imagined. The walls are made of rough stone reinforced with broad wooden beams, and the light is low and moody, like something one might find in a cave under a mountain. 2 bowling lanes stretch before her, burnished expanses of maple and pine. Pins gleam palely at the end of each lane. This is where the Pied Piper goes bowling, she thinks, by himself after he's entombed all the children. Obscurely concerned now for the missing child, Jane walks straight down the left-hand bowling lane, the only route to a door set in the wall at its end. It feels wrong to her, immoral somehow. Surely bowling lanes are not for walking on. When she opens the door, her world changes again. Heat, light, lapping noises, and the smell of chlorine. The indoor swimming pool. The wall across from her is taken up by an enormous, long fish tank. A fluorescent green eel nestles against the glass, leering at her, and a bull shark, a species of shark known to attack humans, swims lazily from one side to the other. Uneasily, Jane eyes the water of the pool. No drowned little girl.
There's a door in the fish tank, though, a normal wooden door with a brass knob. Jane finds this so peculiar that she opens it, imagining the water, the eel, the bull shark pouring through the doorway. Instead, she discovers a short, dark passage stretching before her, leading through the tank to another door. Opening that door, she finds herself stepping into a patch of crocuses. Wind whips against stone. Jane can hear the sound of crashing waves somewhere below. It takes her a moment to orient herself. She's at the back of the house. To the left, some distance along the vast wall, the little girl sits on the ground, nestled against the side of a terrace. She's tucked herself against the house with her arms wrapped around her legs, making herself small. Jane approaches her stealthily. The girl is crying and shivering. Her hair is short and crooked, a dark shade of blonde, her eyes swollen. Her sparkly purple sneakers and her blue jeans are splotchy from the wet grass. The little girl jumps up as Jane gets closer, glares at Jane, and crouches like a runner about to take off. Jane freezes in her tracks and raises her hands. "It's okay," she says, not certain what she's mollifying the girl about, but doing so instinctively. "Who are you?" the girl demands. "I'm Janie." "Are you—" the girl begins, then spits out a few words in French that sound awfully well pronounced. "With who?" says Jane. "Never mind," says the girl. "Why are you here? Did you say espion sans frontières?" "No," says the girl. "Why are you here? Doesn't that mean spies without borders?" "I don't speak French," says the girl. "I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you here?" She's not the world's best liar, this little girl. "Because I saw you in the receiving hall and wanted to see where you went," says Jane. "No." Her tone is shrill. "Why are you in the house? What's your affiliation?" Jane finds herself speaking in soothing tones. "My friend Kieran invited me to visit. Kieran's dad owns the house." "Seriously?" says the girl. "You're just a person?" "Of course. What else would I be? Why should I believe you?" "Grace," says Jane. "What's going on?" "I'm not Grace," says the girl quickly. "My name is Dorothy." "Okay," says Jane, trying to sound like she believes this. "Nice to meet you, Dorothy. Do you live in the house?" "I'm related to Mrs. Vanders," says Dorothy. "I'm her great niece. I'm visiting. It's funny because you look an awful lot like Grace Panzavecchia." "I don't know who that is."
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. She's in the news, says Jane. A lot of things are in the news, says Dorothy, wiping her bangs out of her eyes with a damp hand. A lady got bitten by a bear at a zoo in France. It's raining frogs in Seattle for a record 14 days in a row. A guy in New York died of smallpox. Grace Panzavecchia is a little girl whose parents tried to rob a bank in Manhattan, says Jane. Then the entire Panzavecchia family disappeared. That's preposterous, says Dorsey. What about their dog? Their dog? Jane responds in confusion. What dog? I mean, did they have a dog? Actually, says Jane, remembering something about a dog, spoken by a news anchor who'd looked a little like a St. Bernard, which is why it had stuck in Jane's mind. It's funny you ask that. I do remember a dog. A German Shepherd? The police found it in the Panzavecchia's house after they all disappeared. What else? The girl says. About the dog? Yes, she says. Who's taking care of the dog? I don't know, says Jane. The news people aren't talking about the dog. They're talking about the mafia being involved and the kids disappearing and the baby being sick with smallpox. Smallpox, the girl says. The baby doesn't have smallpox. What? No, Jane says, realizing she's misspoken. Sorry, you're right. You mentioned the guy in New York who died of smallpox, and I got mixed up. They're saying the baby has spots, like maybe it's chickenpox or something. Smallpox could be used as a biological weapon again, the girl says, like what the British did to Native Americans at Fort Pitt during the French and Indian War. Did you know that? I'd never really thought about it, Jane says. You seem to know a lot about it. Smallpox is supposed to be one of those diseases no one gets anymore, the girl says. There's supposed to be a stock of it in a lab in Atlanta and one in Russia just for posterity. But that's only what they say. Microbiologists could alter smallpox so it could be used for modern warfare. Okay, says Jane. They announced on the news a few days ago that the guy who got smallpox had some sort of freak accident. They said he broke into the labs of the CDC in Atlanta and got into something he shouldn't. Yeah, says the girl, jutting her jaw with obvious scorn. That's a likely story. Jane tries to remember what she's heard from the news. The parents of the Panzavecchia family, Giuseppe and Victoria, are microbiologists. They reportedly walked out of their lab and attempted to rob a Manhattan bank. In the middle of the heist, they panicked, ran from the bank, rounded a corner, and basically disappeared. The bank teller was so startled that she turned to the colleague beside her and asked, "Did that just happen?" It had just happened, and as it was the Panzavecchia's own bank and one they visited frequently on lunch breaks, they were recognized. The police immediately searched their lab, no sign of them, their brownstone, empty except for their German shepherd, and the private academy of their brilliant 8-year-old daughter, Grace, who'd asked to use the restroom, then never returned to class. The search moved on to the section of Central Park where the two younger children, Christopher and baby Leo, liked to spend their mornings, and where the distraught au pair was having hysterics. She'd been walking with the children under one of the arches when a person of iron strength had grabbed her from behind and put something to her face. She'd tried to wrap her arms protectively around the children, she'd tried to scream, but darkness had come. The last thing she remembered was her attacker lowering her gently to the ground while a nearby saxophone played the Godfather music. And then, at dinner last night, Phoebe brought up the rumors that the mafia had threatened to harm Giuseppe Panzavecchia's family if he didn't pay his gambling debts. But Lucy St. George, private art investigator, thinks something else must be going on. Giuseppe is too devoted to his kids to risk getting involved with the mafia. All he ever does is brag about Grace and her amazing mnemonic memory devices. None of which explains what kind of work the Panzavecchias were doing in their lab, or if it has anything to do with smallpox, or why Grace is talking about French spies, or why she's here. Who even knows she's here, besides Jane? Dr. Philip Okada? He was in the attics yesterday wearing medical gloves, then sneaking around in the middle of the night saying inscrutable things about a journey and carrying a gun and a diaper bag. Jane realizes suddenly that the white bag with orange ducks Philip was carrying last night must have been a diaper bag. Phoebe Okada? Patrick? Mr. Vanders? Jane saw him carrying another small child, little Christopher Panzavecchia, across the Venetian courtyard only yesterday. What about Ivy, who was with Jane then and didn't give any explanation for the little kid when Jane asked? Ivy was in the attic with Philip too. What on earth is going on in this house? Grace, Jane says, "Are you okay?" The question seems to trigger the girl's fury. She sits her rump down again, wraps her arms around her legs, and starts crying. But it's angry crying. It's her temper she's trying to contain by holding her own body tight. "I don't even know who you are," she yells. "Is someone here hurting you?" says Jane. "Patrick?" Or, she can't get her mouth to say Ivy, "Phoebe Okada? Are your parents in the house too?" I bet you'd like to know. I bet you'd like to ask me a whole lot of questions. I'm not telling you anything. "Grace," says Jane, "I only want to know that you're okay." "Stop calling me that. My name is Dorothy." She rockets to her feet suddenly. "Where are you going?" "I bet you'd like to know," she yells again, then takes off running, around the terrace, along the wall of the West Wing, and away from Jane. She disappears around the corner of the house. Jane is standing there, staring numbly after the girl, when the scrape of an opening door spins Jane around. It's the door Jane came through herself, the one in the fish tank. Patrick emerges, looks to right and left, sees Jane. His face registers nothing. Patrick seems to have a gift for projecting innocent, blue-eyed vacuity. At any rate, his is more convincing than Ivy's. "Hello," he calls, walking toward Jane. He's swinging a heavy flashlight in one hand, powered off at the moment. "Getting some air?" "Yes," Jane says shortly. "Clearing my thoughts before I do some work." "Ivy tells me you make umbrellas," Patrick says, clapping his bright, blank eyes on Jane's face. "Seen anything interesting out here?" he adds, just as if he couldn't care less, and the hair rises on the nape of Jane's neck. She thinks, for some reason, of the leer of that eel in the fish tank. "Not a thing," says Jane. "What are you doing out here anyway?"
Lost something, he says, indicating his flashlight, as if lost something is a justification for carrying a flashlight in broad daylight. Thought I might find it here. What is it? It's hard to describe. Does it have crooked blonde hair? Jane wants to ask, a tear-stained face and a mistrust of all people. How enigmatic, she says. A sudden staticky noise makes her jump. Patrick? Says a metallic version of Mrs. Vanders's voice. Come in, Patrick. Patrick pulls a walkie-talkie from his back pocket. Tucking his flashlight under one arm, he presses a button on the walkie-talkie. Go ahead. Dorothy's come home, says Mrs. Vanders's voice. Patrick grins brightly. There's no place like home, he says, then pockets the walkie-talkie, gives Jane a nod, and moves on, taking the same route Grace Pensavecchia took, along the wall and around the western corner of the house. Aunt Magnolia, Jane says to the air, what the actual hell is going on here? The air does not respond. Jane winds her way back through the pool room, the bowling alley, the stuffy green parlor. Her bowl is the second-story east wing, where she last saw Mrs. Vanders headed, something about a Vermeer, and where she intends to confront Mrs. Vanders.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Fanders about how she knew Aunt Magnolia, about who Dorothy is, about everything strange going on in this house. But when Jane steps into the Venetian courtyard, Mrs. Vanders is right there, standing beside the fountain, her back to Jane. She's muttering into a walkie-talkie. Who's Dorothy? Jane asks without preamble. Oh, hello, Jane, Mrs. Vanders says, lowering the walkie-talkie and turning around smoothly. Dorothy's my great-niece, visiting from out west. Why, have you met her? I was with Patrick when you called him on the walkie-talkie and said Dorothy's come home. Yes, says Mrs. Vanders. She knows she's not supposed to wander around without telling us where she's going, but she does it anyway. I worry, especially since there's a pool in the house. Patrick is fond of her. He was worried too. What did you mean by Dorothy's come home? Where's home? Wherever I happen to be when she finds me, says Mrs. Vanders crisply. I'm her family. Family is home. Speaking of family, Jane says, Mr. Vanders just told me you knew my Aunt Magnolia. Mrs. Vanders grunts, her eyes sweeping the balconies of the courtyard. How could that be? Says Jane. I don't remember Aunt Magnolia ever saying anything about knowing anyone here, besides Kieran. Mrs. Vanders grunts again, then says nothing, just studies Jane. An odd silence stretches between them. Jane tries again. She made me promise once that if I was ever invited to Tu Reviens, she says, I'd come. Was that so I would meet you? Do you like to travel? Says Mrs. Vanders. Yes, I guess, says Jane. I haven't really traveled much, so I don't really know. Why? Did you travel with her or something? We have one of her travel pictures, Mrs. Vanders says. A yellow fish peeking out of the mouth of a big gray fish. Your aunt had a talent for uncovering hidden truths. Oh, Jane says, amazed, then flushing with pride that Aunt Magnolia's photo should end up on the walls of a fancy house like this. So is that how you knew her? Were you in touch about the photo? Do you like ivy? Responds Mrs. Vanders, peering at Jane. Sure, says Jane in confusion. Why? I may ask for your help at the party, she says. If I do so, I'll convey the message through ivy. Now, if you'll excuse me. She turns and walks away. I don't work for you, you know, Jane snaps at the empty air. It's one thing for Mrs. Vanders to lie and evade on the subject of Grace Pensavecchia, who's obviously mixed up in something bad, but why would she need to be cryptic about Aunt Magnolia? Unsettled, Jane stares into the cheerfully splashing fountain. Somewhere behind her, she hears the approaching voices of Lucy St. George and Colin Mack, and finds herself moving away from them, up the stairs. She needs to think. I'll be a bit longer, she texts Kieran as she climbs. Jasper is waiting outside her door. Inside, smoothing her ruffled red-orange shirt, Jane sits on one of the armchairs before the cold fire. Jasper burrows under the bed and begins snoring, a soft, low, soothing rumble. For some reason, Jane can't stop picturing the last thing she ever saw Aunt Magnolia wear, the day she left on that final, fateful Antarctic trip. A simple, deep purple dress, flowy, with long sleeves and pockets. her clunky, sturdy black boots, and her long, iridescent purple coat with the silver gold lining. She'd looked like some sort of fashion warrior set to take on the Antarctic night. Jane has only just begun the gold and brown self-defense umbrella, with its sharp ribs and powerful springs. But what she's imagining now is an iridescent purple umbrella with a contrasting interior of silver and gold. Could Jane make an umbrella like that without it hurting too much? Probably not, but she gets the feeling she's about to do it anyway. In her morning room, Jane works until she becomes aware of the sound of someone yelling. No, not someone, Ravi. Somewhere in the house, Ravi is yelling. With only half her focus, she goes into the bedroom and sticks her ear out into the corridor. It's coming from the house's middle, quite some distance away. The trouble is that Jane stumbled upon an unusual challenge with the curve of this umbrella, and it's asking for her full attention. Very Ravi, she thinks, then comes awake. Wait, if people are yelling, it's gotta be about Grace Panzavecchia. Jane moves quickly down the corridor toward the noise. She steps onto the third-story bridge and finds Ravi in the receiving hall far below, holding that little mirror table she was inspecting earlier, waving it around and screaming. The table's reflective top flashes at Jane as he whirls it about. The checkered floor is strewn with flowers and water, the glass shards of a broken vase. "Octavian!" Ravi screams. "Octavian!" Cleaners and decorators, interrupted in their work, line the bridges and staircases, staring. Lucy St. George stands beside Ravi, as do Colin Mack, Kieran, Ivy, and Phoebe Okada. "What's going on?" Jane whispers to the person nearest her, who happens to be the man with the bucket who'd asked directions at breakfast this morning, the apologetic cleaner with salt and pepper hair. He's wiping down the banister of the third-story bridge with a wet cloth. "Don't know," he says, wringing his cloth into his bucket intently. "What's that little table he's holding?" Jane asks. "What's it for?" "Don't know," the cleaner says again in his unplaceable accent, then freezes for just an instant as Mrs. Vanders sweeps into the receiving hall. She stops before Ravi. "Be quiet," bellows Mrs. Vanders. "What in the name of all that's reasonable is the matter with you?" "This," Ravi yells, shaking the little table at her. "This is what's the matter with me." From where Jane is standing, she can't see Mrs. Vanders's face. She can only observe the housekeeper's silence and the stillness of her stance as she holds a hand out for the little table, inspects it, then passes it to Lucy. White-faced, Lucy inspects it too, especially the small dot in the middle of the mirror. Lucy raises shocked eyes to Colin, who's standing nearby. Lucy doesn't look well. She's a bit shaky. "Ravi," Lucy says, clearing her throat. The sculpture was removed cleanly from the pedestal. Assuming the sculpture itself is unbroken, it should be easy to reattach it. "Well, that's just wonderful," Ravi says, chewing on sarcasm. "Just fantastic. Except," he screams, "where is the very sculpture?" "Calm down," Mrs. Vanders says. "Take a breath, Ravi, and tell me where you found the pedestal." "Right there," Ravi points to a row of side tables. It was sitting right there with a vase of lilacs on it, as if it were a party decoration. "All right," Mrs. Vanders says. "Breathe." "It wasn't there last night," says Ravi. "No part of it was there when I got in. Someone took the whole thing away, broke the fish off the pedestal, then put the pedestal back. What kind of lunatic would do that?" Jane is remembering now something about a $1 million sculpture Ravi was asking Octavian about last night. A fish, a missing sculpture of a fish by Brancusi. This little mirrored table must be the pedestal for Brancusi's $1 million fish. "I don't get it," she whispers to the cleaning man. "Isn't that sculpture worth a fortune? I can see why someone would steal it, but why would someone break it? And why," she doesn't say aloud, "would Grace Panzavecchia be carrying the pedestal around, slipping it onto tables in the receiving hall? Are her parents involved in art theft now, since the bank theft failed?" Now, Ravi is interrogating Mrs. Vanders, demanding a list of everyone who's recently set foot in the house. Turning suddenly on Phoebe Okada, Ravi spits, "Where's your husband? Where's Philip? He's run off, hasn't he?" "Good question," Jane whispers, then glances at the cleaner beside her, who's gotten very quiet. "It's because he's gone.
Only his damp cloth and his bucket of suds remain, and when Jane peeks around in confusion, she catches a glimpse of him stepping off the bridge into the house's east side.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Should think little of it, except for something odd that happens below. I'm going to pretend you didn't just imply that my husband stole from you, Phoebe, says to Ravi, then strikes out across the floor, heading for the Venetian courtyard. But before she starts moving, she throws her head back and narrows her eyes at Jane, or rather at the space beside Jane where the cleaner was a moment ago. Something about it seems deliberate. Phoebe's gaze on the empty spot beside Jane is ferocious. It's enough to turn Jane around and propel her onto the nearest balcony overlooking the Venetian courtyard to see where Phoebe is going. Behind Jane, Mrs. Vanders is suggesting to Ravi that the broken sculpture might be an accident or a prank. Ravi is responding with bewildered hysterics. Call the FBI, the CIA, and Interpol. While in front of Jane, in her own private world of bewilderment, Phoebe zooms across the courtyard floor to the stairs on its west side. She begins flying up them, 2 and 3 at a time, faster than Jane has ever seen anyone move in her life. Phoebe is somehow achieving this astonishing speed in high-heeled boots without making a clatter. Jane hears nothing but the voices in the receiving hall and the splash of the fountain. Who is Phoebe? What is her job? Phoebe shoots desperate glances now and then at the third-floor balconies across from her, and when Jane tracks her gaze, Jane finds the cleaner, slowly rounding the atrium via those balconies. It's as if Phoebe is racing to intercept him somewhere without him knowing, and it's as if everything depends upon it. Espion sans frontières, Grace said, or at least that's what Jane thinks she heard. Espions, spies. She's moving before she's even really decided. She catches up with the cleaner as he nears the final turn before the servant's wing. He doesn't hear Jane behind him, just slinks smoothly around the corner and out of her sight again. As she nears the corner, Jane hears a conversation start up between the cleaner and Phoebe, who seems not only to have beaten him to the servants' quarters, but to have done so without getting winded. Their voices stop Jane. Suddenly, Jane can't think what she imagines she's doing, pursuing the cleaner, spying on Phoebe, eavesdropping. How will she explain herself? Hello? Jane hears Phoebe, in a casual, even tone. Where are you going? The man clears his throat. To the bathroom. So far from where you were a moment ago? There's a toilet beside the main staircase on every floor. Why does it matter to you which bathroom I use? When a theft has been discovered, says Phoebe, everyone's movements become fascinating, don't you think? Interesting that you're sneaking away while a member of the household is making a scene and everyone's distracted. Jane can't stand there listening anymore. Where does Phoebe come off suggesting that this random guy might be involved in the theft just because he has to pee? She stomps around the corner. Phoebe, she says, what are you doing? Neither one seems surprised to see her. Janie, says Phoebe, raising an eyebrow at her, come to play Robin Hood? What does that even mean, says Jane. I'm here to tell this guy that he can use the bathroom in my rooms. If that's your idea of Robin Hood, then yeah. All right, says Phoebe. Go on, do your tired masses yearning to be free routine, but I've got my eyes on this fellow. I've half a mind to tell Ravi or Mrs. Vanders. Tell them what, says Jane, that you can quote the poem on the Statue of Liberty, that you've been stopping people from going to the bathroom, that you hate immigrants? It's huddled masses, says the man, interrupting. What, say Jane and Phoebe. Yearning to breathe free, he says. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore.
Oh, love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. She'd think little of it, except for something odd that happens. I'm going to pretend you didn't just imply that my husband stole from you, Phoebe says to Ravi, then strikes out across the floor, heading for the Venetian courtyard. But before she starts moving, she throws her head back and narrows her eyes at Jane, or rather, at the space beside Jane where the cleaner was a moment ago. Something about it seems deliberate. Phoebe's gaze on the empty spot beside Jane is ferocious. It's enough to turn Jane around and propel her onto the nearest balcony overlooking the Venetian courtyard to see where Phoebe is going. Behind Jane, Mrs. Vanders is suggesting to Ravi that the broken sculpture might be an accident or a prank. Ravi is responding with bewildered hysterics. Call the FBI, the CIA, and Interpol. While in front of Jane, in her own private world of bewilderment, Phoebe zooms across the courtyard floor to the stairs on its west side. She begins flying up them, 2 and 3 at a time, faster than Jane has ever seen anyone move in her life. Phoebe is somehow achieving this astonishing speed in high-heeled boots without making a clatter. Jane hears nothing but the voices in the receiving hall and the splash of the fountain. Who is Phoebe? What is her job? Phoebe shoots desperate glances now and then at the third-floor balconies across from her. And when Jane tracks her gaze, Jane finds the cleaner, slowly rounding the atrium via those balconies. It's as if Phoebe is racing to intercept him somewhere without him knowing, and it's as if everything depends upon it. Espions sans frontières, Grace said, or at least that's what Jane thinks she heard. Espions. Spies. She's moving before she's even really decided. She catches up with the cleaner as he nears the final turn before the servants' wing. He doesn't hear Jane behind him, just slinks smoothly around the corner and out of her sight again. As she nears the corner, Jane hears a conversation start up between the cleaner and Phoebe, who seems not only to have beaten him to the servants' quarters, but to have done so without getting winded. Their voices stop Jane. Suddenly, Jane can't think what she imagines she's doing, pursuing the cleaner, spying on Phoebe, eavesdropping. How will she explain herself? "Hello," Jane hears Phoebe, in a casual, even tone. "Where are you going?" The man clears his throat. "To the bathroom." "So far from where you were a moment ago? There's a toilet beside the main staircase on every floor. Why does it matter to you which bathroom I use?" "When a theft has been discovered," says Phoebe, "everyone's movements become fascinating, don't you think? Interesting that you're sneaking away while a member of the household is making a scene and everyone's distracted." Jane can't stand there listening anymore. Where does Phoebe come off suggesting that this random guy might be involved in the theft just because he has to pee? She stomps around the corner. "Phoebe," she says, "what are you doing?" Neither one seems surprised to see her. "Janie," says Phoebe, raising an eyebrow at her, "come to play Robin Hood? What does that even mean?" says Jane. "I'm here to tell this guy that he can use the bathroom in my rooms. If that's your idea of Robin Hood, then yeah, all right," says Phoebe. "Go on, do your tired masses yearning to be free routine, but I've got my eyes on this fellow." "I've half a mind to tell Ravi or Mrs. Vanders." "Tell them what?" says Jane. "That you can quote the poem on the Statue of Liberty? That you've been stopping people from going to the bathroom? That you hate immigrants?" "It's huddled masses," says the man, interrupting. "What?" say Jane and Phoebe. "Yearning to breathe free," he says. "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore." "Oh," says Jane. "Whatever," says Phoebe. "I'm British." "So," says the cleaner, "I'm South Korean." "Well, I'm American," says Jane, "and I'm kind of offended by the poem now that I'm hearing it. My ancestors were not wretched refuse." "Perhaps the wording was chosen for alliterative purposes," says the man, with a brief, comprehensive look at Jane. His eyes take in her boots, her red-orange ruffled shirt, her striped skinny jeans, her boisterous hair. She feels oddly catalogued. "I'm getting a headache," says Phoebe. "Are you taking this cleaner to your toilet or aren't you?" "Ugh," says Jane, disgusted by Phoebe, floored, really, that some people are actually this snobbish. "My rooms are at the other end of the house," she tells the man. "Thanks," he says. "What's your name?" "Ji-hoon." "Ji-hoon," says Jane, extending a hand. "I'm Janie. Do you know a lot of poetry?" "I have a remarkable memory," he says. "I use mnemonic devices." Phoebe watches Jane and Ji-hoon walk away. After Ji-hoon uses Jane's bathroom, he takes his leave, bestowing upon her the parting gift of a recitation of "I Hear America Singing" by Walt Whitman. It's a little weird, but by now Jane is beyond expecting anyone to be anything but weird. Ji-hoon holds her eyes for a moment, nods briskly, then goes. Scratching her head, Jane goes back to her Aunt Magnolia coat umbrella, filling her hands with metallic and iridescent fabrics, letting her work tug at her and thinking things through. Espions sans frontières, spies without borders. Jane is no expert on the world of espionage, but she's pretty sure spies wouldn't even exist if there weren't any borders. Maybe she heard Grace wrong. Before too long, her stomach informs her it's lunchtime. Jane has no idea if Tu Reviens has an official lunch hour, and she decides it doesn't matter. She'll go to the kitchen and bring something back to her rooms. She'll eat while she's working. "Hungry, Jasper?" she says to the bed as she walks through the bedroom. Jasper pushes an inquisitive nose out into the light and snorts. "I'm going to the kitchen, if you're interested." He bolts out eagerly, sticking so close to her that Jane feels a bit unsafe on the stairs and holds hard to the banister. On the second-story landing, he almost trips her. "Jasper, I need my feet to walk. I can't walk when there's a 60-pound dog attached to them. I want your company, you banana head, but we can't actually occupy the same space. Do you get that?" He hops on his front legs once, in a manner heralding an ominous intention to charge. Jane's instinct takes over, and she legs it across the bridge. But he doesn't charge. He stays there on the east landing, hopping around in front of that tall umbrella painting, howling delicately, like an opera singer holding herself back before the big climax. "Fuzzball," Jane calls across to him, "you fit right in with..."
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Two huge appliances to the left, presumably a refrigerator and a freezer, block her view of the rest of the room. She eases around them, then stops. Patrick and Mrs. Vanders stand near the stoves with their backs to Jane, blocking her view of the person they're speaking to. But Jane recognizes the voice of Phoebe Okada. "Yes," says Phoebe, "I think he's the one. He says he's South Korean, but I don't believe him." Then Phoebe hands a distinctive black thing to Mrs. Vanders that Jane also recognizes: Ivy's camera. Mrs. Vanders peers down at the camera and says crisply, "Yes, I've wondered about him. Patrick, find out what Ivy's learned." "Now," says Phoebe, "what about my appointment?" "Mr. Vanders is busy," says Mrs. Vanders. "He's digging holes." "I saw," says Phoebe. "Why exactly?" "He's pretending to garden," says Mrs. Vanders. "So my appointment is canceled because Mr. Vanders is playing make-believe?" Phoebe says blandly. "We got a tip that Grace might have buried it in the garden or the backyard," says Mrs. Vanders. "Mr. Vanders is looking for it." "A tip that Grace buried something?" Jane saw Grace herself, digging holes in the rain. Jane mentioned it to Mr. Vanders this morning. She said to him, "I saw a little girl digging in the garden yesterday." Then Mr. Vanders froze in astonishment. "So is it Jane, then, who provided this tip? About what?" "You're kidding," says Phoebe. "No," says Mrs. Vanders dryly. "She's a clever pain in the neck, isn't she?" says Phoebe. "ESF provides protection to political agents who are exploited, kidnapped, left to fend for themselves. If their loyalties come into question, we provide exit strategies, safe passage for them and their families. Often, our services require the help of third parties. These third parties don't help us out of the kindness of their hearts. They require payment. We've learned to use whatever's available to us." "By lying to people in this house who trust you implicitly," says Jane. "What should I be doing instead?" she says, exasperated. "Should I never lie, which would endanger countless people? Should I not risk the house art when it can ensure the safety of 2 children? "I need to go now," says Jane. "Don't say anything to anyone," says Mrs. Vanders. "Grace and Christopher Panzavecchia are only 8 and 2. You'll endanger their lives if you speak of any of this to the wrong person. Would you like that on your conscience? A dead child? Why should I believe you're trying to help them?" says Jane. "If you're being so helpful, why does Grace keep trying to sneak away? Why did she break the sculpture you need so badly to rescue her? Grace is a traumatized child who's been torn from her family and desperately wants to go home," says Mrs. Vanders. "She doesn't understand that home no longer exists. She's trying to create problems for us, draw attention. She's acting out. But even she knows where the line is. Why does home no longer exist? What happened? That is far more information than you're in need of at this juncture," says Mrs. Vanders. "Where's baby Leo?" Jane asks. "Why is no one talking about him?" "The baby is safe," Mrs. Vanders says. "Here's your sandwich, some grapes, and a kumquat."
She shoves a plate at Jane so forcefully that grapes go diving off the edge, rolling into unknown and unreachable parts of the pantry. "I can't believe you lie to Ravi," says Jane, "and Kieran too. Every single day. How can you do that?" Mrs. Vander's face is made of granite. She shoves a donut onto Jane's plate, causing more grapes to go flying. "We'll be keeping an eye on you," she says. "We'll know if you start wandering the house. And we have ways of knowing if you're engaging in mobile phone or internet activity. If we decide that we can't trust you to keep your mouth shut, you'll find yourself deeply regretful." "Wow," says Jane, "you really make me want to work for you. I want a job where I get to threaten innocent visitors and lie to all the people who trust me most." "On second thought," says Mrs. Vanders, "you stay right here. I'm getting someone to walk you back to your rooms." "Kiss my ass," Jane says, then turns and walks out. As Jane is making her way up the back staircase with her plate, Patrick comes clattering down from the west attics, which doesn't surprise her. He reaches her, then turns back around to accompany her. Jane doesn't even look at him. "What would you do if I started screaming something about your stupid organization?" she says. "Wrestle me down and gag me?" "No," says Patrick calmly, "but I would stop you." "I'm innocent, you know," Jane says, "and I didn't ask to be involved in all this crap." "Didn't you?" says Patrick. "Weren't you following Grace around this morning? And weren't you asking everyone questions about your Aunt Magnolia?" "Not because I was hoping to find out she was a spy. She had reasons." "Do me a favor," says Jane, "and don't flaunt the ways you knew my aunt better than I did." "Don't be silly," says Patrick. "She was your aunt. You're the one who knew her." He sounds like he means it, but it's too absurd to be answerable. They're walking back the way Jane came before, through the second story's west wing, past Aunt Magnolia's photograph, if it's even hers. "All these years," she says to Patrick, "you've been lying to Kieran about who you really are." He doesn't speak again for the rest of the walk. Jane remembers the questions she'd had after Aunt Magnolia's death. One of her aunt's colleagues had called from the Antarctic Peninsula. "A storm came up," he'd said, his voice cutting in and out. The connection on that phone call had been terrible. She was too far from the base. She never made it back. "I'm sorry," he'd said, but Jane hadn't understood what that meant. So she dragged herself to her doctor, Dr. Gordon, and asked what it meant to die in a snowstorm in Antarctica. Dr. Gordon had sat Jane down gently. "The first thing that happens is that your blood moves from your skin and extremities to your core," she'd said. "This is called vasoconstriction. It helps you conserve what heat you have rather than lose it to the environment." She'd stopped, waited for Jane's nod. "Then you start shivering," she'd gone on, "all over your body. You become clumsy. It becomes difficult to use your hands or walk." Another nod. "Your thoughts start to get dull. You have some amnesia. Apathy sets in, which is a blessing, really. You might burrow somewhere, like a hibernating bear," she'd said, "before you lose consciousness. Once you do lose consciousness, you might wake now and then to hallucinations, but finally you fall asleep and don't wake up again. Your body can take a long time to die, but during that time, you're not suffering. Do you appreciate that, Janie? That at the end, she wasn't suffering." But Jane had not been able to bear the idea that Aunt Magnolia had certainly known, in a snowstorm in Antarctica, what her own sleepiness had meant. Jane's sleep had gotten even worse from that day on, because that's how Aunt Magnolia had died. Or so Jane had thought. Did she ever even go to Antarctica? Or did I drag myself to the doctor and sit through that horrible litany for nothing? She's suddenly hot with shame at the thought, as if Aunt Magnolia has pranked her. Her eyes find the framed photos she's hung on the morning room walls. The anglerfish in Indonesia, the squid in Peru, the falling frogs in Belize, the Canadian polar bear suspended underwater. Aunt Magnolia had used to draw Jane a map for every trip she took, with the dates written carefully, so that Jane could have the comfort of following her progress and knowing where to imagine her at any point in time. All lies. Other people had known where Aunt Magnolia really was. Ivy had probably known. Jane crosses to the photo of Aunt Magnolia herself, standing in scuba gear on a New Zealand seafloor, touching a whale. Is that even Aunt Magnolia? In scuba gear, it could be anyone. Jane reaches into her pocket for her folding knife. She flips the screwdriver extension open, takes the photo down from the wall, and applies the screwdriver to the back.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. When the backing comes loose, she throws it aside, then grabs the photo and holds it out before her, staring at that person on the ocean floor. Liar, Jane thinks, and tears it in half, separating the person from the whale. Then, with a growing rage, she tears the person in half, then in fourths, then into as many tiny pieces as she can. She runs to the fireplace in the bedroom, hurls them into the grate, and throws some small pieces of wood in there with them. Finding a box of matches, she lights a few and throws them in there too. Back in the morning room, she takes the next picture down from the wall, and the next, tearing the squid in pieces, tearing the anglerfish, the frogs, tearing the polar bear with Aunt Magnolia's writing that says, "Sing ho for the life of a bear." Lies, she thinks, all lies. Stumbling back into the bedroom and throwing the pieces onto the fire. Miraculously, a corner of wood is alight despite her careless fire building, and pieces of the first photo are curling and catching fire. She watches them turn black, trying to decide what she's going to do with the huge photo hanging in the second-story west corridor. Bring it back and throw it on the fire, or smash the whole thing to pieces right there. She runs into the morning room again, lifts the Aunt Magnolia coat umbrella in progress over her head, and crashes it down onto the rug. When nothing breaks, she crashes it again, harder, until she hears the ping of ribs snapping off the runner and small pieces of metal go flying. Crying now, she grabs the purple iridescent fabric and pulls until the seams tear apart with a scream of breaking thread. She traps the silver gold fabric under her boots and pulls again, ripping it to pieces. She's reaching for the next umbrella, the pale blue eggshell with brown spots. She's lifting it and raising it high when Jasper runs into the room, presses against her legs, and starts whining. Jane is momentarily confused because she last saw the dog on the second-story landing. How did he get in? Ravis' voice, rising from her bedroom, answers her question. "Not much of a fire," he's calling to her. "You need to build a sort of chimney out of these smaller pieces of wood." What? Jane drops the eggshell umbrella and grasps her head. What's going on? "Don't worry," Ravi calls. "I'm fixing it. You can't just come into my rooms," she yells back at him. "I knocked and you didn't answer. That means you're supposed to go away and leave me alone." "The dog wanted in." Jane glances around. Crumpled on the floor, the Aunt Magnolia coat umbrella looks like some sort of large insect she's defeated in hand-to-hand combat, and she feels like she's been in a battle. Her face is swollen and her breath short. Mopping her eyes with her sleeves and sniffling hard, she pushes the umbrella's broken pieces into a pile, hoping Ravi won't notice it or her tears. Ravi appears in the morning room doorway, wiping his hands on his shirt. He peers at her. "You okay?" She avoids looking at him directly. "Yeah." "You look crazed." "It's an artist thing," Jane says. "Don't worry about it." He indicates the mangled umbrella. "What happened to that one?" "Sometimes they don't work out." "Okay," he says skeptically, surveying the rest of the room. He wades into the midst of the completed umbrellas and surveys them gloomily, dismal and pathetic, like Hamlet, or maybe Eeyore. "This is the only room in the house where I feel any peace," he says, gripping his white-streaked hair and sighing. "If you're hitting on me again, I mean the umbrellas," Ravi says, waving his hand around. He points across the room at one that leans in a corner. It's a simple, understated umbrella, alternating pale yellows with a mahogany rod and handle. "May I open that one?" "Really?" Jane says tiredly. "Now? I'm working, Ravi." "I think I want to buy it for Kieran," he says. "It makes me think of Kieran. If I like it when it's open, I'll give you $3,000 for it." "That is ludicrous," Jane says, enunciating each syllable. "Come back when you've recovered your senses." "No one is taking this seriously," Ravi says. "Have you noticed that?" "Taking what seriously?" "The Brancusi," Ravi says. "Mrs. Vanders still hasn't called the FBI. It's all the gala this, the gala that, as if the gala is more important than the family or the house." Jane has completely forgotten all about the Brancusi, the gala, everything.
She considers, for a moment, what would happen if she told Ravi that his servants are using the Brancusi to pay some woman to protect the missing Panzavecchia children, because Giuseppe and Victoria are mixed up in some sort of espionage, possibly involving weaponized smallpox. He would flip out. Loudly and dangerously. That's what would happen. Jane crosses to the yellow umbrella. Carrying it back to Ravi, she places it into his hands and says, "Take it with you. Open it in your own rooms. Inspect it. If you like it, you can buy it for $100. Like hell, Ravi says. That would be theft. I'm not taking $3,000 from you for one umbrella. $2,500 then. I'm pretty sure this isn't how bargaining is supposed to go. I'm not going to stand here while you undervalue your own work, Ravi says. Don't forget that valuing art is my job. You're not going to stand here at all, Jane says. You're going to leave, and I'm going to lock the door behind you, and then I'm finally going to be alone. How about $200 for the umbrella and $2,300 for me to go away and leave you alone, he says. Despite herself, Jane laughs. Ravi has found the only workable angle. Her solitude is definitely worth $2,300. Take the umbrella, she says, and we'll talk about it later. All right, Ravi says, with a mild twinkle of amusement. That's acceptable. It's an honor to do business with the artist. He turns to leave. Ravi, Jane says. Yeah, he says, turning back. He narrows his eyes on her in curiosity. Really, Jane thinks. Have you looked closely at the Vermeer? The Vermeer, says Ravi. What about it? Mrs. Vanders mentioned earlier that she thought there was something wrong with it. Wrong? What are you talking about? I overheard her talking to Mr. Vanders. I think she might have used the word forged. Ravi freezes. Do you have a screwdriver? He says thickly. Jane crosses to the place where she threw her little folding knife on the floor, its screwdriver still extended. She tosses it to Ravi, who fails to catch it, scoops it up from the rug, then, without a second glance, leaves the room. Alone again, Jane stares at the ruined umbrella. This is her Aunt Magnolia coat umbrella, and she's lost hold entirely of what that means. She can't quite bring herself to go into the bedroom and check out the state of the photos. She can hear a fire crackling brightly in the fireplace, so she has a feeling she knows what she'll find. Did Aunt Magnolia even take the pictures? Did she die because she was a spy? Outside noises touch Jane's ears, the squeak and rattle of a ladder being placed into position, the wet protest of a cloth against glass. Idly carrying her sandwich and some grapes to the glass wall, she leans, looks down, and can just barely see the edges of Jihoon, man of mystery, washing the house's outside windows in preparation for the gala. He, too, is apparently not what he seems. Everything around me is a lie. Except you, Jasper, she says to the dog, who's watching her anxiously. After a while, a knock sounds on the bedroom door. The notion of having to talk to someone is exhausting. It'll either be someone she has to lie to, or someone's lied to her. She drags herself through the bedroom and swings the door open. Ivy stands there rubbing the back of her neck, looking a bit nervous. Hi, she says. Are you okay? Seriously? Jane says. You're really asking me that? Ivy raises her eyes to Jane's, and they're so full of unhappiness that Jane is instantly furious. What do you have to be so upset about? Plenty, actually, says Ivy with a touch of sharpness.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities, whatever. What do you want? Ivy lets out a short sigh. Mrs. Vander says you have to have dinner in your rooms. We'll bring you food. She doesn't trust me with the other guests now, says Jane. A statement, not a question. She's pretty mad that you told Ravi to go look at the Vermeer. It's true then? It's forged? Yeah, says Ivy with a weary sort of indifference. Turns out that in the middle of all this other stuff, someone stole the Vermeer. So what? She's not glad to know for sure? Well, yeah, but Ravi's in hysterics, which is pulling Mrs. Vanders away from things she needs to be doing. And now it's even harder to justify not calling in the cops. A lot of cops in the house will make it even more tricky for us to move the kids. Oh, Jane says, understanding, with a prick of guilt that makes her mad at herself, and then at Mrs. Vanders, that this would, of course, be true. Right. It doesn't mean I'm going to start telling people about the Panzavecchias at dinner, though. I know, Ivy says miserably. I'm really sorry. She examines the ratty end of her blue sweater. I've been trying to imagine what this must be like for you. Jane finds herself laughing, quickly, once. Maybe when you figure it out, you can fill me in. Look, Janie, Ivy says, I was born into this work. I've never known anything else, and I've been wanting to get out of it for a couple years now, and finally I'm about to. This is my last op. Really? Jane says, curious despite herself. You're allowed to stop? As long as I clear it with headquarters. There's a headquarters? Espionage Sans Frontières is an international organization, Ivy says. We're just one of the branches. It's based in Geneva. I'll go there and have an exit interview. Then I'll make plans to leave this house. I'll do something else. Something that doesn't give me nightmares. This house gives me nightmares. Now Jane is trying to imagine what Ivy's life has been like. Are all the servants here born into this life? Pretty much. I was, and Patrick, and so was the Vanders family, Ivy says. It's been going on for generations. My parents died doing this work. What? Says Jane, startled. I thought it was some sort of travel accident. I guess it was, technically, says Ivy. It was 4 years ago. They were trying to help an agent get to someplace safe, far away from here, the same way we're trying to help the Panzavecchias get someplace safe. That time, we were trying to fake the agent's death. That part worked. But other things went wrong and they were shot. My God, Ivy. I'm sorry. Well, Ivy says, you lost your parents unexpectedly, and then the person who was basically your mother too. You know what it's like. Jane examines her own boots for a moment. The thing about learning that someone isn't who they said they were, she says, is that you start to wonder if you ever really had a relationship with them in the first place. You try to picture them, and instead, there's this empty space. The only thing you're sure of is that they were a person who lied. Oh, Ivy says with conviction, you knew your aunt. She was yours, more than she was anyone's. But I don't even know what she did, Jane says. In my mind, she was underwater with the animals. She was waiting and observing and not pushing herself in. I know a little about what she did, says Ivy. Not a lot, but a little. She pauses. Do you want me to tell you? What's the point? I should have heard it from her, not someone else. Hearing it from you will just hurt, Jane thinks. It'll just make it even more plain that my life is a lie. I'm sure she didn't mean to hurt you. Don't defend her to me, Jane snaps. But what if it helps explain things, says Ivy. I mean, wouldn't it at least give you a more solid target to be pissed off at? Now you sound like a therapist, Jane says, but she sees Ivy's point. Okay, fine, she adds. Tell me. Well, Ivy says quietly, I know she was an underwater nature photographer, for real. But she also salvaged the wreck of a North Korean submarine once, an Iranian sub, and that Russian aircraft carrier that sank a few years back, remember? And sometimes she tapped undersea cables. Sometimes she cut undersea cables and set it up to look accidental. This is impossible, Jane is laughing again. There is no way for her to recognize the person Ivy is describing. A person who salvaged submarines, full of nuclear missiles, full of secret information, full of the bloated corpses of drowned soldiers. Aunt Magnolia took pictures of beautiful animals. She was trying to save the oceans. That's enough. Okay, Ivy says. I only ever met her a couple times. She had a great wardrobe and sort of a steady, reassuring temperament. She seemed eccentric, but also practical, no nonsense. Kind of like you. Ivy's words make Jane wish, suddenly, for a mirror. She wants to find the parts of her face that are like Aunt Magnolia's. Was the Antarctica trip actually a spy trip? As far as we know, Ivy says, Magnolia was really going to Antarctica to take pictures of penguins and whales. Is it better or worse, Jane wonders, that she died as a nature photographer, not as a spy? You know not to trust anyone in the house, right? Ivy says. Especially don't get involved with that guy who's pretending to be a cleaner, the one who calls himself Jihoon. He could be dangerous. He actually is a cleaner, Jane says. I mean, he is cleaning things, whatever else he's doing. Ivy smiles slightly. I still wouldn't trust him, even to clean. Why is he so dangerous anyway? Jane asks. Who is he? Mrs. Vanders would strangle me if I told you. Is he, like, armed? Oh, no question he's armed, Ivy says. He wants to get to Grace. She has something he wants. Grace, Jane says, thinking of the girl huddled up and crying, angry, small. What could Grace possibly have that armed people want? Ivy hesitates. She's got something in her mind, information. In Jane's own mind, something stirs.
Grace has an amazing memory, she says. She uses mnemonic devices. Her father is very proud of it. Yes. Ivy starts to say something more, then stops with a frustrated sigh. Strands of hair have escaped her messy knot, and her shoulders seem hunched and tight. I want to tell you everything, she says. I'm sorry, Janie. I just can't. Jane wants to reach out and push a strand of hair out of Ivy's eyes. She wants to touch her shoulder. She wants to understand. She doesn't touch Ivy, but Ivy's eyes do touch hers once, shyly. I have to go, Ivy says. I'll leave dinner outside your door in a little bit. I'll tell Kieran you're not feeling well, if that would help. Okay. After Ivy leaves, Jane goes back to her morning room. Tu Reviens is making noises. Hums of water, breaths of heat, settling moans. Jasper wanders blearily into the room and comes to lean against Jane's feet. This house makes a lot of weird sounds, she says to him. Don't you think? A wail begins, so distant and so faint, so mixed with the strange metallic banging of the heater that Jane would assume it was just a trick of wind or water if she didn't know it was probably Christopher Panzavecchia, age 2, somewhere in the house. She goes once to the window, peeking down at Jihoon. He washes the glass slowly, like someone giving the house a back rub to help it fall asleep. Jane tries a deep jellyfish breath, but she can't do it. Even the jellyfish feels like a lie. The house wakes her from a dream about, what is it? A man who's stolen baby Leo Panzavecchia. And it's more terrible than even the newscasters realize, because the man is infected with smallpox, and now baby Leo is too. He'll pass it on to Grace and Christopher, to Espion Sans Frontières, to the Sicilian Mafia, and to the fishes, because baby Leo sleeps with the fishes. The dream shifts as Jane leaves it behind, as dreams do. She flails around in a fit of itching, calling for Aunt Magnolia, who saves itchy underwater babies. It's part of her spy work. And then she's awake, Aunt Magnolia's scratchy wool hat pressed against her sweaty neck. Jane is in her bed in Tu Reviens.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. A warm basset hound snoozes at her feet. The clock beside her bed glows the time, 5:08 a.m. She breathes through a spinning panic, remembering that in the weeks before that last Antarctic trip, Aunt Magnolia had been unusually distracted. She'd left a burner on one day after heating some soup, unheard of for Aunt Magnolia. More than once, Jane had caught her staring into a book she clearly hadn't been reading because she'd never turned a page. And then there was the night Jane had woken to find her awake. The night Aunt Magnolia had made her promise to come here if invited. The day Aunt Magnolia had left, Jane went into her own bedroom and discovered the hat sitting in the middle of her bed. Aunt Magnolia always took that hat with her to cold places, but that time she'd left it behind for Jane to find. Why? Why do dreams make us wake with questions that have nothing to do with the dreams? Under the covers, Jasper crawls around until his head is resting against her elbow. Jane listens to his steady breathing, wondering if maybe Jasper's breaths are even better than jellyfish breaths. The day dawns yellow and green. Jane hasn't really succeeded in falling back asleep. Finally, she slips out of bed quietly so as not to disturb Jasper. She goes to the morning room and peers out the window. A figure approaches the house from the ramble. Colin Mack, dressed all in black. He seems in a hurry, glancing over his shoulder more than once. It's a little strange. Does he think he's being pursued? Why is he out there? Surely not everyone in the house is a spy. She watches him enter the house through the door that leads to the swimming pool. When she turns back to face the room, the ruined umbrella on the floor undoes her. Its broken pieces are angled such that she can see purple fabric with the merest glimpse of a silver-gold interior. It creates a shimmer in her mind, the way a bright light will create a memory of itself that lingers inside a person's eyelids, then fades. A momentary ghost of Aunt Magnolia. Aunt Magnolia? Jane says out loud. She'd always responded swiftly when Jane had called her, putting aside her own concerns whenever Jane had said her name. Those moments had been real. Gently, Jane lowers her butt to the floor, her head leaning back against the window glass. The umbrella is a trick, nothing more.
Apparently, Jane is allowed to attend breakfast when the time arrives, because no one tries to stop her. The route to the banquet hall passes through the ballroom. She keeps close to the walls and tries to avoid the team of women cleaning the ballroom floor. No one is at breakfast, and no one seems to be serving either. A carafe of coffee sits at the far end of the long table next to fruit, cold cereal, milk, sugar, and a pot of congealed oatmeal. She pours herself some cornflakes and eats quickly. Then it's back to the receiving hall, which is swarming with people. She's not sure where to go next, really, until she sees Jasper on the second-story bridge. He's sitting contentedly on his rump, his nose poking through the balusters. And Jane thinks that maybe he has the right idea. She climbs to him. "I guess you've witnessed a lot of gala mornings, haven't you, Jasper?" The hullabaloo below begins to make more sense. The people resolve themselves into separate currents, cleaners and caterers and musicians. Patrick and Ivy, zooming across the hall or up and down the stairs at random intervals, no doubt doing spy stuff. Do they ever even do any housework at all? Who knows? Mrs. Vanders herself does not zoom. Mrs. Vanders stands like a rock in the center of the receiving hall, the currents swerving gracefully around her. She barely speaks, as if she's controlling the action with her eyeballs. Kieran comes along the bridge and stops on the other side of Jasper, yawning. Yet another person who has no idea what's going on in her own house. "Don't make me have to lie to you," thinks Jane. "Morning," Kieran says with half a smile. Her hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and Jane thinks maybe she's not wearing any makeup yet. "Getting the bird's eye view? It makes more sense from up here," Jane says. "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah, I'm lots better today." Kieran leans her elbows on the railing. "When we were little," she says, "these were our favorite days of the year. I used to love standing here with Patrick, watching all the people. Ivy was tiny then. She would hold my hand and stare, her eyes big as saucers. Ravi loved getting in everyone's way. How? What would he do? Mainly, he would slow everyone down by insisting on carrying things himself and having really bad ideas about where everything should go." Kieran flicks her ponytail over her shoulder, half smiling. "I'm sure he thought he was helping." "And he was allowed to do that?" Kieran shrugs. "Not if Mr. or Mrs. Vanders or Octavian caught him at it, but they were always running around like crazy themselves. Ravi knew how to avoid them. He was a charming little autocrat. It was educational to watch how people responded to him." "Educational? A lesson in class," Kieran says. "Probably also sex, and certainly age and race. What does a white female string quartet do when a little half-Bengali rich boy whose white daddy owns the house tells them to set their stage up someplace really stupid, like the middle of one of the staircases?" "I don't know," Jane says. "What?" "It was generally one of three things," Kieran says. "Ignore him, stall until a Vanders or Octavian came through and shut him up, or do what he said while shooting him hateful looks. In that particular case, they ignored him, and when he started howling, they kept ignoring him. And finally, Octavian came in and carried him away on one shoulder, kicking and screaming for Mum, who of course didn't come because she was working." "What would Octavian do next?" Jane says. "Spank him?" "Probably go bowling with him," Kieran says, while having a man-to-man talk about respect for other people. Jane supposes it's the sort of approach Aunt Magnolia might have taken if they'd had a private bowling alley. "That sounds kind of nice. Ravi and I have had a lot of character-building conversations while bowling," Kieran says, with a wistful sort of amusement. Jane finds herself studying Kieran. Her eyes are too bright and she's blinking. Jane wonders, how much sleep did Kieran get last night? Did Colin share her bed? Has Patrick ever shared Kieran's bed, lying to her when he has to get up suddenly to take care of some spy emergency? What about Ivy and Patrick? Jane ventures. Would Octavian give them talking to too? Oh no, they got their lectures from their parents and from Mr. and Mrs. Vanders. "I see," Jane says. "I'll bet they did. Would Patrick tell you about the lectures he got?" "He used to," Kieran says. Stopped. At that moment, Ravi sweeps into the hall below with wet hair and an air of injured righteousness. Coming to a halt before Mrs. Vanders, he speaks in a voice that booms into all the high spaces. I've invited the New York State Police, the FBI, and Interpol to the gala, Ravi announces. I've given them the run of the house. Jane's stomach drops. This is her fault. You've what? Cries Mrs. Vanders. The New York State Police, the FBI, and to the gala? Have you completely lost your gourd? Why shouldn't I? Says Ravi. It's my Brancusi and my Vermeer. It's my house. It's my party. It's your father's Brancusi and your father's Vermeer, says Mrs. Vanders. It's your father's house and your father's party. My father is a ghost, Ravi says. He wouldn't care if we built a bonfire in the courtyard with his art. If he stopped caring, that leaves me to care double. I'm already in touch with the police, says Mrs. Vanders. They are already investigating. Where? Why haven't I seen them? Patrick has walked onto the bridge and is standing beside Kieran. He rests his forearms casually on the banister, as Kieran is doing. Kieran doesn't look at him or even acknowledge him, but Jane senses a new tension in her. Their shoulders are touching.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Jane stiffens when Ivy arrives on the other side and stands beside her. What a fun party it'll be for everyone, says Mrs. Vanders acidly, with the FBI and Interpol asking all the guests rude questions. Why should it bother anyone who isn't an art thief? Ravi demands. Honestly, Vani, I could almost think you don't care. Gosh, you Ravi, says Mrs. Vanders. You know I care. It's my job to care. I only wish you'd had the consideration to ask me whether inviting law enforcement to the gala might create undue strain for all the people your family has hired to guarantee that the guests of your gala have fun. That's our job too, you know. You've made things more difficult for me and Mr. V, Patrick, Ivy, Cook, all the staff, because your single-mindedness makes you thoughtless. Mrs. Vanders raises her eyes then to Jane and pins Jane with the same accusation. Heat suffuses her. Grace Panzavecchia is going to be discovered by someone who shouldn't discover her, and it'll be her doing. Hey, Ivy, murmurs beside Jane. Don't worry, you did nothing I wouldn't have done. I wasn't looking for reassurance, Jane says, suddenly resentful of Ivy, who has no right to be reading her mind. It's our job, Ivy says. Well, deal with it. You do that. Kieran has been quiet on Jane's other side. Jane has no idea if she's overheard this conversation or what she'd make of it if she did. Good morning, Ivy Bean, Kieran says across Jane to Ivy, ignoring Patrick. Hi, Kerr, says Ivy, her eyes bleary behind her glasses. Want to go bowling? Kieran asks. It takes Jane a moment to realize the question is meant for her. Me? She says. Okay, sure. Kieran takes Jane's wrist and leads her away, carefully skirting Patrick. Come on, she says. The bowling alley will be the only quiet room in the house. There is, of course, nothing quiet about throwing weighted balls onto a maple floor, but the initial crash, the deep rumble of the rolling ball, and the high-pitched plasticky explosion of pins are the punctuation to a mostly uninterrupted silence between Jane and Kieran. Kieran stalks to the foul line, throws a loud strike, and spins back, grim-faced, and Jane registers that she's been angry this entire time. Kieran was angry when she walked into the campus bookstore back home. Imagine how angry she'd be if she knew the truth, Jane thinks. She'd bowl a perfect game. Jane slips her fingers into a ball. The gala soon, she says, hoping it might get Kieran talking. Maybe that'll interrupt the boredom, Kieran says. Do you always come home when there's a gala? Pretty often, Kieran says. I might make 3 out of 4 most years. It's sort of a family tradition. Octavian always gives me a special invitation call about it, or anyway, he used to. He stopped? I doubt Octavian's raised a phone to his ear since my stepmother left. He's depressed. Jane strides toward the foul line and releases the ball with a satisfying thud. Idly, she watches its progress toward the pins, 6 of which go flying. You did tell me Patrick was the one who invited you this time, right? Says Kieran, with all those vague noises about wanting to confess something. He still hasn't confessed anything? Nothing, Kieran says. Jane's ball pops onto the ball return. What do you think he wanted to say? Who knows, Kieran says. It's typical, really. It's his specialty. He expects the people who love him to be clairvoyant. Can you imagine loving someone like that? Someone who's not going to help you understand him? Yes, Jane says. The problem is, says Kieran, I've seen a different Patrick. I've seen 2 or 3 different Patricks, and they're different from my Patrick. Jane's next ball misses her remaining pins entirely. Yes, well, people have many sides. My Patrick is secretive, Kieran says, pointlessly secretive. Then she flings her ball down the lane, barely waiting for the pins to reset. As her ball eviscerates the pins, she says, they're not all secretive like that. All men? Jane says, a bit lost. All the Patricks, Kieran says. I've seen a Patrick, married to a Kieran. They're happy together. That Patrick isn't secretive. I've asked her. I'm confused, Jane says. Are you talking about ideas of you and Patrick that you've imagined? Kieran lets out a short, impatient sigh. Yeah, she says, something like that. But the real Patrick is secretive, like you wouldn't believe, Kieran says. It's ridiculous, the questions he won't answer. What did you do last evening, Patrick? Why are you running around the house shining flashlights into all the closets, Patrick? Where were you that time you disappeared for 3 days, Patrick? I mean, I respect his privacy, but it's not like the questions I ask are nosy. We grew up together. I'm his friend. I don't even need to know. I trust his reasons are good ones, whatever stupid thing he's doing. But it's hard that he doesn't trust me. This, Jane realizes, is part of what hurts so much about Aunt Magnolia. It's not just that she lied and hid who she really was. It's that she did it because she never trusted Jane enough to tell her. Kieran, Jane thinks later, would make a good spy. The gala is in full swing. Jane is on the second-story bridge looking down at all the fancy people. Kieran and Jasper at her side again, except that now Kieran is wearing a strapless crimson gown that probably cost $1 million. A diamond hangs from a fine gold chain and sits nestled in the hollow of her throat. Her ears drip with diamonds. Jane has never seen so many diamonds. Jane is wearing a gray cashmere sweater dress with long sleeves, unlike anything she's ever worn before in her life. She borrowed it from Kieran. She'd planned to wear a sleeveless gold top over purple jeans to look like a royal grandma, a reef fish found in the Atlantic tropics, and carry the Aunt Magnolia coat umbrella. She'd planned to keep her tattoo fully visible so people would ask about it. But if Aunt Magnolia pretended to be someone else, well, then she can too. She's still wearing her big black boots, though. They're what she wears when she's mad. The scene below is like something out of a movie. Women in flowing gowns of every color and men in black mill about, holding drinks in crystal glasses, smiling and laughing, shifting shoulders and backs now and then to let someone new into their group or squeeze someone out. Lucy St. George is down there, wearing an understated chocolate-colored gown and talking to Phoebe Okada, who's dazzling, actually, in turquoise. It's funny that Lucy goes undercover sometimes as a private investigator, but has no idea about Espion Sans Frontières. Near them, Ravi, who always looks good in black, has his arm thrown around Colin's shoulder with a sort of affectionate possessiveness, and is talking and laughing with a man and a woman Jane doesn't recognize. Among these guests are 2 New York State police officers, 2 FBI special agents, and 1 Interpol officer. They're formally dressed, like everyone else, except, according to Kieran, who spots them instantly, they're not dressed like everyone else. Like me? Jane asks. Kieran takes a sip of her Pimm's and glances at Jane with an expression that startles Jane because of the fondness it contains. You do look like the rest of us, sweetie, except for those boots, she says. It's strange to see you this way. These cops are trying to fit in, but their shoes are cheap and their clothes lack a certain tailored elegance. Kieran points out the state police officers, the FBI special agents, and the man from Interpol. It's the FBI special agents, in fact, that Robbie's flirting with. A woman Jane doesn't recognize comes through the front door with Ivy, who, Jane now understands, is the reason black gowns were invented. Her hair is wrapped around her head in a series of complicated twists and braids that must have taken someone ages, and her glasses are the perfect touch. The woman beside her is maybe 50-ish, small and plain, in a simple gray dress, carrying a dripping black umbrella.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Ivy leads the woman on a winding route through the crowd, gently taking her hand or her arm, positioning her to left or right. Jane imagines herself in the woman's place. I wonder who that is with Ivy, says Karen. I can't tell anything from her clothing. But it's interesting, isn't it, that Ivy is shielding her from the cops? What? Jane says in instant alarm, less because it's probably true, and more because Jane doesn't want Kieran noticing Ivy shielding spy-type people from cops. She's doing kind of an amazing job of it, Kieran says. What? Jane says. She's not. Watch her, Kieran says. And so Jane watches as Ivy and her charge pass near Colin, Robbie, and the special agents. Not only does Ivy put herself between her companion and them, but she reaches a hand to Colin's arm and gently shifts Colin, hence Ravi as well, to better block the agent's view of the woman she's leading. Colin glances around in absent-minded annoyance, but doesn't seem to gather what's happened or who's touched him. Ivy and the woman are already beyond his sight. Next, Ivy and the woman pass through the doorway that leads into the ballroom. Then, a moment later, the Interpol officer passes primly through the same doorway. Before Jane even realizes what she's doing, she herself is moving across the bridge, propelled by worry for Ivy. Not missing a beat, Kieran moves with her. Going somewhere? She says, too suspicious, too interested. Just for a walk, Jane says, beginning to move down the stairs. I'll join you, Kieran says, which is stating the obvious, since she's practically glued to Jane's side. It's not necessary. Isn't it? Kieran says in a menacing voice, then plunks her Pims down onto the tray of a startled serving man who tries to give her a tiny meat pie. Beautiful party, she tells him with a serene smile, not pausing as she and Jane fly along. The dog thuds from step to step behind them, trying to keep up. From the ballroom, Jane and Kieran pass into the banquet hall, where guests congregate around mountains of food Jane barely notices because she's looking for the slightly balding head of the Interpol officer. Kieran grabs Jane's wrist and pulls her into the kitchen, and there he is, striding past the stoves and the long wooden table. An uproar of catering people are preparing tiny English food. None of the regular house staff is present. Kieran, says Jane, what are we doing? The officer disappears into the kitchen's deepest depths, where the dumbwaiter, the door to the back stairs, and the pantry are. Kieran follows him around the refrigerator and freezer, still gripping Jane's wrist, not speaking, her heels clapping across the tile floor like gunshots. Jane feels like she's on a Nantucket sleigh ride. As they reach him, the Interpol officer opens the door to the dumbwaiter carriage and sticks his head in. That seems dangerous, Kieran says to him cheerfully, letting Jane go. We don't want to be responsible for an injury to an Interpol officer. What if someone sent something down while your head was in there? Up, rather, the officer says, extracting his head from the dumbwaiter doorway, shutting the door, and peering at Kieran and Jane suspiciously. I can see the mechanism below. What's down there? I heard the voice of a man speaking what may have been Bengali. Yes, I heard it too, Kieran says. That's one of the servants, Patrick. Today's Saturday. Saturdays are Patrick's Bengali days. Bengali days? Says the officer.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. Ivy leads the woman on a winding route through the crowd, gently taking her hand or her arm, positioning her to left or right. Jane imagines herself in the woman's place. I wonder who that is with Ivy, says Kieran. I can't tell anything from her clothing. But it's interesting, isn't it, that Ivy's shielding her from the cops? What? Jane says in instant alarm, less because it's probably true, and more because Jane doesn't want Kieran noticing Ivy shielding spy-type people from cops. She's doing kind of an amazing job of it, Kieran says. What? Jane says. She's not. Watch her, Kieran says. And so Jane watches as Ivy and her charge pass near Colin, Ravi, and the special agents. Not only does Ivy put herself between her companion and them, but she reaches a hand to Colin's arm and gently shifts Colin, hence Ravi as well, to better block the agent's view of the woman she's leading.
Colin glances around in absent-minded annoyance, but doesn't seem to gather what's happened or who's touched him. Ivy and the woman are already beyond his sight. Next, Ivy and the woman pass through the doorway that leads into the ballroom. Then, a moment later, the Interpol officer passes primly through the same doorway. Before Jane even realizes what she's doing, she herself is moving across the bridge, propelled by worry for Ivy. Not missing a beat, Kieran moves with her. "Going somewhere?" she says. Too suspicious, too interested. "Just for a walk," Jane says, beginning to move down the stairs. "I'll join you," Kieran says, which is stating the obvious, since she's practically glued to Jane's side. "It's not necessary, isn't it?" Kieran says in a menacing voice, then plunks her Pims down onto the tray of a startled serving man who tries to give her a tiny meat pie. "Beautiful party," she tells him with a serene smile, not pausing as she and Jane fly along. The dog thuds from step to step behind them, trying to keep up. From the ballroom, Jane and Kieran pass into the banquet hall, where guests congregate around mountains of food Jane barely notices because she's looking for the slightly balding head of the Interpol officer. Kieran grabs Jane's wrist and pulls her into the kitchen, and there he is, striding past the stoves and the long wooden table. An uproar of catering people are preparing tiny English food. None of the regular house staff is present. "Kieran," says Jane, "what are we doing?" The officer disappears into the kitchen's deepest depths, where the dumbwaiter, the door to the back stairs, and the pantry are. Kieran follows him around the refrigerator and freezer, still gripping Jane's wrist, not speaking, her heels clapping across the tile floor like gunshots. Jane feels like she's on a Nantucket sleigh ride. As they reach him, the Interpol officer opens the door to the dumbwaiter carriage and sticks his head in. "That seems dangerous," Kieran says to him cheerfully, letting Jane go. "We don't want to be responsible for an injury to an Interpol officer. What if someone sent something down while your head was in there?" "Up, rather," the officer says, extracting his head from the dumbwaiter doorway, shutting the door, and peering at Kieran and Jane suspiciously. "I can see the mechanism below." "What's down there?" "I heard the voice of a man speaking, what may have been Bengali." "Yes, I heard it too," Kieran says. "That's one of the servants, Patrick. Today's Saturday. Saturdays are Patrick's Bengali days." "Bengali days?" says the officer dubiously. He's a pale man with puckered lips, French-sounding, and speaks English with a deliberate distinctness, as if he's determined to convey how much he hates speaking it. To help him learn, Kieran says, Patrick has a gift for languages. On Wednesdays, he speaks only German. "Would you like to meet him?" she says brightly, taking hold of the handle on the back door. "We're headed down to help him carry up some English sparkling wine." "English wine?" says the man, looking mildly offended. "There's a secret trap door in the wine cellar floor that leads to a genuine oubliette," Kieran adds. "You might find that interesting, being French." "I'm Belgian," says the man stiffly, "and I can think of nothing more silly than an American oubliette in a building barely 100 years old. This house is a theme park." "You don't want to see the oubliette then?" says Kieran. "It's super creepy." With one last affronted glance at Jane's boots, the Interpol officer releases a breath of air and stalks from the kitchen. "Good riddance," Kieran says once he's gone. "Kieran," says Jane, "why did you chase away the Interpol man?" "This door is locked," Kieran says, tugging at the back door. "Why would it be locked? Does Patrick really speak Bengali and German?" "He knows some Bengali," Kieran says, distracted. The dumbwaiter is humming and squawking. Kieran yanks its door open. A man sits cross-legged inside, brown-skinned, with thick black hair, dressed in a fine black suit, and gaping at Jane and Kieran in sheer amazement as he glides upward in the carriage. Kieran speaks a few words to him calmly in a language Jane doesn't understand. The dumbwaiter continues its smooth upward climb, and the man disappears from sight. "Did you know that guy?" Jane squeaks. "Never seen him before in my life," Kieran says, closing the dumbwaiter door. But that was the guy the Interpol officer thought he heard speaking Bengali in the wine cellars. Because he's an interfering Belgian ignoramus who can't tell Bengali from Arabic, even though they're nothing alike. "You speak Arabic?" "It was one of my majors." "What did you say to him?"
Have no fear, Kieran says. Your cover isn't blown. Jane is beginning to feel a little hysterical. What's that supposed to mean? Kieran, why would you say that to him if you don't even know him? Kieran shrugs. It seemed the safest thing to say. I mean, think about it. If he's a bad guy, we don't want him to think we're against him, right? And if he's a good guy, then of course we're not going to blow his cover. Kieran, Jane says, enunciating each syllable. Are you really kidding me? Listen, Kieran says, I don't have the foggiest idea what's going on in this house tonight, but I think you're pretending to be more ignorant about it than you actually are, and I don't appreciate being lied to. The dumbwaiter is making its noises again, and before Jane can contrive to stop her, Kieran swings the door open. The carriage, descending from above this time, passes by containing Patrick, who holds on one arm a toddler with curly dark hair, solemn dark eyes, and southern Italian looks. It's Grace's little brother Christopher, Panzavecchia. Jane recognizes him from the news reports. "Hi," Christopher cries cheerfully. Patrick, meanwhile,
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. It follows that anyone else riding in the dumbwaiter is a good guy too. It does? Jane cries in utter confusion. I mean, I'm furious, Kieran says, drawing herself up straight, dropping all traces of amusement. The dumbwaiter is humming and squeaking again. I never want to see his face again. The things I've told Patrick, trusting him, and I was right. I always knew there was something off about him. But hell, have a good reason to be in the dumbwaiter with that child, and a gun. I think he actually does, Jane says weakly. The dumbwaiter stops rumbling. Kieran swings the door open. A folded piece of paper is propped inside the carriage with a message written on it. Kieran, it says, get in. Mrs. Vander's handwriting, Kieran says, then begins to climb into the dumbwaiter carriage. This feels like something out of Alice in Wonderland. Where do you suppose this is going? I don't know, Jane says. The West Attics? The servants' wing? The oubliette? There's no oubliette, Kieran says. I made that up to get rid of the snotty Interpol man. You're awfully good at this, Jane says a bit wildly. Am I? Kieran says, sitting there calmly in her crimson gown, clusters of diamonds sparkling in her ears and at her throat, her arms wrapped around her legs. I guess it's the first time I've had fun since I stepped back onto this very island. Someone, somewhere along the track of the dumbwaiter, pounds a wrench, maybe it's a gun, against metal, twice. Kieran checks that her fingers and toes are completely inside the carriage, then knocks twice on one of the walls, impassively, as if everyone knows that's what a person is meant to do in this situation. The carriage begins to rise. Meet me above, she says, if you like, unless you've got some secret mission you're on too. Then she's gone. Jane is left in the kitchen, staring at the moving cables in the empty track of the dumbwaiter carriage, trying to fit square pegs into round holes. Is this why Aunt Magnolia became a spy? Because it was fun? How can Kieran see what she's just seen and laugh and say it's fun? Oh, Jane clutches her temples, wishing for a way to extract herself from all of this. Then Jasper leans heavily against her legs. Well, Jasper, she says, I guess, whatever else happened, we succeeded in getting that Interpol man off Ivy's tail. What do you say? Should we return to the party and see if we can undo any more of my damage? Back in the ballroom, she finds the Arabic-speaking man from the dumbwaiter drinking Pimm's and being charming with other party guests. She supposes he must be a good guy if Mrs. Vanders is letting him ride in the dumbwaiter, but she gives him a wide berth anyway. Passing into the receiving hall with Jasper, she spots a familiar form. Ji-hoon, the South Korean cleaner, who smoothed his hair handsomely back and donned dark-rimmed glasses and black formal wear. Jane almost doesn't recognize him. He's so polished and slick. He's ascending the east staircase calmly, unhurriedly. He doesn't see her. Abruptly, Jane turns for the west stairs and starts up them, moving as fast as she can without drawing undue attention. Why do I keep doing this? She asks herself, exasperated. Why do I keep involving myself? Jasper falls behind. Guests drift past now and then as she climbs, seeming to come from all wings of the house. Jane gathers that there must be a tradition at these parties of wandering the upper floors to look at the art. No wonder people can sneak all over the place without arousing suspicion. She's huffing and puffing by the time she reaches the third floor. Stopping outside the door to the servants' wing, she catches her breath, no idea what to do next. Assuming this is even Ji-hoon's destination, she's beaten him, but how will she stop him when he arrives? Start reciting poetry and hope he joins in? Ivy has warned her, he's dangerous, he's armed. Where is Jasper? Then the door to the servants' wing swings open and Phoebe Okada steps out, her turquoise dress delightfully swishing, her eye makeup smoky and flawless. "I'd love to know what you're doing," she says. "Phoebe," Jane says, "Ji-hoon is coming." Casually, Phoebe reaches under her skirt and extracts a gun. "Don't give yourself an aneurysm," she says. "We're tracking him. You need to leave. This is no place for kids. You should go to your rooms and stay there." The door opens again and Ivy sticks her head out. She grabs Jane's arm and Jane says, "Wait," irrationally, waiting for the dog, who then appears on cue, shouldering his way toward them, gasping for breath. Jane is impressed. He must have made a heroic effort on that last stretch of stairs. "Quick," says Ivy, hustling Jane and Jasper into the servants' wing. "Where are we going?" Jane asks. "Out of the way." It's a humiliating answer, coming from Ivy. I'm like Ravi, she thinks, when he was a child, helping the gala staff. "Is Mrs. Vanders mad about Kieran?" she asks. Ivy shoots Jane a cautious look, as if trying to gauge whether she's friend or foe at the moment. "Mrs. Vanders has been going back and forth about telling Kieran the truth for some time now," she says. "She thinks Kieran would be really good at our work." "She would," Jane says fervently. "Personally, I'm relieved she finally knows," says Ivy. "It's been hell being around my brother." For a moment, a wave of dizziness fuzzes Jane's brain. Ivy is shepherding her along quickly, and it occurs to her that she's been holding her breath. "Wait," she says. "Can I have a second?" "Yes," Ivy says with immediate concern. "Are you okay?" It's impossible to breathe deeply and deliberately without thinking about a jellyfish. Jane tries to think of a dumbwaiter instead, her own internal dumbwaiter, air moving up, air moving down. Her body is a microcosm. This corridor is a path toward something, toward the next step, toward however Jane will get through this night. "Why do I trust you?" Jane asks. "I don't know," Ivy says. "I trust you too. And I've been trying to imagine finding out that my aunt, who was basically my mom, was an operative. You've been so cool about it. I'd be furious. You have no idea." Ivy hesitates again. "I think," she says cautiously, "you should let Mrs. Vanders tell you whatever she knows. All the details, whatever they are. It might not help right away, but maybe it'll help eventually." Jane gives up on her dumbwaiter metaphor. As a tear slides down her face, Ivy takes her hand. "Aunt Magnolia?" Jane thinks, then remembers, with a sad tug, that she's no longer speaking to Aunt Magnolia. "Come up to the attics," Ivy says. "You'll be safe up there." In the west attics, Jane finds Kieran and Mrs. Vanders standing on opposite sides of a long table, arguing. "You understand this was over 100 years ago," Mrs. Vanders is saying, in a voice of exasperation. "What does that matter?" "The first housekeeper of Tu Reviens had a son," Mrs. Vanders says. Her son had gotten mixed up in the Spanish-American War some years before and became an American operative. He'd also fallen in love with a Cuban agent. "How romantic," says caustically. "It ended with both of them dead." "Of course it did," says Kieran, "or it wouldn't be so romantic." "They were Mr. Vanders's grandparents," says Mrs. Vanders. Afterward, Espion Sans Frontières approached his great-grandmother, the housekeeper. Given that such an organization might have saved her son, can you really blame her for saying yes? "Yes to lying to my great-great-grandfather who trusted her," Kieran says. "Yes to endangering everyone in this house, which wasn't hers, for generation upon generation, for making the family liable." Another pitched battle that's been taking place behind Kieran finally erupts into something no one can ignore. It's a quarrel between Patrick and Grace Panzavecchia, who's refusing to get into the dumbwaiter. "Why don't you make me?" the little girl yells.
Love with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. "Why don't you stab me with methohexatol again? I hate you." "Yeah," responds Patrick reasonably. I know you do, Grace, but Christopher's down there all alone with Cook, because you brought him down there. Yes, I know it's unfair, says Patrick. Now, do you want to be awake to look after your little brother, or do you want to be asleep? I hate you, Grace yells. You ruined my life. You left Edward Jenner behind? Ivy pulls out a chair at the table, then nudges Jane toward it. Numbly, Jane sits, Jasper settling in around her feet. Then Ivy moves to the end of the table and begins wrapping something with long sheets of bubble wrap. Vaguely, Jane recognizes it as the Brancusi sculpture, which is complete again, a flat oblong piece of marble, the missing fish, attached to the pedestal. Ivy takes great care, as if she's winding sticking plaster around a broken bone. The fish is pale and smooth, bone-like. It soothes Jane to watch. It's your decision, Grace, says Patrick, awake or asleep. It's not my decision, Grace says. I didn't decide to go away from home. I didn't decide to leave Edward Jenner behind. It's true, she didn't, says Ivy quietly. The least we could have done was collect Edward Jenner. Ivy, says Mrs. Vanders sharply, that's enough. Okay, says Kieran, I give up. Isn't Edward Jenner the guy who developed the smallpox vaccine, like 200 years ago? Edward Jenner, Patrick begins. I was not talking to you, says Kieran, behind bared teeth, not looking at Patrick. It's the dog, Jane realizes. Mrs. Vanders clears her throat. Yes, she says, that's correct. When Ivy, Patrick, and Cook collected the children from school and the park, the dog was at home. They had to leave him behind. You left him alone in the house, Grace says. Now some mean people probably have him. He's living with strangers. He's a German shepherd. That means he's genetically predisposed to degenerative myelopathy. Who's going to take care of him? Grace's eyes are swollen and crying. Her fists are held tight, and her small body is taut with the fury of despair. In Grace's eyes, Jane sees something she recognizes. Grace Panzambecchia has been betrayed. Why is this necessary? Jane hears herself asking, with real indignation. She's 8 years old. With a sigh, Mrs. Vanders pulls a chair out and, heavily, sits down. Because she's in danger, and we intend to help her. But not my dog, says Grace. You don't intend to help my dog. I hate my parents. They drugged me with a diuretic so I'd have to go to the bathroom so you could grab me. What kind of parents drug their kid? You're all kid snatchers. Christopher is downstairs, Patrick reminds her. I hate you. Jasper has stirred from Jane's feet. He steps out from under the table tentatively. He walks a few steps toward Grace and stands before her. That's not my dog, says Grace. That's the stupidest dog I've ever seen. Then she drops down onto the floor and holds out her arms, and Jasper climbs into her lap and she starts yelling, "Ow! Ow!" because he's heavy, and then she wraps her arms around him, presses her face into his neck, and starts howling. Jane is proud of Jasper. Possibly he's the most sensible adult in the attics. I am never, Ivy mutters from her end of the table, ever involving myself in anything like this again. She's now turned her attention to a painting. It's the picture of the man in the feathered hat, the Rembrandt Jane saw on her first day in this house, sitting on a table inside Mrs. Vanders's glass restoration room. It's large and seems heavy. Ivy labors to move it around. Grace throws her head back from Jasper and yells, "Someday I'm going to kill you all." This is the last time I'm asking, Grace, says Patrick, awake in the dumbwaiter or asleep in the dumbwaiter. Patrick remains calm. He might be giving her the choice of broccoli or peas for dinner. She's not going to keep quiet, says Ivy. Do you want a screaming dumbwaiter to slide past the gala guests who are looking at the second-story art? No, says Patrick, which is why, unless you're silent all the way down, Grace, Cook is going to put you to sleep the moment you reach the cellars, and then Christopher will see you that way. Grace has grown eerily calm. Someday I'm going to kill you all, she says, then adds, specially for Patrick, and I'm going to kill you first. Someday, Patrick says with a suppressed sigh, you're going to look back on this experience and be amazed by how much latitude we allowed you, given the circumstances.
Ivy makes a tiny snorting noise that brings Mrs. Vanders swinging sideways to direct at her the full force of an outraged expression. "Ivy," says Mrs. Vanders, "we're aware of your dissatisfaction and we're used to your childish tantrums. But HQ will not extend you the same latitude. If you expect fair treatment from them during your exit interview, you're going to have to curb your self-righteousness and your sarcasm long before you get to Geneva." Ivy doesn't respond to this, only looks down at the Rembrandt as if she'd like to pick it up and smash it on the floor. Instead, she sighs, runs one gentle finger along its top ridge, then eases a soft sack over its form. She follows this with the most enormous sealable plastic bag Jane has ever seen. "I want my brother," says Grace. "Have you decided then?" asks Patrick. There's a pause. "I'll go if I can take the dog with me in the dumbwaiter," says Grace. "Quietly?" says Patrick. "I'll be quiet," says Grace. "I can't help it if the dog starts barking." "What are you going to do, pinch him?" says Patrick. "You would think that," says Grace, in a voice of the purest disgust. "You would think I'd pinch the dog, probably because you pinch dogs every day for fun." "All right," says Patrick, with a touch of weariness, gesturing toward the dumbwaiter. "Get in." "Put the dog in first," says Grace. "You think I'm going to trick you and send you down without the dog?" "Yes." Patrick chuckles once, briefly, then cuts himself off. He crouches down to Jasper. Once Jasper is standing cheerfully in the dumbwaiter carriage, looking like some sort of strange wall ornament, Grace climbs in around him. She grabs onto him and shoots Patrick one last expression of loathing. "Good luck, Grace," Patrick says, then shuts the dumbwaiter door. He hauls at the cables in the narrow side cabinet for some time, then slows his pulling and stops. Leaning back against the dumbwaiter door, he closes his eyes and releases an enormous sigh. "I love that kid," he says. "Do you?" says Kieran, not looking at him. "That explains why you're so awful to her." An amused bitterness twists Patrick's mouth. "And you've always been so wonderful to me," he says. "How's your fancy boyfriend?" "Don't you even pretend that this conversation is that conversation," Kieran says. "At least you know all my secrets." "Kieran," says Mrs. Vanders, "Patrick has wanted to tell you his secrets for some time. Mr. Vanders and I absolutely forbade it because they aren't just his secrets, they're ours, and many other people's too." "My mother forbade me to tell anyone her secrets too," Kieran says hotly. "Guess who I told anyway? Patrick." "We're not going to discuss your mother's secrets," says Mrs. Vanders. "You know why?" says Kieran. "Because I trusted him. Because I wanted him to know me and all the places I've been." Mrs. Vanders stands so quickly that her chair shudders back across the floor. "I forbid any talk of your mother and her magic in this room," she says in a voice that reaches into the roots of Jane's teeth. "We're trying to do good, simple, natural work here." "Oh my gosh," says Kieran, suddenly sounding exhausted. Pulling out a chair, she slumps into it, rubbing her face. "Listen to yourself, Vanny. My mother isn't a witch. She's a scientist." Jane doesn't understand this turn in the conversation, but she finds she doesn't much care. She's watching Ivy lower the Brancusi, then the Rembrandt into crates. Mrs. Vanders sits down again, clasps her hands together, and directs her steely expression at Kieran.
Of with equal authenticity. Let your protagonist make mistakes, have insecurities. I'll explain everything, as long as you swear there'll be no more talk of your mother. All right, says Kieran, flapping an impatient hand. I swear, gosh. Very well, says Mrs. Vanders. Victoria and Giuseppe Ponzavecchia are microbiologists. I know that, says Kieran. Apparently, they're also secret agents. The Ponzavecchias are not agents, Mrs. Vanders says. They're contractors. They've been working under the auspices of a special CIA research and development grant for the purposes of discovering whether it's possible to develop an immediately contagious strain of smallpox, the indicative symptoms of which manifest late in the course of infection. Kieran freezes, then speaks in a tone of pure disgust. You mean a smallpox that wouldn't be recognized as smallpox until it had already spread far and wide? Yes, says Mrs. Vanders, precisely.
They've been contracted to experiment with forms of smallpox that could serve as effective biological weapons. This is your good, simple, natural work, genetically modified smallpox? In case you're wondering why I want out, Ivy mutters from her end of the table, where she's now pouring an avalanche of packing peanuts into the crate containing the Brancusi. They make a tinkling sound, like ice. Patrick walks over to her and gathers up the ones that hit the floor, plowing them with his boots. "We don't work with biological weapons ourselves," says Mrs. Vanders, "and our understanding is that the CIA runs these experiments not with the intention of using the weapons themselves, but rather to be better prepared should an enemy to the